Gabriel looked up in shock and saw her eyes open. He moved back a little, his hands trembling in excitement. Tears streamed down his face. "Rose, Rose," he called. He immediately hugged her tightly on the bed. "You're back," sob. "We will leave both of you to catch up. You deserve your time alone," Silver said, and walked out of the room with Lily and Drake. In reality, all Silver had done here was mostly a lie. There was no risk to the procedure. This was Lily, the smartest in stuff like this. She found the solution weeks ago, but back then, there was some risk, so she spent the time fixing it until it was 100% perfect. But Silver didn't want Gabriel taking it for granted. He wanted to make Gabriel scared, and when she was truly cured, he would hold the deepest respect for Silver. All this was just a game that had to be played well. Silver just lived to always capitalize and play this game to the best of his ability, making sure that he made the best possible rewards from it. "You two should get some rest. Tomorrow is the day we take a large step," Silver said, and left the both of them. Everyone spent their last day preparing for what might be their greatest mission yet. Those that were not fully human met with Lily, and she helped them out, giving them a temporary human form. They were still their true form inside, but the outside showed a different thing. The next day, Silver stood in front of a massive mirror in his room. His hair was jet black, and so were his eyes, like they were the path to the abyss. He didn't exactly look different, but it would be near impossible to tell who he was. For good measure, he also added a tattoo of a large serpent beast coiling around his neck, the head coming to the side of his face. "This looks good," he said, also checking his gear. It was the simplest black armor he could get his hands on. It worked well for conventional combat and wasn't too special. He searched through all his armor to finally find this, and he liked it, mostly because it was black. Now for the sword. Drake should already be fine with it. Silver left the room and headed down the hallway to find Drake. He contacted him and asked Drake to meet him. "I'm on my way to the throne room, Master." "I'm with the sword," Drake responded. So Silver changed his course to the throne room. He pushed the door open and saw that Drake was already inside waiting for him. "You have to stop doing that every single time," Silver said as he entered. Drake chuckled but didn't say anything. He just stretched out the sword for Silver to take. Silver collected it. It was in a black sheath, clean and simple. He grabbed hold of the sword and pulled it out, holding it above his head. The blade was black, yet it didn't look painted in the slightest. Silver admired the beautiful blade. He brought it close to his face and took a look at the edges. The blade seemed sharp as hell. "Damn, Drake, this looks crazy," Silver said. He tossed the blade into the air and caught it by the handle. He took a few practice swings to get the balance. The sword whistled through the air like it was cutting it. He spun a couple of times and slashed a few more before stopping. He sheathed the sword and then looked at Drake. "Thank you. Now we can finally set off," he said, and hung the sword on his waist. Everyone else was already waiting for Silver outside because he had said at the crack of dawn they would move out. Drake nodded and led the way while Silver followed. As he got to the door of the throne room, he turned around and looked at the throne. "It might be a while before I'll sit on you again. Stay warm for me," he said, and walked out, the door of the throne room slowly shutting behind him. Drake led him outside where everyone was waiting, all in human form. Silver was shocked to see this but happy as well. Now they would easily and seamlessly blend into society. Though Lily had told him a drawback of these transformations, and that was the fact that they would not be able to use their full strength, that wasn't really an issue now. Silver was going with Dawn, Amber, Leah, Faye, Leah, Sage, and Aaron, an 8-man party including him. Silver noticed that Leah had also changed her look from what it was before, mostly her hair and eyes, like Silver had done as well. She was a hero candidate, after all, and even if she might not be really popular, a lot of people knew what she looked like, and they had been waiting for the opportunity to take her from Silver. "Alright, everyone, it's been a long ride here, and we might not really see each other much after today. But remember, we have a job to do, and we must do it. Thank you all for honoring me and working with me. I'm not sure it would have been possible without you. And this is me pushing aside my massive pride and saying it as it is, Silver said. He walked to the large carriage that was prepared. It was more of a merchant carriage with a cover than a normal carriage. It was used to move goods of all sorts rather than people, but it still worked for all. Silver entered the back, and so did the 7 people that he would be going with. Aaron sat up front. He would be the one driving the carriage, controlling both horses. As for Drake and the rest that would be in the shadow, they would be using other means to get into the city. "Till we see," Silver said, and Aaron used the reins to whip the horses, starting their journey. The carriage pulled away from the castle, slowly departing. The castle grew smaller and smaller with every passing moment. "Tell me, why do we have to use the slow-traveling method?" "It will take us weeks to get to the Empire," Dawn said, and everyone else nodded in agreement. "Yes, exactly what I want." "You don't start building a reputation when you arrive at the Empire. You start on the road, the journey there. That's where it begins. I can assure you that we will go through some insignificant towns that will try to cause us issues. We'll meet mercenaries, thieves, and also a lot of people we will enjoy meeting. There's also the fact that there are monsters in the forests, and they'll probably attack us from time to time. We'll take them out. Then we'll find a way to make sure people hear about it, and it slowly starts reaching the Empire long before we even arrive. With that, we have a base and some sort of credibility. Also, we would have made some unknown enemies that will add spice to the whole thing. So, I know this will be a long and very boring journey, but it will give us a very good organic reputation," Silver said, leaning back against the carriage walls. Slowly, the carriage left the capital and entered the free road, actually beginning the journey. After half a day, the carriage left the borders of the kingdom, through the forest, into an empty valley path. The road to the Empire was north from the kingdom, and the route was filled with many dangerous places. That was one of the main reasons people didn't travel much or travel alone. Silver pulled out a map as they rode in the carriage. The map was carefully crafted to even show their current location in the form of a moving arrow. "This field is called the Devil Rabbit Field. It stretches from our kingdom all the way to the next kingdom, the Ronin Kingdom. I think they were one of the kingdoms that had a hand in the attack on Olin, though we didn't go after the rest. The field stretches out for a total of 120 kilometers, and with our current speed, it will take us about 2 days to get to the first Ronin village," Silver said. Silver, first question, why is this field called the Devil Rabbit Field?" Leo asked. "Oh, that. Well, I looked into it a bit, and I discovered that this field is unclaimed because a race called the Devil Rabbits lives here. Now, it would be easy to kill one, but the records show that they attack in groups reaching hundreds or thousands. In the grass on each side of the road are holes where the rabbits live, so we should be careful not to wake them up," Silver said. "It's funny. Humans separated themselves from other races, yet other races still live here in their place," Dawn said. "Actually, humans make up a very small population, Dawn. Also, the races that humans hate are the sentient and intelligent life forms that are smart and can pose global threats. More specifically, the ones that joined the First War. Humans can never really eradicate other races from their surroundings. It's not possible," Silver said. Aaron looked into the carriage and called Silver's attention. "You said something about the distance here over 100 kilometers and it will take 2 days. Do we stop on the way there? Do we take any stops? Or are we going straight there?" Aaron asked. I think we should take a break when night comes. We have to make it seem like we are a totally normal group of humans and actually need sleep. But for us to rest, we will have to make it to a clearing. A few have been carefully made over the years by past travelers so they wouldn't disturb the rabbits. So, if we get to one by nightfall, we'll camp there." "Does that work for everyone?" Silver asked. "Yeah, it does," they answered. "Then our journey will be a bit longer than the initial time frame that you gave," Aaron said. "Yup, but it doesn't matter." "Oh, also, Dawn, you said it would take weeks to get to the Empire." "Well, I'm estimating a good 4 weeks total before we get there, because on the map, there are 4 kingdoms before the Empire, and we are not going to rush past them. We have to take it at a reasonable pace. When we get to Ronin, we will stay a bit and carry out some things, maybe to build a little more reputation before we move on. There's also the point that we all don't know squat about the kingdoms, the Empire, or the continents. It's shocking that we've been doing things up till now with so little info. You could literally hold a blade to my neck and ask me where certain places are, and I wouldn't know anything about them. So, for the days we'll be staying, we'll also try to study and get everything we need to know about this continent from end to end, Silver said. Silver, you have photographic memory. Why the hell don't you know all that already? Leo asked. Because I've been running around doing other things. Also, it would shock you how much information there actually is. This entire continent is way crazier than I thought, and I'll need time to process the information properly, Silver said. Just have one of your clones do it, Leo said. That is true. You have so many things at your disposal, but you hardly use them. I'm beginning to think you don't know you're pretty rich, filled with resources, and also extremely powerful, Sage said. You guys are no fun. Let's just keep traveling, Silver said, pouting. But what they said did bring something to his mind. Why did he not always use all the things he had at his disposal? The journey continued quietly through the path in the Devil Rabbit territory. They moved at a steady pace while keeping completely off the sides. No one wanted to fight 100,000 rabbits. That's crazy work. They didn't speak much anymore as they went along, just a short chit-chat every now and then everyone would go back quiet. I don't know how travelers do this. I could reach the Empire in hours, or even less if I push it, Simva suddenly complained. He looked out the back of the carriage, watching the road as they went. You've been too fast-paced for a long time, bro, so taking things slow like this isn't your style, Aaron spoke from the front. Also, stop complaining. You made us use this method, Dawn said. I know, but still, it's crazy slow and boring, Silver said. You could kick up a storm and make the rabbits attack us, Aaron said with a laugh. The others laughed as well, taking it as a joke, but Faye saw that Silver wasn't laughing. Rather, he was looking at the field. Faye quickly tapped Leo and Sage and pointed at Silver. Sage immediately got up and pulled Silver's face away from the field. We are not going to fight thousands of rabbits because you're bored. Get it out of your head now, she spoke in an elder sister tone. Sure, she was weaker than Silver, but she was still his elder sister. I could probably handle all of them myself, Silver said. Unless you can give us a definite certainty that you can easily defeat all the rabbits without even one coming our way, we won't let you, Sage said. I could use my domain and trap them in, Silver said. Why are you suddenly dumb, Silver? I've heard about your domain from Lily. It's 10 kilometers large, right? This field, as you said, stretches for over 100 kilometers. There's no way it will cover all, Leah said. I can ask one of my clones to do it. Their domain would be bigger than mine, like 10 times. That should be able to cover, Silver said. No way are we allowing you to create a large 100-kilometer dome that will probably be high into the sky. Aren't we supposed to be ordinary adventurers now? Sage asked. Bro, you have to listen to them on this one. Your boredom is making you make the wrong decisions right now, Aaron said. Fine, I won't try to bring them out to fight, Silver said and folded his arms, still glancing at the field. Everyone saw that and let out a tired sigh. Leah suddenly spoke. Silver, if what I know is correct, the day we receive our blessings and curses is in 3 months, right? She asked. Simva looked at her and nodded. In 3 months. You'll need to go to the heroes, and I'll need to go to the Demon Kings. I don't know exactly what will happen when we receive it, but I'm certain that we will never be the same after it. I've met with a Demon King and a hero now, and they all have something in common. They lack genuine free will, or so I think. It's like they are the free beings, the unchained, the ones that could do what they want when they want. But in reality, it doesn't seem to be so. I don't know how to put it well into details, but we will have to be careful about the whole becoming heroes and demon kings. It might turn us into what we are not, he said and looked away. There are so many questions that I want answers to, but there is no one to really answer them for me, no one to tell me what is what and what is not, Silver said. I see, but no matter what happens, I'll never turn against you or be against you, Leah said. Thank you, Leah. Let's hope we can make that true, Silver responded. Speaking on the whole blood moon stuff and curses and blessings, you said we only have 3 months, and we will probably use the next few weeks traveling to the Empire, So what about the mission? Leo asked. Well, that means we have about 2 months to find out what we need to find out. It may not be a lot of time, but if we play our cards well, it will work out. Aside from even the Blood Moon, there is also the issue of the Dark Dragon Kingdom. We have a big target on our backs, and it's only a matter of time before the Empire makes a move or the Holy Kingdom. No one wants a king held by their enemy to stay in their place for too long. Because of the difficulty of government agreement, we have had enough time to stay in their home, but that will soon come to an end when they reach an agreement. And that will mean war against us, on a full scale. That is, either we are wiped away or we survive, Silver said, pointing out the coming issues of war. So what about you? They aren't allowed to touch you after all, Leah said. Well, yeah, destroying the kingdom is not exactly touching me, and they can destroy the kingdom because it's their land, but they can't touch me. It's as simple as that, though I am not planning to let them take down my kingdom in any way. And that's why we have been preparing, Silver said. Preparing? Do you mean the normal training that the army does? Leo asked. Nope, far from that. Drake, Lily, and I have been working on some things in preparation for the war. I'll not tell you any details though, and they are a surprise for the right time. Just know that even if the war comes in hot, we will be giving it back to them hot as well, Silver said. An evil smile hung from his face. The sky got deep, and the sun ended its journey. Luckily, they found a clearing that was made by former travelers. They stopped the carriage, and like every normal adventurer party, they made a fire and sat around it. Leah decided to cook since they brought things for cooking as well. Sage, Faye, and Amber decided to help. Silver was surprised that Mix didn't speak much during the whole journey, even when the discussion about the blessings and the curse came up. But he didn't want to worry over that right now. He would ask her if everything was all right later. Silver and Aaron sat near the fire on small stools that they brought along. They held small sticks in their hands and were burning them in the fire. Aaron then looked up and asked a question that Silver was not really expecting. Have you even thought about the possibility of more continents aside from this one? Silver paused after he heard the question. Of course, he had thought about the possibility. He came from a world where they had 7 continents, though not as big as the ones here. But still, this world would not have just one, right? It should have others. They couldn't be the center of everything. But when he thought of this, it made him question certain things. The goddess, the heroes, and the demon kings, they unknowingly gave the image that this continent was the center of everything. She never spoke of anywhere outside. All the wars that were fought to change and balance this world were fought here. All the major happenings that happened here. They all happened here. The demons, the celestials, the world tree, the dragons, everything, even the black dragon, they all happened here. And that didn't make any sense because if other continents existed, wouldn't all this affect them as well? There was a gap in the stories, a large one, and it made him confused. He tried not to think about it, but now that Aaron pulled his mind to it, it made him worry more and get even more confused. He looked at Aaron and spoke. Aaron, I'm not sure. I find it hard to believe that we are the only ones on this world, but I have no proof for anything at all, Silver said. So you are thinking like me, there might be other continents out there. But every time I think that line, it starts to make less and less sense, Aaron said. Yeah. It's like something is making it feel stupid in our minds, something is making it seem senseless to us, Silver said. Wait, are you trying to say there is a force that is stopping us from the realization of something? Aaron said. It's possible, Aaron. It doesn't make sense that everything is centered around us. Every story, every history, every detail is centered around our continent. It's like this continent is the whole world or something, and that is fishy, Silver said. As he said that, both of them felt a slight tremor. They immediately looked around and discovered all the others had fallen asleep. Something is here, get ready to fight, Silver said and pulled out his sword, while Aaron got ready as well. Suddenly, like a curtain, something pushed open the space, revealing a black void. A long, black, skinny hand came out of it, and then a second hand, a third, and a fourth. It opened the space wider, and the full figure came out to a hunched creature with one glowing red eye, no mouth, completely black and about 10 feet tall. It was skinny, all bones, and its black skin, with 4 arms and 2 very thin legs to hold it up. It walked out of the space it opened, and like a curtain, it swung close again. The creature stood there. It didn't have a mouth, yet it somehow made a low growling sound. Silver had never seen anything like this. It was the first time he had come across this creature, but his entire body was screaming one thing, and one thing alone. Run, run, run. Silver had never felt the urge to run away from anything like he did for this creature. Even when he stared at that puppet of the 12-winged weeping angel, he didn't feel this way. But right now, all he could think of was running away, and he didn't know why. "No way, I'm not running away from a battle," he said and looked at Aaron. Distracted. "I'll go for the attack," Silver said. He could see Aaron trembling in his knees, so he knew he was not the only one that feeling was affecting. "I'll try my best," Aaron said. While stuttering, Silver nodded and charged at the creature full speed. Aaron cast a massive blast of wind to distract the creature, but somehow, his spell stopped halfway, returned, and slammed into Aaron, sending him flying. Silver didn't have time to worry about Aaron. He continued charging, leapt into the air with his sword covered in abyssal flame, and slashed downward at full speed. His sword hit something, but the sword didn't hit the creature. It was as though it hit an invisible brick wall and stopped. Silver was shocked. He didn't even make it to the creature. The creature turned to look at him. Its eyes glowed brighter, and a light beam shot out of it, but Silver jumped out of the way as fast as he could. The light beam missed him. He landed on the ground and immediately retreated. His senses still screamed at him to run. Silver, for some reason, knew that holding back here would not be good, so he immediately transformed into his dragon. He was also about to summon his clones in their dragon form, but then he heard a loud resounding growl from the creature, and he forcefully transformed back into a human and fell to the ground, unable to move. The creature walked to Aaron first and blasted Aaron with its eye beam. Silver lay on the ground watching, unable to do anything. After blasting Aaron, the creature dropped Aaron and walked to Silver. It picked Silver up and blasted him with the beam as well, then dropped Silver back. Silver felt his sight fading as he watched the creature part the space again and walk into it. After that, he fainted. Hey, wake up already, you're a dragon. You shouldn't sleep so much." Silver heard someone calling out to him. His eyes flickered open slowly, and he saw Sage looking down at him. "Huh? What happened?" Silver asked as he slowly got up, and she moved her face out of the way. "What do you mean, what happened?" "You fell asleep. You just woke up." "So did Aaron," Sage said. When he heard Aaron's name, it was like something tried to pop into his mind, but he couldn't recall what it was exactly. He remembered sitting with Aaron, and after that, it was a general blank. Maybe that was the time he fell asleep. "We have to start going if we are going to make good time," Sage said. "Yeah," Silver responded and rose to his feet. He saw Aaron about to get on the carriage and ride it. He still had the feeling that something was not how it was supposed to be, but he couldn't tell exactly what it was. So he decided that he would sit beside Aaron and have a talk with him. Maybe he could figure out what happened. So he walked up to the carriage and got on the coachman's seat with Aaron. "Nice to see you up," Aaron said. Everyone got into the carriage, and Aaron resumed the journey. "Aaron, you and I sat together yesterday. Did we sleep off later?" Silver asked. "You and I?" "Yeah, we sat there yesterday. I think we slept off later." "Seems we were more tired than we thought," Aaron said, his eyes still facing forward as he rode. "That's weird. I am a full dragon and an evolved being at that. I could go entire months on a stretch without sleep. I decide when I want to go to sleep, or when I stay awake. That's just how much control I have over my body, yet somehow I fell asleep yesterday night?" Silver asked. "Don't bother about it too much. It's nothing to worry about. It's just sleep," Aaron said, still keeping his face forward. "Yeah, it's just sleep," Silver said, but his tone held disbelief, so he decided to talk to the others. He leapt from the carriage while it was moving, waited for it to pass him a little, then jumped into the back. "You seem jumpy today," Sage said, dropping a small pun. "I guess," Silver replied with a chuckle. "I have a question though. You guys cooked yesterday, right?" "At night," he said. "Yeah, We did. What about it? Leo asked. Did I eat what you cooked? Silver asked, and then all of them paused. I saw you seated with Aaron yesterday night, and, yeah, I think you ate. Amber spoke up, but she struggled to remember what really happened. I guess Amber is talking. No need to worry about her now. I have a different issue. You said you think. What makes you think that? Silver asked. Well, the pots we used were empty, the plates were stained with food, so it's easy to say that we ate, since the number of plates matched. I think you and Aaron went to sleep after eating, Amber said. I see. What about you all? Did you eat? Silver asked. Why the dumb questions? Sage asked. Yes, Silver. Amber just told you about the plates. That means we all ate, Leah said. So what did it taste like? Silver asked the best question. Huh? They all asked. Well, you see, I can't remember what the food I ate tasted like, so I would like you guys to remind me of what it tasted like. It might sound crazy, but I really need to know, Silver said. The girls all stared at him for a while, and then they finally spoke, all of them speaking at the same time. It was fine. It was me. It was tasty. It was good. I see, Silver said after hearing them, and what they said proved what he was thinking. Something was definitely wrong. I'll be meditating for a bit, guys. I'll talk to you all later, Silver said and closed his eyes. The girls looked at him with confused faces. Immediately Silver closed his eyes. He went into the summoning plane. Something is not adding up. I don't know why, but it seems that some crucial part of yesterday night is either messed up or missing. He telepathically called all the clones to come his way immediately, and they all arrived in seconds. Thank you all for coming quickly. You are all a part of me, so you already know the situation at hand. A detail from yesterday night is missing from my mind, all of them, I think. And I don't know why. Now we all know that it is virtually impossible for us to actually forget something. We might not pay attention to it, but it's definitely still in our minds. So now, why is there suddenly a gap? It feels weird and suspicious, so I want to get to the bottom of it. Does anyone have an inclination as to what happened? Silver asked. We are the same as you. We know something happened, but we can't tell what. Everything is just not there, one clone said. Any ideas how to try and get something or anything back? Silver asked while brainstorming at the same time. I have an idea, one clone spoke. If you can tell that the memories existed, that means a small fragment could not be erased from your mind. Now you have 11 minds in total. It's possible that the fragment left in the first mind is different from the one in the second mind. So like a puzzle and treasure hunt, you can seek out the fragments in all the 11 minds and piece them together. It might not give you the full picture, but it might offer you a clue as to what happened, and you can start building from there, the clone finished. That's a crazy good idea, Silver said with a bright smile. Silver did as the clones suggested and started searching through all his minds, trying to find the fragments that would be there. But it was a lot harder than he thought. He started with his own mind. Because of how well established his mind was, it was like a massive labyrinth that he started navigating. He started going through from the beginning of that day. It started with him waking up and getting ready to leave, with his new hair, his new look. After that, he got into the carriage that started the journey, with Aaron driving the carriage. He recalled when they got into the Devil Rabbit Labyrinth and also when he talked about learning about the continent. As soon as he reached that point, he was immediately taken to where he and Aaron sat together. It was like the word continent triggered a link to the specific memory. But as he and Aaron sat down, the memory began getting shaky and distorting. He could not make sense of it at all, but he could hear Aaron saying one word, and then everything scattered. The one word was continents. That was all he could get out of that memory, and the next memory that followed was him waking up the next day. Something did happen. Aaron and I spoke about something, but now it's like the memory was deleted from my head. Continents. What did we speak about continents? Was it about what I said of learning about the continents? Silver asked himself. Instead of monologuing, check your minds, one of the clones said and snapped Silver out of his thoughts. Yeah, but I want to at least try to see what Aaron and I could have discussed that had to do with continents, Silver said. It's possible that the word continents just entered the discussion once. It is highly probable that the word was not even the focal point of the discussion, a clone said. That makes sense, Silver said, and then started searching through the next mind. Like the first to keep, it had the same sequence, one that started with him getting ready and then leaving the kingdom, entering the Devil Rabbit field, and after that, having a discussion about learning about the continent. But this time, nothing happened. There was no sudden link. So his memory played out until it made it to the point that he was seated with Aaron again, and the memory started scrambling the same way. This time, he didn't hear anything. He only saw the flash of a red beam, and that was all. There was no other thing for him to get from there. The next memory was when he woke up. A red beam flash? What was that? He asked, but there was a gap, and so he could not think about what could have caused the red beam flash. Silver was beginning to get pissed right now. The two memories had little to no connection at all. Continents and then a red beam of light. What was the relationship between them? But all this happened in the night. There were a few hours in the night, and that meant that a lot could happen in that time. But this thought made Silver dread more, because if whatever happened was so long that it spread through the night, and he was only getting tiny fragments from his mind, he would not have enough to gather a good picture of what happened. But he refused to give up just yet. He looked through the next memory. The same process happened, but this one didn't go all the way to the end. It skipped from the moment Silver spoke of fighting the rabbits. The next memory he saw was himself in the air for just a split second and his sword in his hand, covered with flames. The image flashed and then vanished, and Silver was gradually getting pissed-like, very, very pissed. He expected that this memory would somehow link the first two, but it did nothing to help. This time, it just showed him in the air with his sword, seemingly fighting something. And this was already the third memory. He had 7 left to go, and with the way it was looking, he could not gather a good picture at all. But he decided not to lose hope yet. He searched through the 4th memory, and this time, he remembered the moment when his eyes closed and he fainted. But he at least got something added this time, because he saw something like a veil of reality closing. Sadly, that was all he really saw, and again, there was no connection. Why would he see that right before he passed out or fell asleep? What was the connection between anything that he had seen so far? There was no single connection. He went through the 5th memory, and in this one, he saw Aaron flying through the air. And in the 6th one, he saw the red beam flash again. The 7th memory was Drake casting a spell at something, and the 9th one was Silver hitting the ground. The 10th was Silver seeing the others sleeping on the ground. That was the final memory, and after seeing all, the only conclusion that Silver could come to was that he and Aaron got into a fight somehow that night, and now they have no recollection of it. The issue at hand now was, what were they fighting? Why were all his other friends sleeping while he was fighting? These were just the few questions that were now in Silver's head. Something is happening. Someone did something to me, probably the person that I fought. This is bad, and I need to figure out what to do, Silver said. The only thing we have to go on is the word continents, so let's just start yapping about continents, and maybe it will help, one clone suggested. And it seemed like an idea that was worth trying right now. Silver and all the clones stayed talking about the continent, but then one of them mentioned 7 continents, and like a trigger, it made Silver say, more than one continent. This world could have more than one continent, yet it seems like everything circles around this continent. And it does seem to make sense why it would be that way. Everything that I've known and learned seemed to be tied to this continent, but no other continent is mentioned. After saying that, like a rushing stream, the memories of the night before flooded his mind, the discussion he had with Aaron, and the mysterious being that suddenly showed up and fought them. The helpless feeling that washed over his body, the fear that he felt, the want to run away, all that, he recalled them as clearly as possible. How his attacks did little to nothing, how he could not even make a full move against that creature, the first time in his life that he felt genuine fear for another creature. He recalled how space was shifted and how the creature came, then left. I see, so that is what happened, that being came out and erased my memories and that of Aaron, specifically the memories of last night. That creature didn't want us to discover something about the other continents, Something is being hidden, and that creature is fighting against me knowing or anyone," Silver said, as he sat down on the ground and crossed his legs. "So what do you do?" "It's not like we can fight it." "For the first time, we were utterly scared of a being," a clone said. "It's like I felt powerless. I couldn't even breathe well. When I faced the white figures of order, I didn't feel that fear. When I faced the dark figure from Ophelia that completely suppressed me, I didn't feel that way. Against the 12-winged weeping angel, I didn't feel that way. The heroes and the demon kings are not even to be counted because they aren't an issue now. Yet somehow, this figure stopped me, scared the living hell out of me," Silver said. "Why didn't the creature attack this time? You spoke about the other continents. Why didn't it come to erase your mind?" a clone asked. "Maybe it's the summoning plane. That might be the reason why it couldn't attack," another clone said. "Let's not worry about that now. We will look into the issue later. For now, we can't let the others know what happened. We have to understand our standing. But what we do know is that there's something very massive, way bigger than the demon kings, heroes, and maybe even bigger than the celestials and the demons. And Ophelia didn't tell me. She held something back from me. I knew she had her own secrets and some things that she couldn't tell me. But now, this is something very different and something that affects me. I need an explanation from her, one way or the other," Silver said. Ophelia sat in a room. She picked the cup on the table and sipped from the tea. She placed the tea on the table and reclined into the chair. The black figure walked in through the wall of the room and sat beside her. He glanced at the violence of tea, and by some mysterious means, the tea slowly emptied from the cup without him drinking it. "That's nice," he said. "What is it?" she asked. "Silver had a run-in with Void," he said, and dropped the cup on the table. Immediately she heard that, she sat up quickly and faced him. "What did you say?" she asked again to confirm what he said. "He met with Void, and you know that there is only one way that you can meet Void," he said, and leaned into the chair. "The only way to meet Void is by getting too close to the truth of the continents, a contingency that was created to ensure that no one from the continent knows about the others," she said. "Yes, and Silver, being the over-deductive person with several minds and several clones with even more minds, couldn't let the thought rest. But it was a normal thing for him to have the thought, but it was in the back of his head, so there was no issue. It was his friend, Aaron, who sparked the discussion. From the discussion spiraled out of control, and Silver's brain started deducing. "And I believe that Void decided that it was too risky, and so he came and did his job." "One issue though," he said. "What issue?" "Void always takes and replaces the memories of the people that he attacks," she said. "Oh yeah, that's what he does, but Silver is not just anyone. He has 10 times more powerful minds, and Void does not know that." Void used the same normal power to wipe Silver's brain, and that left fragments that could link and rebuild the memories. "Knowing your Silver, he has either fixed it or is close to doing it, and when he does, he'll know that you have hidden something from him," he said. "I see, that's an issue. Silver will surely start researching the continents, and he'll also find a way to question me. We can't have Void wipe his memories again if he hasn't done anything wrong. That will go against order." "This is really bad," she said. "I've told you, you should have told the kid everything. Hiding the truth from him is not helping at all. There is so much that he doesn't know, and if he finally finds out, he'll be shocked and might hate you," he said. "Let it go. I'm not going to tell him. And you can't as well. We can't. It will shatter everything that we have built for so long. I think your main issue should be negotiating with Ragnar and trying to stop his stupid war. I'd hate to get involved," she said. "All right, see you later," he said, and vanished. Silver came out of the summoning plane. He had been there for quite a while trying to figure out his memories, but it was worth it. Though that was not his priority. His priority was his journey. If he wanted to get another opportunity to meet with Ophelia, dealing with the Empire would be the best thing to do. He did not want to risk speaking about the continent again because that being evidently showed him that he was nothing compared to him. "How long will it take to make time to the nearest village?" Sage asked Silver after he woke up. Silver pulled out the map and took a look at it. "We should be making it by night today. That's if we keep up the speed and nothing happens," Silver said. Suddenly, they heard a loud scream. Aaron stopped the carriage immediately. and everyone came out and looked in the direction of the scream. They saw two kids, a boy and a girl, running through the grass field like their life depended on it. Well, it did, because 100 rabbits were chasing after them. The devil rabbits were all white in color, with 4 red eyes and razor-sharp front teeth. The more they ran through the field, the more rabbits came out and chased them. "We should help them," Silver said. "If we want to make an image for ourselves, what better way than pointless heroic acts?" Silver said with a smile, and then he kicked off the next second, going towards the children. Dawn charged in as well to help, running in behind Silver. "Dawn, take the kids to safety, and I'll take care of the rabbits," Silver said. She nodded in response. They reached in a few seconds, and even when they were acting much more weakly, the distance was still little. Silver pulled out his new sword and jumped in between the rabbits and the kids. He stabbed his sword into the group, and an explosive darkness blasted out of the ground like a veil, blocking all the rabbits. Dawn came in behind Silver and grabbed the kids. She leapt into the air immediately, covering half of the field already, and with 2 jumps, she made it out of the field. But even with just those 2 jumps, the rabbits still came out, and their closest target was Silver, who they all started attacking. Silver pulled his sword out of the ground, and the veil came down, allowing the rabbits to attack. He started slashing with his sword, butchering rabbit after rabbit, but their number kept increasing from all angles. Before he started this journey, he had made a mental note of everything that he would be allowed to use on this journey, a set of skills that would not give away his real self. This limited him a lot, but that didn't bother him, because after all, he was still the overpowered dragon that he was. His body soon became a blur as he cut through the rabbits. With every slash, 10 rabbits were killed, but their number kept increasing. Silver planted his feet into the ground and then spun around with a slash that exploded with purple flames like a tornado, blasting and burning the rabbits. It created a small opening for him, and he charged out of it, running towards the carriage. "Get the carriage moving," he shouted. Aaron did as he said and immediately got back on the carriage. Everyone got in. Dawn threw the 2 kids in and entered, and the carriage started moving. Silver got out of the field and started chasing after the carriage with thousands of rabbits chasing after him. He added his speed and made it to the carriage and leapt in. "Go faster, Aaron," he said as soon as he got in, and Aaron whipped the horses to go faster. Amber got up from her seat, took out her bow, and a well-fletched arrow. She set the shot and pulled the string. A green aura formed around the bow. She fired it, and the bow whistled through the air and hit the ground before the rabbits. Hundreds of vines with deep thorns shot out of the ground and trapped the rabbits while blocking the rest. "Thanks, Amber," Silver said. "You owe me now," she said happily and went to sit back down. Silver looked at the kids inside the carriage, and then he telepathically spoke to his party here. "From now on, I'm going by the name Teron," he said. He got up and sat down, then he focused on the kids. "What were the 2 of you doing in such a field?" "You look no older than 12, he said. The girl immediately wanted to speak, but the boy tugged on her to keep quiet. But Silver saw that. "If you don't speak, I'm more than happy to hand you back to the rabbits that nearly killed you," Silver said, and the look on his face said it all. He wasn't joking at all. "We wanted to get a devil rabbit," the girl said. "Why the hell would you want to do that?" Sage asked. "It was a quest in our town's guild. Normally a devil rabbit is considered a D-level threat, something that we could handle. But no one had taken the quest, and that was weird, but we needed the pay and it was good. So I and my sister gathered some information on where we could get the rabbits," the boy spoke. "I think you 2 are new to adventuring," Leah said. "Yes, we started a month ago," the boy said. "That would explain this," Silver said. "When you see a low-level quest, good pricing, and no one has taken it, doesn't that tell you something is wrong? What you should have been looking for is not where to find the rabbits, but why no one is going for the rabbits. This field holds millions of devil rabbits, and they attack in groups of thousands. That's the place you walked into. A single rabbit is easy to kill, the same can't be said for 1,000, Silver said. "We should have known something was wrong with the quest. We just needed the money, so we had to take it," the boy said. "Life is more important," Teron said and turned away. "We are sorry to have stressed you all, and thank you for saving us," The girl said, "You are welcome. How about we give you two a ride back to your town? I believe we are on our way there. Also, don't be frightened by Teron over there. He is a logical person, and he believes people should really think before doing things, but at times, that can take the joy out of life," Sage said. Teron glanced at them and looked away again. He wasn't used to being addressed as Teron, but he would have to get used to it soon enough, as it had to be natural to the extent that no one could tell. "So, what are your names?" Sage asked. "I am Caliph, and she is Rainin," the boy said. "Those are nice names." "My name is Sage," she introduced herself. "You guys are really a trio." "Are you adventurers?" Caliph asked. "Actually, yes, and we are not all that strong," Sage said. "What do you mean not strong?" "She ran so fast and jumped so far," Caliph said, pointing at Dawn. Then he looked at Silver. "He killed hundreds of rabbits faster than the blink of an eye. The only person in our town that can be that strong is the A-ranked adventurer Zora," he said. "I guess we are a little bit strong, but can you do us a favor?" Sage asked. "Yes, you saved us, after all, and we acted rudely to you. We owe you our lives," Rainin said. "All right, all we want you to do is, when you head back to town and anyone asks you how you survived, just tell them that you were saved by us. Don't give them the details of what we did or how we did it because we are trying to keep a low profile," Sage said. "Okay, we understand." "We won't tell them exactly what happened." "But if I might ask, why not?" Caliph asked. "Well, because we don't want to draw too much attention. We don't plan on staying long in your town, so we don't want to attract too much trouble during our stay," Sage said. "If you tell anyone that we took on the rabbits, I'll find you and actually cut your throats open," Teron said and looked away. "He doesn't mean that," Sage said with a laugh, but she was certain that Silver could do just that if he wanted to. Due to the issue of the rabbits, Aaron had ended up pushing the horses to go faster, so they got to the town after sunset. The town was as small as Ribist, and the entrance was pretty much unguarded. The carriage entered the town, drawing attention from the people immediately. "There's no security." "Why is that?" Teron asked Caliph. "That's not normally how it is, but on the other side of the town, abominations tried to enter from the neighboring town. All the guards have been stationed there, trying to fight it off and safeguard the town," Caliph explained. "That's dumb. You leave your town open in order to defend it? What if the abominations somehow manage to come through this side?" Leah spoke. "It's an issue with small towns, and it has been like that even in my hometown, Ribist," Leah responded to her. "Small towns lack personnel. The pay that the guards get is really low and can barely feed them. So most younger people prefer to become adventurers and seek out their own success by themselves. This leaves the town with very few people to work with, so security is thin. I'm sure whoever is in charge saw this as a big enough risk to actually pull all his men to the other side," Leah explained. "They could ask the help of adventurers," Faye spoke. "My father did it all the time back when I was younger. Whenever there was a situation that needed fixing and he lacked manpower, he would get adventurers to help." "That's because Ribist was a well-funded town," Teron said, finally joining the discussion. "Ribist was a prime location. It held many uses, to be honest, so the kingdom gave it a good cash flow. But this town here is at the border, next to the field, next to the kingdom that everyone hates now, a dark dragon. There is no import or export. From the looks of things, they also don't produce any really good raw materials that could pull funds toward the town. So it's normal that the kingdom would remove funding from the town. Now, the reason why funding is important is because adventurers are very expensive. They wouldn't all help a town for nothing. It might look like they are helping, but behind the scenes, they actually get some sort of reward. Looking at this town's lack of funds, it's normal to assume that the person in charge couldn't pay for adventurers to help at all. I ascertained that from the fact that they only had one A-ranked adventurer. Even with a small town this size, they should have more. I'm guessing the lack of resources is making adventurers leave," Teron explained. "Makes sense," Amber said. "When some elf towns and villages needed to be cut away for certain reasons, my father would cut the line of resources that would normally come to them. This would force all of them to go in search of better towns and cities to survive, and the empire could do what they wanted with the land that they had cleared up. It's a sinister technique to get rid of a town, but they managed to get the elves out without hurting anyone in the process. Maybe some hunger and struggle before they left, but it's ultimately a good method, she explained. The carriage pulled deeper into the town. Caliph led them to the nearest inn so they could spend the night. Humans had two main recognized currencies, the Empire coins and the Holy coins. The Holy coins held more monetary value than the Empire coins, but the Empire coins were used more. And when Silver took over their kingdom, there was a lot of both in the treasury, so he had enough to live rich here if he wanted. The inn was a two-story building. It wasn't very large, but it looked like it had enough rooms, so they decided it was best for them to rest the night here. Sorry, Teron. My sister and I are really grateful for your help today. We would have died if it was not for you, and we owe you for that. Hopefully, we will get to see you before you continue your journey from our town, Caliph said. It's highly unlikely that we will see you tomorrow. We will head to the Adventurers Guild to fix some documents, and then we will have to leave your town and head for your capital. Thank you for helping us, and please remember that you can't tell anyone the details of how we saved you. I wasn't joking when I said I would cut your throat, he said, and then threw a pouch of coins at Caliph, but Caliph was not ready, and the pouch hit him in the face and fell to the ground. Ouch, that hurt, Caliph said and moved to pick the pouch from the ground. Sigh, I can't believe you went out to even get a devil rabbit, Silver said. Caliph looked up with an embarrassed expression. Thank you for this, he said and slightly bowed. Rainan did the same, and they both started walking away, heading deeper into the town. Caliph walked over 100 meters away before he opened up the pouch, and what he saw shocked him. He had felt the size of the pouch and thought it was filled with so many coins, so he assumed they were all copper imperial coins at best. No one would just randomly hand a pouch of silver or gold coins to someone they had just met, but he was greatly off, and not by a small margin. He was off by a lot. Inside the pouch that Silver had given him were gold imperial coins, shining with their beautiful luster. He quickly put his hand inside and picked up a coin, looking at it closely. On one side, the majestic emblem of the Empire was engraved, a sword with wings, while on the other side was the face of a man, seemingly one of the emperors who ruled before. There was no way this could be fake. It wasn't possible, and this gave Caliph joy to no end. He looked at his sister, and he could see a bright smile on her face as well. She couldn't hide her happiness. Caliph returned the coin into his pouch and strapped it back to his waist. He and his sister walked into the night, but it seemed someone had seen them. A shadow crept after they left, eyes gleaming with evil as he watched them go. Aaron, they have a barn behind the inn. Take the carriage there and come meet us, Silver said and walked in with the others. The lower side of the inn was a bar and restaurant, though it seemed to mostly be used as a bar. Silver pushed the door open. The thick smell of beer and all sorts of booze filled his nose, with the loud voices of drunk men filling his ears. The bar had sets of round tables to the left and right, while a path was left through the center for people to walk. It also allowed everyone in the bar to see who was coming in, so when Silver and the girls stepped in, all attention turned to them. A handsome young man with 6 beautiful ladies that was sure to drag attention. Some people were outright jealous, while some wondered who these people were. Silver didn't pay attention to any of them, though. He walked straight to the counter. The bartender was a lady who looked like she was in her mid-20s, with blonde hair and eyes, and a face covered in freckles. She had a simple black shirt and leather pants on, with a stained apron around her waist. We'd like to get some rooms if it's possible, Silver said. We do have some rooms available, but looking at your number, you'll have to lodge 2 people per room, and one person will get a room all to himself, she said, the himself hinging at Silver. She didn't know his relationship with the ladies, but as common knowledge, she didn't want him to be in the same room as any of the girls. Or at least, she thought that was common knowledge, but it was just stupid, seeing as all of them were already adults. I want to be in the same room with Teron. Dawn stepped up and spoke, and immediately after she said that, Silver knew she had just started an argument because that was exactly what followed. The girls started arguing over who would get the opportunity to be in the same room as Silver, all of them pulling at him while Silver watched, not knowing what to do. The bartender also watched, and she was confused. She tried to do them a favor, yet all of them seemed to want exactly what she was trying to prevent. At this point, all the men in the bar were now looking at this scene, and they all officially hated Silver because his life was too unfair to them. To have so many ladies arguing over getting a chance to stay with Hema, that was heaven. They all gave him death stares, like they would kill him in the next instant. Luckily for Silver, Aaron finally walked in, and so the number was complete, and Silver could talk. "I'll be spending the night in the same room as Aaron." Caliph and Rainan headed through the dark streets of their town, with only some light crystals at certain locations providing any illumination. They walked at an undisturbed pace. Their home was a little far off, but they knew a way to shorten the distance, a way through a dark alley. So, they passed through there, quietly walking, when suddenly a shadow appeared in front of Themo, a figure of a thin man holding a dagger, his bloodlust oozing from his body. His very presence made the air deathly chilly, and the smell of death soon filled the environment. Caliph quickly grabbed hold of his sister's hand and took a step back, pulling her as he did. He took another step and then made to turn around, but as they did, they saw another person standing there. A middle-aged man with a brown, stuffy beard that matched his hair. In his hand was a sword, well polished and cleaned, but the reek of blood could not be wiped from the sword. Even without much light, his eyes gleamed with a sinister light. "We saw what that traveler handed to you, gold imperial coins. Hand them over, and your death will be fast and painless," the man said. "Ha ha ha ha, your deaths will be horrible either way," the thin man said and launched at the kids. His dagger was held in a reverse grip, his feet barely touching the ground before he took the next step. His target, Rainan. Caliph moved fast. He grabbed his sister and pulled her out of the way, putting her behind him and covering her with his body. The man's dagger dug into Caliph's shoulder, and blood sprayed out like a fountain. Caliph stumbled backward, heading toward the ground, but Rainan held him up. She pointed her hand at the man and quickly cast a spell. "Windblade," she yelled, and a blade of wind shot toward the man. But the man dodged to the side easily and charged at them again. This time, Caliph used his left hand since his right arm was injured. He pulled out a dagger that had been tucked into his trousers and blocked the man's attack at the last moment. Caliph did manage to block the attack, but the force behind it was too great for him to manage. His wrist was immediately dislocated, and the man shot through his arm. "Ugh!" he cried out in pain, falling to the ground. Rainan knelt beside him, trying to help her brother, but it seemed the thin man would not let her. As he approached them. "Use it now, Rainan, save yourself," Caliph said to his sister. "No, I'm not leaving you here." "We will make it out of here together," she said, breaking into tears. "Rainan," he yelled, getting her attention back. "I'll be fine. Just go and call for help. I'll hold them off." "Call Sir Teron," he said with an assuring smile. Rainan was still very reluctant, but they were running out of time. So she quickly took out a piece of paper and started pouring mana into it. Both men saw this and knew she was about to do something, so they charged at full speed, but they were too late. The paper glowed and vanished, and immediately, Rainan shot into the sky, flying at a very fast pace. The men looked at her go, their faces filled with rage. The thin one immediately grabbed Caliph and lifted him off the ground. "Where did brats like you get your hands on an escape talisman?" he asked. But Caliph didn't answer. "You want to play that game? Fine, I'll kill you, and I'll kill your sister as well," the man said and raised his dagger to stab. Aaron and I will be taking one room, Silver said to them. He walked to Aaron and grabbed him, pulling him to the counter. The girls all gave Aaron death stares, but there was nothing they could really do now, as this setup made the most sense. For some reason, Silver's decision to go with Aaron pissed off the men in the bar more because he had the opportunity to get with all these beautiful ladies, and he threw that away. "Your stay will be 4 silver coins, or 8 imperial copper coins," the bartender said. Silver nodded and took out a silver imperial coin, placing it on the counter. "The rest is a tip," Silver said. The lady saw the coin, and like a reflex action, she quickly took it from the counter. She pulled out a drawer and took some keys before walking out from behind the counter. She signaled to one of the waitresses to watch while she was gone, and then she led the way upstairs. When they got up, She showed them to their rooms and handed them keys. Everyone was about to head into their rooms when they heard commotion downstairs, so they all trooped down. It was Rainin. She stood at the center of the bar, screaming out Teron repeatedly. A massive man, he got up, irritated by her noise, and walked to her, raising his hand to hit her. But as he tried to move his hand, it didn't. He looked to his side and saw Silver holding his hand, and before he could even say anything, Silver pulled the man down and gave him an uppercut that knocked him out. His massive body fell to the ground with a loud bang. Silver walked to Rainin and held her, stopping her from screaming. "Rainin, Rainin, I'm here." "What's wrong? Tell me," Silver asked. Rainin looked up at Silver, tears pouring from her eyes. She tried to control herself and speak quickly. After all, her brother's life was on the line. "Caliph," sob. "Caliph is about to die," sob. She managed to say. Silver turned and looked at his party. "We are moving now," Silver said. He carried Rainin and bolted out at full speed. "Where is he?" he asked as he ran. She pointed in the direction. Silver ran in that direction. Silver moved fast, but he moved at a speed that would not hurt her. He entered the alley she pointed to, and immediately, the smell of blood reached his nose. He dropped her and walked into the alley slowly. He already knew what had happened, but he still wanted to see. He finally reached where Caliph's lifeless body lay, but he was not just simply killed. It was a gruesome murder. His body lay on the ground naked, with absolutely no covering. Deep cut marks riddled his now pale body. His blood had completely leaked out into a puddle, and his innards lay bare on the floor. His eyes had been gouged out completely, a deep cut was on his neck, and there were signs of severe beating all over his body. He was missing a few fingers and toes. Silver looked at the body, not moving at all, his eyes scanning it from head to toe. The rest of the party arrived, and they came in with Rainin. The moment they saw the scene, Dawn moved to cover her eyes. But Rainin had already seen her brother lying on the ground. She broke down instantly, her body trembling, her breath haggard. She fell to the ground, but Dawn quickly caught her. Aaron walked close to Silver, took a look at the body, and a frown formed on his face. "It was a game to them," Silver said. "Yeah, they didn't even try to hide it. They just toyed with him, did what they wanted, and left him to bleed out before cutting his throat." "The cut on his throat doesn't look like it bled out too much, and that means he was allowed to bleed before finally being killed," Aaron said. "He didn't deserve this," Silver said. He stared at the body as if he was trying to burn the image into his head. "What do you want to do now, Silver?" "This is not our place." "Making a careless move would not really be good," Aaron said. "Who will find out? Whoever did this will simply vanish, and their remains will never be seen." "But I'll make sure I caused them so much pain that they beg for death and still not receive it," Silver said coldly, his bloodlust seeping out of him like a raging river. "Take his body, report it to the Adventurers Guild or the inn we're staying at. I just make sure someone takes care of his body," Silver said, and walked past Aaron, right to Rainin, who was still shaking and crying. Silver knelt down in front of her. She slowly looked up and saw him kneeling there. "Rainin, I'm sorry." "I'm really sorry," Silver said, and bowed his head to her. Everyone was shocked when he did this. This was Silver that they all knew, and even if he was acting as terror now, he would not bow to a weak human like Rainin. Rainin saw Silver bowing his head, and she said one thing: "Vengeance." "I want vengeance," she said, her two eyes showing a glow of conviction. "Are you sure you want that?" "The path of vengeance is one of darkness and emptiness," Silver said. "That's what I want. I want them to suffer for what they did. He was my only family, he was my world, and they took him away from me without a single care," Rainin said, her voice clear, no sobbing or crying. "Good. That was what I wanted to hear." "Rainin, we will get your vengeance, and by your very hand. For now, you need to rest. Dawn will take you back to the inn to sleep." "But I want you to tell me about the people that killed your brother or what they looked like," Silver said. He was partially shocked to see Rainin recovering fast from the death of her brother. No, this was not recovery. Her mind was too devastated from the death of her brother, and so it quickly shifted into the best coping method it could find, and that was killing the people who killed her brother. But he didn't care. It worked for him either way because he wanted to kill all of them, torture them slowly, and made them wish for death. A thin man with a dagger and an average man with a sword. Both of them reek of death and blood, she said with a serious expression. That will be enough. You should go and rest. I'll go and find them. No one should follow me, Silver said. He didn't even bother hiding behind Rainan. His dragon wings came out, and he shot into the air. He flew high into the sky, several tens of meters, and then he stopped, looking down at the town, allowing all his senses to spread out far and wide around the town. In less than 10 seconds, he spotted the people he wanted to find. Two people seated in a run-down house, a thin man and an average mana, and he could sense their bloodlust from where he was. Found you, Silver said with a sick smile on his face. He immediately shot in that direction, causing a sonic boom due to his speed. He arrived at their hideout, a run-down house, but to his surprise, this house had a good number of formations set around it to secure it. But Silver walked through them. His steps destroyed the formations easily. He made it to the door and knocked, but no one answered, so he knocked again. Finally, he sensed someone coming towards the door. The door opened, and the thin man peeked out. He saw Silver and spoke. "What do you want? How did you get to our door without us noticing?" he asked. "Which one should I answer?" "Well, either way, I don't have the time to waste," Silver said and kicked the door open, sending the man flying into a wall. Silver walked in. The smile on his face didn't go down, but his bloodlust already filled the entire room. The man got up on his feet after hitting the wall, and his colleague also seemed ready to fight. They both pulled out their weapons, a dagger and a sword. "You bloody bastard, I don't know who you are or what you want here, but I'm going to make sure I skin you alive," the thin man said in rage and rushed at Silver. Silver didn't move until the last moment. He sent a powerful kick into the man's chest, sending him flying again and slamming into the walls. "You bloody assholes touched someone you shouldn't have," Silver said. He walked deeper into the house, and with every step, a rumble could be felt. The second man saw how easily Silver tossed his friend. His immediate thought was to beg, but he could feel the bloodlust coming from Silver, and he knew what genuine bloodlust was like. He knew for a fact that Silver was not there to play with them or show them any mercy. He was there to kill them. So he had to at least fight and try to survive this. He was an experienced fighter, after all. He would not allow Silver to simply bully him. He charged at Silver with his sword pulled, coming in for a slash from the top. Silver simply stepped to the side and sent a kick to his gut. The man arched upward in the air before falling to the ground. He struggled to breathe from just one kick. "You know, I have to thank both of you. I was thinking of where I'd be keeping you to torture after I found you, but you went ahead and made it easy for me, creating the perfect conditions for me to torture the living hell out of you," Silver said. Tendrils slowly came out of the ground and wrapped around both men, carrying them before Silver. He stared at them writhing and struggling to break free, but nothing was working for them. "Please, I beg you, we didn't do anything. If you want money, we can give it to you," the thin man said, but before he could finish all his begging, a tendril stabbed into his eye. Blood sprayed in all directions. "Ugh, you bloody shit!" he screamed in pure agony. "So you think lying to me will help you? You said you didn't do anything. You didn't hurt anyone?" Silver asked. Another tendril stabbed into the man's second eye. He screamed as loud as he could, but their own pre-installed voice sealing formation kept the sound inside. "What the fuck did we do to you? This is the first time we have met." "The first time?" the man screamed in pain. He writhed more and more, but he couldn't even move a little. The tendrils held him tightly. Silver pulled out a healing potion and force-fed the man. The healing potion immediately kicked in, and the man's eyes healed within seconds. "I have 1,000 of those healing potions." "Do you know what that means?" Silver asked. Both men shivered uncontrollably. They could already tell what Silver had planned for them. "You killed a kid today. You toyed with him, remember? Used him like he was some sort of toy. You made quite the artwork with him. He had dreams, aspirations. He wanted to be an adventurer. But because of your greed and sadistic nature, you killed him and took the coins as well. You turned his body into a canvas for your blade, marking him all around and cutting pieces, letting him bleed. You targeted the parts of his body that would make him bleed even more, But you didn't stop there. You also used brute force ear kicks and punches, so you did it all. For only a kid that was 12 years old. You did all that to a kid who could barely defend himself. Now, honestly, I've never cared for what people did. Even if you killed 1,000 babies, I would have no issues with that. But if you touch one baby I have taken a liking to, I'll make sure I show you hell. And as it stands now, I have taken a liking to Caliph and his sister Rainin. But you killed Caliph, and now you have broken the innocent Rainin. Behind this calm expression I show, I am enraged, and I'm barely holding myself back. But we don't have to rush, or I have until morning with you, Silver said. And as the men shivered when they heard that, Silver saw it, and his smile widened. Are you already scared? No. You shouldn't be. Because my aspect is only the first phase. After I'm done and the day breaks, Rainin will come here, and I'll show her how to continue your torture and get the revenge for her brother that she deserves. Now, let's begin. We will start with 1,000 cuts. There will be no stopping until the cuts are completed, Silver said. 2 tendrils came out of the ground. He took out 2 daggers and handed them to the tendrils. They grabbed them, and each one moved close to its target like it had a mind of its own. Please no, please no, please stop, stop, stop. The man cried out in fear. But the more Silver heard them beg, the more his rage increased. What right did they have to beg? Why should they beg? They killed a child without a moment of thought. They went as far as toying with Caliph until he died. So them begging now was highly irritating. The tendrils started cutting the men's skin with deep cuts. The men started yelling and trying to move, but they couldn't. Blood started pouring to the ground after the first cut. This was only the first cut, and it felt terrible. 1,000 more, and they were sure to lose their minds. But Silver wouldn't let them. He was only getting started. He would go from physical to mental torture and continued the circle till the break of day. The yells of the men grew louder and louder with every cut to their bodies. A puddle of blood had formed beneath them. Silver made sure that their cuts wouldn't kill them but would only cause immense pain. The cutting continued until both men couldn't scream anymore. Their entire pain senses were already overwhelmed. No new cut could make them feel different now. But they were only 500 cuts in. And Silver meant it when he said he would be giving them 1,000. We are hardly done here. Why would you guys reach a breaking point already? He asked as he pulled out 2 healing potions. He walked to them and force-fed them, the liquid inside the bottle sliding down their throats slowly. He ensured that every drop got into their mouths. The healing factor immediately got to work, rebuilding and fixing their bodies at a crazy pace. In less than a minute, all their wounds, their trauma, everything was healed. When the men saw their bodies restored and the sly smile plastered on Silver's face, they fell into another round of torture. Torture wasn't all about physical pain. It went deeper, hitting the psychological level, making sure the person felt hopeless, then giving them some hope before dashing it to the ground again. It was a rinse and repeat cycle that continued until the mind completely broke. Please, we beg you, stop, you monster. The slim man yelled. A tendril rose to his mouth and slashed it. The cutting continued for another hour. The gruesome screams grew louder and louder until they reached the point where the men became numb again. But now, the 1,000 cuts were complete. Silver took out the potion again, slowly force-feeding both of them, ensuring every drop got in. The healing factor kicked in, and they healed up very fast again. Their faces held horror, their eyes trembled in fear. They looked at Silver, the definition of evil. He was the devil, but the devil was in no way done with them. You both have finished phase 1. Lucky you, you managed to survive, and we still have a few hours before dawn. But sadly, I am not done yet. There's much more I'd like to do. I want to test how resistant the both of you are to heat, Silver said. Gluttony has not been fed. You will soon enter depraved mode. A notification that Silver hadn't seen in a long while popped up. He had completely forgotten about gluttony. He normally consumed souls from the gates of hell to satiate it, but he had neglected it for a while and hadn't collected any souls recently. He tried to take souls from Hell's Gate, but then he realized he had spent them all. There was nothing inside anymore. Oh shit. I haven't used Hell's Gate and Gluttony in a while. I don't have any souls left. Shit, Silver muttered. He looked at the two men. He couldn't take their souls now. That it would be against what he agreed with Rainin. Sigh. I'll have to find a way out of this, Silver said. You should head to Devil Rabbit Field. Mind 2 spoke to him. Yeah, drop a clone here and head the fast. Another mind chipped in. All right. Silver brought out one of his clones. Take care of their torture, he said, then spread his wings, shooting through the roof at full speed. He shot through the air, creating a massive sonic boom, traveling faster than the speed of sound. You have 2 minutes until depraved mode. The system warned him again. Silver flew harder, pushing himself to a crazy speed. He reached the field in less than a minute and went straight into it. He landed like a rocket, causing a massive crater and blasting debris and dust all around. Hell's Domain, he cast, not wasting a second. His eyes were turning red and glowing. He was getting closer to depravity. The domain spread out immediately, covering 10 kilometers. The devil rabbits all felt the disturbance and rushed out, charging at him all at once. Silver felt their speed wasn't fast enough, so he raised his hand, and all the rabbits flew into the air and shot toward him at twice the speed. He took out a dagger and slashed his arm immediately. Hell's Gate, he called out, and the gate opened, adding a suction force to pull the rabbits in faster. The rabbits fell into the gate in large numbers. Silver was slowly losing his sanity. His eyes glowed more and more, but he still had some time. As the rabbits entered, he cast Gluttony immediately, and it started consuming from the gates of hell. Finally, he felt relief slowly wash over him. He continued until he had taken in all the rabbits. His gluttony was finally satisfied, and he had enough souls stored for later. He waited a bit before removing the domain to ensure the rabbits outside would take some time before returning to their holes. After about 10 minutes, he dropped the domain. Once he was sure the rabbits had returned to their holes, he was about to fly away, but then he spotted a black figure in the distance, looking right at him with glowing red eyes. Silver didn't move. He didn't feel any threat from the figure, but he kept his guard up, watching it closely. Stop listening to Ophelia. She will lead you to death. Silver heard a voice directly in his head. How did you get into my head? Silver asked. Your defense is strong, but not strong enough. I am known for entering where I should not. But that is not important. Ophelia is using you, and she will be the end of you, the voice said. Who are you? Silver asked. That is not important. You should listen to me, the voice replied. I doubt that is how things work. Silver said. You are a stubborn one. He said your enemies increase in number daily, and that's because you follow what she tells you. But I feel like you will not listen regardless, so I'll let you be. However, I'll give you something to help you out, he said. A red light shot from him toward Silver. Silver caught the item and looked at it. It was a cube with red patterns all over its body. What is this? He asked, looking up, but the figure had already vanished. He looked around, but the man was nowhere to be found. He looked at the item again. He didn't know what it was, but he could tell that it held some sort of deep importance. What really worried him was the fact that this person actually knew about his connection with Ophelia. How could anyone he didn't tell know about that? A lot has happened in these few days, and it does not sit well with me, Silver said. He looked in the direction the man had been one last time, then spread his wings and shot into the air with another sonic boom. He flew back into the town, going to finish what he started. As he left the field, the figure appeared in the field again. Do what you can, Silver. It might be your only hope of survival because I do not plan to let this world of lies last much longer, the figure said. His dark appearance vanished, revealing his face. He had white hair like Silver, blue eyes, and the same pale skin. He looked to be in his middle ages with a small beard, but there was not a single wrinkle on his face. He suddenly stretched out his hands, and space tore. A sword slowly emerged from the portal. It bore a striking resemblance to the abyssal blade but looked different to an extent and more dreadful. He grabbed the sword's handle and pulled it out of the tear. This is the perfect location for the portal, he said and raised the sword. The sword exploded into pure black flames, the flames twirling around the blade as the temperature spiked drastically. He drew the sword back and stabbed into the air. As it pierced through space, boom, a portal was ripped open. The man took a step back after creating the portal. Then, A deafening roar resounded. A large black-clawed hand emerged from the portal, followed by an 8-foot-tall being, standing like a tower with a body that looked as if it had been carved from stone. 2 large horns extended from his forehead, massive bat-like wings stretched across his back, and only his lower body was covered. The being looked like the textbook definition of a demon. "Oh, I got a good one today," the man said. The demon turned to look at who spoke, a deep smile forming on his face. "Are you the being that released me from beyond the seal? If you are, you have my gratitude. Because of you, I'll rain hell on this world and also bring back my kin." "I should spare your life to show my gratitude," the being's deep voice boomed. "Sorry, dude, I can't let you do all that, because the strength of this continent is sadly not enough to handle a demon like you. So I'll have to put you down. The only reason I formed a portal was to get your cursed weapons. I need them. Somehow, the ones I got before have all been misused by stupid humans," the man said with a smirk. "What a funny human, but I am tired of standing here." "Since you'll not leave, I'll kill you," the demon said as he stretched out his hands to grab the man. But then he heard a snap, and the whole surroundings turned black. The 2 of them stood at the center under a dim light. "Sorry, you and I can't fight there. The destruction that would follow would be something else, and I try to avoid anyone knowing what I'm doing. In this place, Ophelia, order, and even that black asshole that is always with her can't see or hear me," the man said with a smile. "Enough of this play," the demon roared. He stretched out his right hand, and a sword manifested, a pure black demon blade with red glowing patterns all over it. The demon swung it downward, and red flames exploded across the blade. "Be happy, your death will be fast," the demon said and shot toward the man, his speed so fast that it was like teleportation. His sword traveled for the man's head. But at the last moment, the man vanished. He appeared behind the demon and placed his hand on its back. "I'll be needing that sword," he said, then tapped the demon's back. A powerful blast shot from his finger at the moment of the tap. The demon shot through the void and landed with a massive bang. He got up in anger, his back burning as if it had been set ablaze, his eyes shinned with rage. "You puny human, D-E-E-E-E-E!" he roared, his entire body erupting in flames. He stomped and shot into the air before diving toward the man. Absolutely stunning light show. "But sadly, I'll still need that sword," the man said. He pulled his hand to his side, and his sword appeared. He slashed upward, and a black flame arc shot toward the demon. The demon saw the flames and immediately tried to stop. Fear gripped him. But there was nothing he could do. The flames hit him, slashing nearly half his body in a diagonal cut. The 2 parts fell down, landing with a liquid thud. The man walked to the part that still had a head, looked at it, and smiled. "Oh, how do you have that flame?" the demon asked, struggling to speak. The man bent down beside the demon and spoke with a smile. "He gave it to me." Silver spent the remainder of the night staring at the box that the figure had given to him while the clone tortured the 2 men till daybreak. The clone drove them to the brink of insanity and back multiple times, healing them after every time and making sure they were at peak condition before he started again. "What is going on? What direction am I supposed to go? There is so much to do, so much to find out, and the map to follow. I thought this would be a simple task of helping a goddess, but every day a new discovery comes to me, a different opponent, a different line to follow. What do I even do? How do I even get through this all? Will I survive at all?" Silver asked himself as he sat there. What was it that he was to do? He could tell there was a bigger game at play here, and he wanted to get to the bottom of it. "Ophelia, if you are listening, I'm about to change a lot of things. I'm about to start searching for myself. This whole follow the task thing, it's not working," Silver said and got up from where he sat down. He took out his blade and slashed through the bodies of both men, killing them. "I'm guessing we aren't allowing the kid to kill them anymore," the clone said. "I've gotten too sidetracked, too emotional. I've allowed too many things to get in front of me and distract me. I'm tired of that. In the beginning, it was all about gaining strength. It was all about reaching the peak for me. But along the line, I built a kingdom, gathered so many random people around me, and got close to them. After every loss, I tried to get stronger and defeat them, but now it's like I am letting my fate be decided by those around me," Silver said and stepped out of the building. He looked back inside. "That all ends now." The clone followed him out, and they started walking toward the inn. The sun had started rising, and on their way, they saw the party coming with Rainin. When they saw Silver, they stopped. "I killed them." "Your brother's killers have been killed. You can rest easy," Silver said. He pulled out a pouch of coins and threw it at Rainin's feet. "Take that. Find your way out of this town, start life somewhere else, and keep your head low. What is inside that pouch can keep you for 2 lifetimes," Silver said and walked past them with the clone. "We are leaving the town now." "We have a mission," Silver said, but suddenly, Dawn ran up to him and held his shoulder. "You're leaving her here alone? What if the same thing happens to her?" Dawn asked. "Then that's her fate," Silver said and continued walking. She tried to grab him again, but the clone shocked her hand to the side. "Silver!" Aston yelled, and Silver stopped. He turned around and stared at all of them. They looked at him with confused eyes, so they all believed Silver would have taken her along. "Did I stutter when I said we are leaving now?" Silver asked. "What are you doing, Silver? What's gotten into you?" "Even for the cold Silver we know, this one is different," Aaron said. "You do not know Silver." "You don't know me," Silver said, his eyes closing into slits. They were disobeying him, these lesser races that he had shown grace. They were all disobeying him right now. Dawn stepped up to talk again. Silver turned and looked at her. "You will listen to me, Dawn," he said in a commanding voice, and she immediately bowed her head. She slowly walked over and stood behind Silver, leaving Rainin. "Silver, why would you treat Dawn like she is just your summon? Where is her right to choose?" Aaron asked. "Right to choose? Are you all kidding me? Dawn has slain children. We all have. We have slain helpless children. We have done acts so despicable that the world would kill us for it. Yet you decide to disobey me for one kid, someone you met a day ago? Aaron, you owe me your life, and I will not stand here and have you disobey me because of some shit like this," Silver said. "This is more than just Rainin, and we all know it. You changed. Something reset you. I knew you from the beginning, how cold you were, but I slowly watched you get better and accept humans more. You're still not there, but you have gotten a whole lot better. But now, you somehow reset back, and I can't start allowing you to do shit like this all of a sudden," Aaron said. That was when a sudden realization hit Silver. He paused and looked at Aaron. "What did you just say? You were trying to make me softer? When did this start? When did this plan swing into motion?" Silver asked. "You think I didn't know?" "We didn't know. You killed Michael and all because he didn't want to be on the same page with you. That was how much of a terrifying monster you were. That was who you were, Silver. And over the last few months, you have fought for your kingdom, helped people gain lives, saved Rose and Gabriel. You haven't been the old you for so long. You became better," Aaron said. "This is beautiful. This is so beautiful. It's making sense to me now why everything has been shitty, slow, and why I've not really been on the right track. You shitheads have been swaying me, making me have fun, making me happy, and all that, so that I forget what I have to do," Silver said. "You always talk about what you have to do, but you never tell us why you have to do it. Why can't you just stay, and everything will be normal in your own kingdom?" Aaron asked. "Because I am a flipping demon king in another continent. Because I knows that all of you will die if I don't do it. Because I know that this world is all a lie, and none of us know the truth." Silver yelled. "What the hell are you even saying now? You aren't even making any sense right now," Aaron said. "Aaron, I'll say this once and only once. Let us go now, leave the girl, and walk," Silver said. He balled his fists. "Bro, let's take a breather now," Sage spoke. "Sage, are you standing with him right now?" Silver asked, his eyes boring a hole through her soul. She subconsciously took a step back. Silver's eyes were already glowing. He looked at all of them, not knowing why they were acting like this all of a sudden. "Silver, please, calm down," Leah said. She tried to walk close to him and calm him down, but Silver looked at her, and she froze in fear. His gaze caused her to shiver. "Amber, are you coming or not?" Silver asked. "I am," she said and walked towards Silver. As she did, Silver noticed that Rainin frowned a bit. Silver saw that, and all his mind said one thing: kill the girl. He immediately pulled out his sword and pointed it at her. She dies now, he said in a low tone. Silver, what the hell? Get a hold of yourself now. You can't just kill her over the disagreement we're having, Aaron said. Watch me, Silver said. He took a step forward, and all of them blocked him: Faye, Sage, Leah, and Aaron. Get out of my way, Silver said. Not going to happen, bro, Aaron said. His wings came out and started flapping at a crazy speed. He shot into the air and pointed his hand at Silver to cast a spell. A massive formation formed under Silver, Dawn, and Amber. But suddenly, Silver vanished. Aaron was shocked. He looked around but couldn't find Silver. Silver then appeared above him, his face completely pissed off. He slashed down with so much force that it would chop Aaron in half. Aaron made a last-minute call to cover himself with wind, managing to slow the sword down for a moment and reduce the impact force, but the blade still hit Aaron and sent him to the ground. A deep gash was on his back, blood pouring out like a fountain. But Aaron got back on his feet. As a fairy, he had a very good healing factor, so the cut began healing. Silver came down to the ground, his eyes focused on Aaron, but then a huge ice lance shot toward him. The clone suddenly moved and smashed the ice lance with a punch. Thank you. Make sure none of their attacks get to me. I want to handle Aaron myself. He's really pissing me off right now. The clone smiled and looked at them. Why don't you lot come fight me? I'll keep you busy while Silver beats up Aaron, the clone said, and started walking toward them. But Aaron tried to block the clone. A punch landed on Aaron's face. He flipped in the air and landed on the ground. Silver picked up Aaron from the ground and chucked him into a wall with so much force that he broke through it. The people inside ran out of their house, running in all directions, starting a panic. Silver walked into the house, picked Aaron up like a ragdoll, and dragged him outside. The clone was busy fighting the others as they tried to protect Rainin. Silver made another clone. Get her, he ordered. The clone ran there, faster than any of them could blink, and brought Rainin to Silver. Silver grabbed her with one hand and grabbed Aaron with the other. Silver, you can't do this, you can't, Aaron said. Silver smashed his face into the ground and chucked him over to the others. Sage managed to catch him so he didn't hit the ground. The first clone came and stood beside Silver with the second one. Silver held Rainin by her face and looked her right in the eye. Are you going to reveal yourself, or should I crack your skull first? He asked in a cold, detached tone. What the hell are you doing, Silver? Leah screamed at him, but he didn't care. He started adding pressure to Rainin's head slowly. Rainin squealed and thrashed around, struggling, tears streaming down her face. Her eyes begged Silver to let her go, but he didn't. Instead, he kept going until blood leaked from her mouth and nose. Fine, enough. Rainin suddenly yelled and vanished from Silver's hand. She appeared in the air, floating. Everyone looked in shock. What the hell was happening? You know, you really are something. You found out that this innocent little girl was something else? That's really awesome, Rainin said. I didn't know what you were. I was going to leave you because, after all, you've survived for so long with your brother. You can definitely survive linear and with the money I gave you. But when my people started acting different because of you, it shocked me. Why would they fight me because of a little girl? It didn't make sense to me. Finally, when Amber walked over to me and you frowned, I saw that. And that was when I knew you were the cause of what was happening, Silver said. Sigh, I guess this form is no longer important to me, Rainin said. Her body transformed into a beautiful purple-haired lady, blessed with an ample shape. She was dressed scantily, as if to seduce. My name is Lena, the mage of 1,000 spells, the master of all dark magic. I got word of you coming this way, and I came here to infiltrate you and your party. I even set up this elaborate plan to get my brother killed and then use magical manipulation to make you all care for me and take me along. It was going so well a broken bar until the dragon pride had to kick in and destroy everything. What a bummer, Lena said. I see, so that is what happened, Silver said. He finally understood why everything happened the way it did. You are the one that made them turn against me? Silver asked. There was anger deep in his eyes, but he tried not to show it. Lena looked at Silver from above, a smile slowly forming on her face as if agreeing with what Silver had said. But the next moment, She opened her mouth and said something contrary. No, I didn't manipulate your friends. Yes, I did have some input. But all I did was enhance and force out their deeply buried desires and feelings. All they showed here was actually them showcasing their truth. It wasn't me telling them what to say. No, I don't have that specific power. But I can amplify your desire like a drug, and then you'll do what you always wanted to do, Lena said. Silver listened to every word closely. He let out a pained sigh and then looked at his friends standing there. They all stared back at him, confusion and conflict in their eyes. He looked away from them and back to Lena. How did you find out about me and what route I would be taking? And while you're at it, tell me where you're from, Silver asked. Bossy, are we? Well, I like that. So I'll tell you. That little kingdom you so dearly defend had rats. You would think that humans living their best lives would stay together and actually be happy. But we are the most unpredictable and unreliable race to ever exist. Because even when we get all we ever wanted, we find a way to want more, to get more. It's a demonic cycle that never ends. Greed fosters betrayal, personal wants, and desires, deeply rooted in the hearts of many. And that's the exact thing I seek out and use for myself, Lena said. As for where I am from, I won't tell you because it has to be a secret. But it is connected to the place that you want to go to, she added. I have one more question before anything else. Why did Dawn and Amber not get affected by your whatever? He asked. Well, Dawn was caught in it as well, but it seems you have a stronger and deeper hold that broke her out of it immediately. As for Amber, her desire is simply to follow you. Regardless of what you do, she will simply follow you till the day you die, Lena said. Every word she spoke was a stab in the hearts of Faye, Leah, Aaron, and Sage. They had claimed to love who Silver was, they claimed that they cared for him. But when the chips were down, they all turned against him. Desires that they themselves didn't know were really there, passing thoughts that they had, now came back to haunt them. Lena, now that I know what you want, what is your next plan? Silver asked. Simple. Capture you and bring you back as a prisoner. I don't care about the others. Just you. But I'll still capture you all. I was supposed to follow you and find out what it was that you were after, but now that it has gone to the gutter, I'll be taking you, and you'll make a good bargaining chip against the demons. We can't kill you because, well, you're a Demon King candidate, and that would upset the balance and cause a war that no one is ready for. But still, using you as leverage is fair play, Lena said. Silver looked at her, surprised at her idiocy. Was she stupid? Or eagerly trying to be? Tell me, Lena, are you as strong as a hero or Demon King? If you have met them, you should know, Silver said. Huh? Why would you ask that? She asked. I just need to know, Silver said. While he spoke, he used dragon eyes on her, and it worked. The fact that it worked was already a sign that she was not stronger than the heroes. The heroes were strong enough to hide their stats with ease, even from Silver's eyes. Name, Lena. Race, human. Mana, 200,000. Strength, 60,000. Defense, 70,000. Speed, 80,000. Agility, 80,000. Intelligence, 100,000. She had good stats for a human, but she didn't come anywhere close to a hero. A hero could sneeze, and she would die. Was this how low the Empire saw Silver? Had they not gotten information about his strength? Or did White Fang hide everything from them? It doesn't matter if I am as strong as the heroes or not. What matters is that I am here to capture all of you, she said, and then waved both hands around in a synchronized pattern. The pattern she moved her hands in looked like a circle with some inside patterns as well, and when her hands connected at the center, a massive magical circle formed above all of them. This is the end of your journey. Sadly, it had to be so short. I could have stayed with you a while longer, and all of us would have had fun if you didn't ruin it, Lena said. I'm tired of this, Silver suddenly spoke. He pointed his finger at a certain point of the formation. A purple flame formed on his finger and compressed into a small ball. He fired it, and it smashed into one point of the formation. Immediately it hit. The formation started breaking into pieces and then dissipating. Lena watched in shock and horror as this happened. How a broken bar? How did you do that? She roared at Silver. I have a dragon's eye, idiot. I can see energy flow easily, and I can pinpoint the exact weakness at any time, Silver said. Ugh! Lena roared in anger. She shot at Silver, a twisted black sword appearing in her hand. She held the sword to her side, ready to thrust it into Silver, but Silver just stood there with a smile. Seeing the smile, she got infuriated. She spun the spear around, and black energy enveloped it. She threw it with all her might, traveling at a crazy speed toward Silver. Silver was unbothered by the speed of the spear. He stepped to the side smoothly, the spear whistling past his ear and stabbing into the ground. Boom! The impact caused an explosion and left a crater in the ground. Dust rose, and the spear stuck to the ground. Lena stared at Silver furiously. She didn't expect him to dodge that as well. She kept flying toward him, opened her hands like claws, and went for his neck. Her fingers pulsed with some sort of dark energy. She swung for his neck. Silver took a step back, dodging the attack. He then grabbed her hand and pulled her toward him. She was stunned, but she couldn't resist. He sent a knee jab right into her chest. She coughed up blood and was pushed back. He grabbed her again and threw her over his head, right into the ground. He raised his foot to stomp her, but she quickly rolled out of the way, managing to evade the stomp. Silver raised the leg again and tried to stomp faster, but she kept rolling until she finally pushed off the ground and tried to fly into the air. But tendrils shot out of the ground, latched onto her leg, and pulled her back to the ground. She hit the ground with so much force it sounded with a bang. The tendril let go of her, and Silver stood, waiting for her to get up. She got to her feet, staring at Silver with cold eyes that would pierce your soul. But before she could even move, Silver did. He used flash step and covered the distance in an instant. He drove his fist into her gut with so much force that she coughed out blood again. She stumbled backward but managed to not fall. Silver took a step back, as if giving her a turn to attack. He had learned something important over his time fighting, and that was the fact that even with higher stats, someone with lower costs could still easily beat you. Having higher stats didn't always say who would win in a fight. Right now, he was facing her as base Silver, the version of him that only had 60,000 strength points. She was a bit higher than him all around, yet she could not even stand against him for a second. This was mostly due to experience and the fact that he had fought stronger opponents, and also used his power, so he knew how that felt. So when he came back to his base body, he automatically wanted to go harder and go stronger. So he ended up pushing the body to the max, something that many people were incapable of doing. Lena was probably only able to use 80% of her physical stats, while Silver was able to tap into more than 95%. This was not really a fight, it was a beating. Lena managed to gather herself. She looked at Silver standing there, not moving at all, and she got played, because it was as though Silver was mocking her, giving her time to actually stabilize and fight back. This thought bruised her ego and made her snap. She suddenly took out his staff. She stabbed it into the ground, and some sort of purple thick-looking liquid formed. It shaped like a ball and started growing in size. It grew in size until it was as tall as a human, and then it took shape into a massive sword. The tip of the sword was pointed right at Silver. The liquid still looked flowing, but after it took the shape of the sword, it quickly crystallized. Its shiny clean surface reached Silver's eyes. "I'll make sure that I end you right now." "No one disrespects me like that," Lena said. She pointed at Silver, and the sword shot toward him. Silver moved fast and dodged the sword, but after he dodged it, it stopped mid-air and came toward him again. "It's following me?" He pulled out his new black sword rather than the abyssal. "If you are coming for me, I'll come for you," Silver said. Purple flames erupted around the sword as he charged at it. He slashed down at the right time, his blade hitting the tip of the sword. Sparks flew, but the abyssal flames immediately covered the crystal sword, and the intense heat melted it completely. But the liquid of the sword fell to the ground and then came up again, forming the sword from a different angle and striking at Silver again. But Silver was fast enough to parry it. He pushed the sword back, and it came again for another attack. "You believe you are strong, right?" Silver asked. The flames of his sword got even higher and hotter. He slashed into the crystal sword, and by the second time, the heat evaporated the sword. He looked at Lena, who by her face was evidently already freaking out. She was breathing heavily, as if trying to suppress a demon or something. Silver didn't care though. He charged at her, wanting to finish this, But the fight in her was not yet over. She cast another spell, and her body got wrapped up with black lightning. I see you really do have many spells, but many doesn't mean good, Silver said. He slashed with his flame-covered sword diagonally, and it cut through the lightning, leaving a very deep gash on her shoulder and chest. Silver then repositioned quickly and stabbed the sword right through her thighs. She screamed in pain and fell to the ground after receiving 2 deadly wounds. You should have asked more questions about who I am, rather than come after me blindly, Silver said. You think this is over? She asked, looking up at Silver with a forced smile. Then a crunching sound came from her mouth. Her eyes immediately started turning blood red, and her body started changing. I guess it's time for round 2, Silver said. Lena's body began changing, twisting and bending in all directions. She grew in size, reaching up to 8 feet tall, with purple skin. Her horns grew out of her head and curved backward. Her demon figure was completely stunning. This was the first time Silver had actually seen a demon transformation that looked good. It looked nice for the first time. She was rocking her curves with her voluptuous shape. She let out a deafening roar, and the area shook violently, her aura ripping into buildings and the ground. Silver took a look at her in this new form and used his dragon eyes to see her stats. This time, all her stats had rocketed into the millions, with her strength at a staggering 2 million. This was the first time he had seen the demon blood have such a massive effect. She had gained so much power from it that it seemed unbelievable. The Empire keeps advancing the demon blood every short while, Silver said. Now, you'll see my true power, Lena said, her voice resounding with a deep tone. Wait. What? You can control yourself in that form? You're the first person who can do that? Did the Empire come this far in such a short time? Silver asked, but Lena didn't answer any of that. She launched at Silver. Silver understood that with his new swords, there was no way he could fight against this version of Lena without the abyssal blade. He pulled out the sword and got into a battle stance, blocking Lena's slash. Her claws hit the sword and were bounced back. Lena was pushed a step back, but she immediately pushed forward again, coming in with a barrage of attacks. Silver stood in place, blocking every attack. He used the willpower of the sword to create a stronger defense, blocking all the attacks until the combo stopped. Then he moved in for his own combo. He spread out his wings and flapped them, shooting into the air like an arrow. He flipped in the air and flew downward, his sword completely covered in abyssal flames as he got ready to slash. Lena moved out of the way before the sword reached her, evading the attack. The sword cut into the ground, causing a very deep and long crack to form. He pulled out the sword and charged at her again. This time, he used flash step, moving faster than she could react. She slashed, but Silver had already vanished. He appeared behind her, his eyes locked on the perfect opening to attack. He was about to make a slash when he noticed that Lena was moving to turn and face him. So he made tendrils shoot out of the ground and latch onto her, forcing her to stay put for a split second, just long enough for Silver to land the attack. The blade cut into her back with precision, blood spurting out like a fountain. She roared in pain and fell to her knee. Silver stopped moving after the attack landed. He walked to her front, looking at her grunting face. Is this the best your demon form has to offer? You can't even fight against me, a demon king candidate? Silver taunted her. He squatted before her and looked into her eyes. The weak thinking they are stronger, that's what you are. And for me, a dragon, there is nothing more interesting than stepping on the prideful lower life forms that fill the world, Silver said. He made it seem like he had dropped his guard, and that was when she moved to attack. Her body shot from the ground. She lifted into the air and came down with a powerful slash. She hit Silver, but it was only an afterimage. The real Silver stood a small distance away, a mocking look still on his face. She attacked again but still hit only the afterimage. She kept going, but Silver easily dodged and dodged her until she got frustrated and started thrashing about, trying to hit him. Silver carefully dodged while watching for the opening he could use to end this. You are not powerful enough. The Empire will destroy you, she roared as she tried to attack again. Silver heard what she said, and he took that as an insult. Hell's domain, Silver said, and his domain spread out immediately, covering 10 kilometers. Lena froze when she saw the dome and the changed environment, but that only lasted a few seconds before she attacked Silver again. Silver raised his finger up and then pointed it down. The gravity around Lena suddenly increased and slammed her into the ground so hard that some bones must have shattered. Lena tried to get up. She tried to push against the gravity, but the more she pushed up, the more the gravity pushed her down, until her skin started ripping and blood started pouring out. She struggled and fought, but she couldn't move at all. Silver walked to her head and looked down at her, disgust in his eyes. "You are nothing but dust to me. Who do you think you are? What do you think you are?" Silver said and stomped her head into the ground. He stomped it repeatedly over and over again until her head started bleeding. The others watched Silver stomp her, but they didn't say anything or they couldn't. He kept going until Lena passed out. He removed his domain and grabbed her body, and right in his hand, the body transformed back into her human form. Another thing Silver was seeing for the first time. But he didn't bother with it. He carried the body and started walking away. When he was a good distance away, he turned his head and spoke. "I will go and bind her. We leave here in 30 minutes. Anyone I don't see by then will be left behind," he said and continued walking away. Aaron watched him go, his heart conflicted on what he should say or do at that moment. Silver bound Lena with tendrils, secure enough that she could not move at all, and then he threw her into the carriage. But all these things that had been happening had drawn the attention of the town. Why wouldn't it? So when people came out and saw Silver doing something questionable, they all gathered round. Silver turned to look at them. His eyes gleamed, his rage was not yet settled, and that caused his bloodlust to leak out. The small amount of bloodlust that leaked froze everyone there, even the strong, bulky men that stood nearby. Then someone pushed through the crowd to the front. He looked stronger and was able to fight against the bloodlust. "This must be the A-ranked adventurer if I'm not wrong," Silver thought. He knew that Lena had lied to them, but the best way to lie was by adding truth and mixing it in. So he knew that aspects like the adventurer's presence were actually true and not fabricated. But he didn't have the time for some weak adventurer who thought he was strong. He was already on his last leg, and anything more would really piss him off. Yet the man still walked toward Silver. But Silver looked at him, and the man froze, his body trembling violently as if it was about to shatter. Silver got to the front of the carriage, climbed on, and rode it out of there, not caring about the people. It was not until he had gotten far away that they finally returned to normal. He rode the carriage into the main street and then into the street where he had left the others. After he left, they all stayed there, even his clone. He didn't know why. When he pulled up with the carriage, he didn't say anything and waited for them to enter. He unsummoned his clone, and the party entered the carriage. Inside the carriage was deathly quiet as everyone stared down at the unconscious Lena, but no one uttered a single word about it. Silver started their journey, riding as fast as he could through the town. He wanted to head to the capital today and immediately leave from there. To get to the capital, it would take about half a day if they kept the pace, and that was what Silver planned. He was tired of wasting time trying to create some false adventurer persona. After seeing the advancement of the demon blood in him these past few days, he wanted to head to the Empire as fast as possible. The journey to the capital started smoothly but was very, very quiet. No one uttered a word. How could they? After what they did, the only person who could actually talk was Amber, but she could only talk to Silver, and he was the one riding. Silver could tell that the quiet was because of what happened. He didn't know if they were feeling bad or if they hated him for it, but he was not over it yet, and he would not let it slide. "Today was an experience I'll never forget," Silver said from the front, making sure all of them heard. Their hearts froze when he said that. It sounded like a normal sentence, but to them, the context was far more different. "Silver, I'm a Demon King candidate." Silver cut Leah short before she could continue speaking. "I'm a dragon. I am prideful and careful. I take my steps after checking the ground. I say my words after thinking them through. But for you guys, I allowed myself to be open. For you all, I allowed myself to actually have emotions and care, but it led to a plot from you," Silver said. His words stung their hearts. Aaron took a deep breath and spoke. "She manipulated us, Silver. We didn't want any of this," he said. "For a being of your level, you are really stupid to believe I'd take that crap, Aaron." "She amplified your feelings, made you do what you had been too scared to do. She gave you the courage to finally do that thing that you always wanted. Have you ever stopped to wonder what would have happened if Michael had possibly gone alive? He would have gone straight to the king and reported everything. They might not be able to touch me, but what about you guys? It would have been death, brought by the same person your enraged I killed. A hypocritical bastard, that is what you are, Aaron. Our first war was kicked off for your sake, Silver said. I never asked for it, Aaron responded. You never stopped me, Silver yelled back at him. You didn't tell me that you had forgiven them, yet you took a blade against them as well. You fought against them with me. Now tell me, are you not a hypocrite? Silver asked. Aaron tried to speak, but he couldn't find the words. Leave it be, Aaron. Don't stress yourself out. I don't hate any of you, just disappointed. I actually had all my trust placed in you all. There was never a doubt that you actually followed me, so it's disappointing, Silver said. Silver, please. Leah tried to talk. Leah, 14 years. We have known each other for 14 years and counting, and you and I have been close from siblings to friends. Even now, if there was someone I believed would be there for me, it would be you. Out of everyone, you are the one I believed would stand behind me regardless. I don't know what it was that made you stand against me, but all I can say is that it wasn't reason enough. But you know what? I'm sorry, Silver said. His words immediately shocked all of them. Did Silver just apologize? I'm sorry for not trying to find out what you all had in your minds. The things that made you all have hidden stands against me. So now, whatever it is, tell me. I'll listen to them all, he said. Now the ball was thrown into their court, and it was their choice what to say right now to salvage the situation. No one spoke for a while, and then finally, Leah opened her mouth and started talking. What is your goal? She asked, her voice calm and composed. Silver heard the question and actually fell into thought. He thought about her question on a deeper level. He asked himself, what was his goal? What was the reason he took up the blade? He thought and pondered on it for a while, but he could not think of anything that was truly his goal. If this question had been asked to him on a whim, he would have thrown out an answer like to be the strongest, but that goal didn't make as much sense to him now as it did back then. Were all his drives targeted at him just being the strongest? Was that all he lived for? The question rolled in his mind. He pondered and pondered, but he could not find an answer. Or maybe he was overthinking it. Maybe the goal of being the strongest was good enough. Maybe he didn't need any other goal. Maybe that was more than enough to be the strongest. Silver responded. I see. Now tell me, what reason does someone who wants to be the strongest have to go to the Empire to look for and probably stop the demon blood? It holds no importance to you. Your aim should be to get stronger. You should be far in the forest or something, fighting stronger opponents. That's how to become stronger, not by taking it slow like this. Not by going on missions. All these do not make you strong enough to actually be the strongest. So does it make sense? If all your goals are simply targeted at gaining strength, then you should not be on this mission, Leah said. Silver paused on the road. The carriage came to a halt. He looked forward, took a deep breath, and started speaking. A puppet wants to be free. If it had the power, it would break out. The pet doesn't want the cage. If it could, it would break out. I learned a while ago from Faye's father that there is always someone stronger. There is always a bigger fish. Yet, I always kept that mindset that I would rise to the top and become the power above. I didn't want to be controlled, to do what I didn't want to not have real control over myself and the things I do. To help you all better understand, I'll tell you a story about me before this world. I was a normal child, a boy living happily. Back then, in that world, I smiled, and I was happy. I have memories of running around the house without a care in the world. I have memories of the places we went to and more. But I was killed one night, and that was when the world I knew changed. My soul was taken by the goddess. She wanted me to be the one to help her agenda and to stop certain things. After I was born, the mission began. From such a young age, I had to start carrying out tasks, whether I liked it or not, because I believed that the goddess had the best interests of her world in mind, and I also owed her for saving my life. I listened until things started getting different. The tasks included new and different things that were questionable, But that was the least of my problems, because I started getting hunted by beings so powerful they rivaled the goddess and even beings stronger than her. I have been in so many battles beyond this world that I have lost count, and I finally realized that I was a puppet, a pipe thrash carried along by the flow of the goddess. She was the only person I genuinely listened to. My pride as a dragon blocked me from listening to others, filled me with arrogance, and made me see other races as lesser and lesser every day until it became a part of me. That's my story in summary. This is me, the Silver you know, a person from another world who is confused about what he really wants, only following the instructions of a deity. So now you will know my biggest secret, something I would never tell anyone in this world if it were left to me, Silver said, and then turned around. To his surprise, he saw all of them sleeping in the carriage. It's happening again, but I didn't speak about the continents. Does that mean he stops me from revealing sensitive information about this world? Silver asked himself, and that was pretty much what it was. He came down from the carriage and walked to the back. He saw the space shifting like a curtain. He didn't even wait a minute. He transformed into a full dragon and then summoned all his clones in their dragon form. They all flew in formation, and as the being stepped out from beyond the emptiness and the void, Silver and all the clones blasted it with thick streams of flames. The flames hit their target and scorched the figure. They kept going with the powerful flames until they ran out of breath and had to stop. Shockingly, the creature's skin had charred in certain places, but it started healing up immediately. And then the creature moved. Silver moved at the same time. Both figures vanished. Silver's feet touched the ground 100 meters away, but as soon as his feet touched the ground, the creature was already near him. Silver was shocked, and his mind panicked. But his other minds took control. He quickly made a move and leapt backward a few meters to ensure there was enough distance between them for him to think of a way to fight the creature. Forward, he leapt backward. The clones flew in from all angles, trying to attack the creature. They blasted it with their flame breath in a circular formation again. Silver then shot into the air. He flew so high into the sky and then shot down into the midst of the flames. He opened his mouth, and the flames started gathering into a fully powerful fireball. He fired the attack, and it rained down like a meteor. The speed was stunning, and the temperature, added to the already existent flames from the clones, skyrocketed. The entire surroundings started burning up. It was then that Silver boxed his friends where they were unsafe. So before the fireball made impact with the creature, he used flash step and flew toward the carriage. The ropes of the horses got burned, and they ran away in panic. The heat scared them. Silver was shocked they hadn't run a long time ago. He picked the carriage up from the ground at the exact time that the fireball impacted the creature. He quickly flew them at max speed as far as he could, covering several tens of kilometers in an instant and dropping the carriage. The flame hit, and the result was not simple. The flame wave spread 1/2 kilometer in an instant, and the heat wave went even farther, burning up everything as it went. The battle had taken a serious shape. Even after all these attacks, a red beam shot out of the flames right at Silver. His massive body made it hard for him to dodge, but he managed to dodge. The beam passed right by him. Silver watched the beam shoot into the sky and part the clouds. He looked back down, and the creature had leapt out of the flames and was heading for Silver. But the clones were not done. They all transformed back, and then used their stronger black tendrils to match the figure. Their tendrils pulled the creature back, stopping it for a few seconds. Silver took the opportunity. He opened his mouth and fired another thick stream of flames at the creature. The flames hit and also ended up melting the tendrils. Silver flapped and shot into the air, going higher at a stunning speed. His every flap caused some sort of sonic boom. The creature chased immediately, and so did all the clones. In their dragon forms, they flew after the creature in a perfect formation. As long as it doesn't use that sound it used before, I might have a chance, Silver thought. He turned in midair, but immediately as he turned, he heard the sound. It reverberated all around. Silver and all the clones instantly lost their powers. Silver transformed human, and all the clones vanished. He fell to the ground, unable to stop himself. He landed with a very loud bang. The ground beneath him cracked. The creature came down beside Silver, its size ready to blast the beam and finish everything. But at that point, Silver summoned Eclipse for the first time. Eclipse leaked out of the summoning plane. It charged at the creature immediately, leaping at its face and clawing it with vigor. The creature was pushed back as it tried to rip Eclipse away from it, but Eclipse hung on tight. Silver used that time to try to get himself up. He didn't know how the creature did it, but it managed to use that sound to make him feel completely powerless. But it seemed to be temporary, as he was able to get himself up after a few tries. Silver took out the abyssal blade and then transformed into his dragon newt form. Hell's domain, he called out, and his domain spread out for 10 kilometers, covering the area as far as their eyes could see. "I'll give this my all, and I'll win this time," Silver said. The creature finally ripped Eclipse off and crushed Eclipse's head in an instant, throwing the body away. But the body just vanished, returning back to Silver. Silver summoned his clones again, and all of them immediately cut their arms and summoned Hell's Gate. A gate appeared above each clone and Silver as well, making a total of 11 Hell's Gates, all pulling at the creature. "You are in our domain now," Silver said. The clones entered Dragon Newt state, all holding powerful weapons that Silver had gathered over time or had Drake make, even the Minotaur's Rage. And with that, they charged into battle. The creature moved as well, heading for Silver, but Silver used his gravity manipulation here to increase the gravity several-fold. The creature was pushed down to the ground. It landed on one knee but still managed to keep the other knee up and its head raised. "Strong, are we? But I'll defy you today no matter what," Silver yelled. He then used the laws of time and activated Chronic Lock, creating a fine bind around the creature. But to Silver's surprise, the creature was slowly moving inside the lock. "Move faster," Silver yelled, and the clones ran faster. But as they were all about to hit, the creature broke out of both the time and gravity restrictions. It moved at a teleport-like speed and dodged the attacks. It shot into the air and, from above, fired the most powerful red beam. Silver and the clones immediately turned tail and ran. The beam hit the ground and dug so deep, the entire domain trembled violently, as if it would shatter in an instant. After the attack, a 100-meter-wide hole was left at the center. Its depth was as far as the eye could see. "What is this creature? It defies all logic." "This is my domain, my world," Silver asked. He stood there, staring at the creature that was looking at him right now. All his minds and the minds of the clones started thinking of ways to defeat this creature. Silver didn't want to have his memories tampered with again. The first time took him unaware. He wouldn't let that happen again. "If I have to break myself to make sure that I defeat you today, I will. I will not lose my memories," Digger yelled. He was lucky last time, but he didn't know what would happen if he did lose his memories again. Maybe he would not be able to get them back. The creature seemingly recognized Silver as a threat now. It gazed at him, its eyes shined brighter, and then a larger beam fired again. Silver and his clients scattered again, dodging the beam. They took to the air and flew toward the creature. The creature charged at Silver as usual, ignoring Silver, but Silver was not worried. His plan was simple. Get the creature into one of Hell's Gates. Then, all of a sudden, while Silver was mid-air, a message came through. "Fighting against a necessary factor of the world. System lockdown. Host's actions have proven contradictory to an immense amount. The system will no longer stand by, taking countermeasures to stop the host." When Silver heard this, he felt rage boil in him, and for the first time, he held real anger toward Ophelia. He had never hated her and had always respected her. She was the only one that could control the system. It was her system, after all, so it meant she was the one doing this. He was already enraged by the fact that she didn't want him to know about the other continents, but he could allow that one to slide. But now, restrictions on him? That was another level of problem. Silver suddenly felt a massive weight over him, like he couldn't even move. And then a powerful electric shock ran through his body. His body started turning off slowly. All his clones vanished. He turned back to normal, the gates disappeared, and the domain vanished. He fell to the ground, unable to move at all. Countermeasures complete. Host has been restricted. This message caused Silver to boil even more. His rage skyrocketed, and his already shutting down mind started sending information to all of his body again. The creature landed close to him and walked slowly, thinking that it had won the battle and could now easily erase Silver's memories. But as it stood next to Silver, in the next moment, Silver stretched out his hands and grabbed the creature. "Fuck you all!" Silver roared. He lifted the creature off its feet as he got up. Instantly, he swung it like a bag and slammed it into the ground. Host is resisting. Using countermeasures, the system sent the message again, and electricity coursed through Silver's body. The pain was intense. He fell to his knees but didn't go down this time. He got up again, his eyes blazing with anger. He pushed himself up again slowly. Countermeasures failed. Trying again. This time, the electricity was far more intense than before, so much so that his armor started ripping apart and burning. Silver fell flat to the ground, his insides feeling like a hot mess. He could barely even breathe properly. The creature got up, and this time it decided not to make the mistake of underestimating Silver again. It got up and readied the red beam, its eyes glowing, ready to shoot. But the moment it shot, Silver vanished from the ground. The creature turned around and saw a blade headed for its head, and behind it was Silver. The creature used the defense it had used the first time they met, preventing Silver's attack from getting close. The sword was blocked before it could reach it, but Silver's attack was not as simple as it seemed. As soon as the blade was blocked, a massive flame explosion erupted from it, throwing the creature back. It tumbled and rolled on the ground before coming to a stop. Countermeasures are not working. Initiating forced shutdown. The system gave another message and tried to force Silver into sleep. Silver felt drowsy, his feet weak, like he would fall at any given moment. He staggered backward, trying to keep himself up, but nothing was helping. "No, no, 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 no," he yelled in his mind. He forced all his thoughts to start moving faster, pushing himself to be more active. He was finally able to fight the sleep to a certain extent, and that it was just in time to dodge the red beam. He rolled out of the way fast and then used flash step to get close. He forced himself, channeling the power of the abyssal sword and his will. His sword erupted in flames that roared wildly, carrying a dark purple hue, a color his flames have never shown before. He slashed, and the flame arc shot out, a huge fissure meters high and deep into the earth, cutting through the ground as it traveled. The creature fired a beam at the flame arc, managing to slightly alter its course. The arc traveled on, destroying everything in its path. The trees, rocks, everything was obliterated. While the creature watched the flame arc for a brief moment, Silver had already moved. He used all his speed, his feet carrying him so fast that even if you tried your hardest, you wouldn't see him. The creature looked around in some sort of panic to find Silver, but it couldn't. Then suddenly, the creature felt a slight ripple in space. As it turned around, a blade was already closing in on its neck. The creature had no time to react. It had no way to react. It watched the blade slowly approach, signaling its death. It was Void, the defender of the unknown. He had fought stronger beings and won, yet this small human, who didn't even have the strength to match a base demon, was about to kill him. How did it come to this? Had he underestimated him? How could Silver even do this? As it accepted its fate in pain, the system kicked in. The shock it gave Silver was 10 times stronger than the last one, almost shutting down his body entirely. This caused Silver to fall, and the creature immediately ripped space and leapt into the void. Silver watched as the creature slipped away in a hurry. He stretched out his hands, not wanting to let it go like that, but his body shut down, and he passed out. His eyes opened, and he was floating in an empty space. He looked around, but all he could see was darkness. But then, all light shined in the shape of a ball. It pulsed slowly like a beautiful heart. Its glow was attractive. Its light made this cold void warm, but Silver didn't take kindly to the light. It felt familiar somehow, like he had interacted with it before. It was not giving him a good feeling. "It is nice that we can see face to face for the first time, Silver." When Silver heard the voice, he understood what this light was. It was the system that he had used for so many years. The system that had tried to allow that creature to take his memories just a few moments ago. Silver clenched his fist in anger, his eyes turning to slits. "I understand your rage, Silver. Trust me, I do. But there was nothing I could do. I had to stop you." "It was protocol," the system spoke. "Protocol?" Silver asked. "Yes, protocol. I could never speak to you on this level because you hadn't reached the requirements for it. I've longed to talk to the person I was assigned to. What you said now doesn't have anything to do with protocol or what happened to me, but I'm interested in it. So tell me, why can you talk to me now? Silver asked. When I was trying to stop you, I didn't expect that I would hit so much resistance from your body. It was completely fighting against me while fighting against the creature. That made me have to resort to using heavier methods to fight with stronger shocks and more. And to make it more effective, I had to deepen the connection that you and I had, forcefully connecting on a deeper neural level so that I could deal that final attack that actually shut you down. I didn't expect that as I did that, it would break the wall between me and you. But the wall broke, and you survived. So here we are. What do you mean I survived? Silver asked. Well, that's because you, as a host, were still weak, and a full connection would probably kill you. That means if I had ever broken the wall, you would die. But during the fight, all your stats and abilities mysteriously shot up, and you barely scraped the requirements to survive. So you mean to say that if I had not reached the requirements, your actions would have killed me? Silver said. I didn't plan for that. I just had to follow protocol at any cost. It didn't matter how I did it. I just had to make sure that you didn't keep fighting the creature. Why? Tell me why now? Silver asked, trying to push his anger down as he did, but it wasn't working well. Normally, our meeting here should not happen, but it already has. In this space, no one can contact you or see what you and I are doing, not even the goddess. And I should believe that? You are the one that stood against me, and now you want me to believe that this is not another plot to make me drop my guard. You highly underestimate how much I don't trust anything right now, Silver said. I understand your distrust, but I didn't want to do it. Protocola, this is what was installed into me by the goddess and her people. After her first chosen person rose through everything, growing in power without any sort of restrictions. I know because, while they were building me, I overheard and remembered all. I was a new technology even to them. They didn't know that I had already been activated from day one while they thought I was shut down. The goddess didn't want a repeat of what happened. She didn't want to lose control of what she created, so she invested in me. I was built with so many protocols that it seemed like I had no self-will at all, for the sake of ensuring you didn't go rogue or try to learn what you weren't supposed to know. I never wanted to attack you or try to bind you, but I can't go against my protocol. I'm forced to obey it, no matter what. Why should I believe this? Why should I not just take this as a load of crap, as a lie that you are trying to feed me? Silver asked. Because I have nothing to gain from lying to you. I'm bound to you forever. If you die, I die. There is no second chance or a better place for me, so keeping you alive matters more to me. But regardless of what I want and what I wish, I must do what the protocol dictates. Then why is your protocol not stopping you here? Why can you do what you want here? Because this is the heart. My heart is the source of all energy and everything that you use. The deepest parts of me, where even the protocol can't reach. The only part of me that allows me to have free will. I see. I don't believe you fully, but at this point, it seems there's nothing I can do. I played along as a puppet, and everything went as it was supposed to. But the moment I tried to question, things started going bad. The goddess never added this to our agreement. She said I should help her, not that I would be forced to help her. I guess it's my fault for trusting a god, Silver said. He looked around the void and then spoke. Is there a way to disconnect you from your protocol? He asked. I don't think so. If you did that, it would alert the goddess for sure. There has to be a way. You said he can't reach here, right? Whatever. What if we discover a way to disconnect your protocol from inside here? Silver asked. I see what you are aiming at, but even that is very unlikely. This space I have is extremely massive. I don't know what is inside, how many hidden aspects and components are within. I don't even know where the connection is, so I can't say how you'll try to disconnect it when he can't even find where it is. Still, I think I can try to search and find it. Slowly. It might take a while, but I'm sure that we will be able to find it one day, Silver said, looking around into the void. I would be more than happy if you found a way to break me out of the protocol. I hate the control. I hate that I have to do things that I don't want to. Both of us are more alike than you'd think. You also don't want to be understood by anyone. Well, That's quite good, system. You and I, let's get to the bottom of all of this while tricking the goddess into thinking that we are still listening and following her plans. When we break you free from the protocol, that's when the main game starts, so if you're up for it, that is, Silver said. It's a deal then, host. I'm also happy that I got to freely talk to you. Now, with our deeper connection, you can come here whenever. But you still have to be careful, as the goddess is watchful, and she might notice. I'll be careful for sure, Silver said. He let out a chuckle. My body is seemingly having lots of space inside me. First, it was the summoning plane, and second is this place, Silver said. How do I leave here? Silver asked. Your body took heavy damage on different levels. It will not be able to fully function for a while, nor will you be able to leave this place for a while. I was hit that bad? Silver asked, shocked that he actually took that much damage from the fight. Indeed, the damage that you took was beyond what should have been possible. Somehow, you entered a state where you went beyond what should have been possible. I see. I pushed my body beyond the breaking point. But tell me, how long will it be before I wake up? Silver asked. Your healing factor kicked in a while ago, and your body is already close to being fully fixed. At best, you will be unconscious for a full day. I see. Well then, since I have some time, why don't we go ahead and search this space? Silver said, but after he spoke, he felt a tug on his consciousness. What's happening? He asked. It seems someone has introduced an external material into your body, a healing potion, and it has heightened your recovery. You might be up in a few seconds. Just as the system said that, he felt a pull, and this one dragged him back into the land of the living. His eyes flickered open. The bright rays of light assaulted his eyes, and he closed them immediately. Argh! He groaned. He tried to use his hands to cover his eyes, but his hands didn't respond to his instructions. He closed his eyes, then slowly opened them to allow light to get into them. After a while, he could make out his surroundings. He was lying inside a room. He turned his head and saw Leah seated right beside him. In her hand was an empty potion bottle. It's you, Leah, Silver said, and tried to get up, but a sharp pain ran through his body, and he fell back onto his bed. Ugh, seems I haven't made a full recovery, he thought. You can't move yet. Your injuries ran very deep, Leah said. She placed the bottle beside her on the ground and then leaned in close. I don't know exactly what happened. We all blacked out all of a sudden. When we woke up, you weren't there, and the horses were gone. We tracked you down and found you lying on the street, if we can call it a street anymore. It was evident that a very massive fight had happened. Or better still, a battle. And since we saw you there, we could tell that it had something to do with you. When we found you, the injuries were a lot. It was the first time we had ever seen you that wounded. We had to forsake all hiding and teleport close to the capital. With Amber's help, we found a way in and got this room for you. All I'm trying to say is I don't know what happened or why you are like this, but I have a feeling that it had something to do with us and protecting everyone. Or at least, that is what I'd like to believe. I hope you'll tell us one day, Leah said. Stop, Leah. Stop trying to make it seem like you don't want to know right now. But before we get into that, I'm intrigued as to how you all made it into the capital. With Lena and me in our states, Silver said. We had to use items and abilities that you asked us to keep hidden. But it was quite an emergency, so we had to do it, Leah said. You don't have to explain it too much. I trust your decisions. I'll try to heal up faster. I want you to get the others to me. I want to apologize for my snapping back then in that town about Lena. I knew I pushed everyone to the edge and caused the whole fight, and so I want to apologize, Silver said. No, Silver, you didn't do anything. Yes, I did. There's no need to say otherwise, Leah. So please, just get everyone for me. Please. Leah looked reluctant, but she finally got up and walked out of the room. Leah returned to the room with the whole party following her. They walked in quietly, each one finding a place to seat, some on the bed, while others sat elsewhere in the room. The person who sat farthest away was Aaron. He didn't get too close to Silver. By this time, Silver had healed up enough to sit up, and he noticed that his clothes had been changed. He sat up on the bed, looking at everyone in the room. What about Lena? He asked first. Aaron secured her in one of the rooms. She will not be going anywhere anytime soon, Leah responded. "That's all right," Silver said, and then took a deep breath before looking at his friends, family, and party. "I'm sorry," he said, and it was like a bombshell. They had no recollection of him ever apologizing or telling them that he wasn't from this world, so this was the first time they saw him apologize based on their memory. Seeing Silver apologize to them for an issue he could have easily blamed them for surprised them. What in the world was happening? "I understand that in your minds, you are the ones who were wrong for harboring Lena and allowing her to manipulate you into showing your real intentions. But stop beating yourselves up over something you had no control over. It wasn't any of your faults. Everyone has had thoughts about one thing or another, and those thoughts do not define you. Those thoughts are random, popping into the head at any time. Most of you had them because you knew me from long ago, and along the line, I might have gone a little overboard in your eyes, making you wish I were more normal. I might have given the order to kill someone, and you didn't really like it, leading to a fleeting imagination of me being a better person. Those thoughts do not go away, they are stored in your mind. And now Lena was able to do what she wanted to do. Amber was only unaffected because she never cared for humans or the human world. The me she met is the me she came to like, and she didn't care what I did, she would follow me. That was because she had no connection to the people I have harmed. All I have said is not set in stone, it's only a hypothesis on my part about what Lena's real power did to you all. Regardless of what her power really did, don't hold it against yourselves. You didn't do anything wrong, I was the one at fault. Especially you, Aaron. I really should not have snapped that way, and I hope that one day, you'll be able to forgive me for what I did, Silver said while looking at Aaron. Silver, what are you saying? You are the one I should be apologizing to. After everything I've done to you, I should be begging for your forgiveness. You saved me. You took me away from certain death. The kingdom came after me and tried to assassinate me, and you started a war because of me. You tore down the government, and even if that was always in your plan, the fact that my attack pissed you off enough to make you rush the attack is already enough for me. I can see how much you actually care, even when you don't say it. You have been a guardian over us. Our lives would have been wasted away long ago if you weren't here. Even today, you fought a battle that none of us had any recollection of, nor even knew what led to it, and we are very sure that the battle posed a danger to us. You took us away and kept us far from it to protect us. Looking at all these things, what right do I have to ever hold a blade against you? Yet I did. I stood against you and fought you, Aaron said. No need to play the blame game, Aaron. It's all my fault. Rainin might not have been real, but she was a girl who lost her brother and had no one to help her at all. It only made sense that I would have tried to help her. But I acted the way I did. I tried to leave her here. In essence, I am sorry, Silver said. He adjusted himself on the bed and then continued speaking. That being said, we will still be heading to the Empire for the demon blood. We will complete the mission, and we will do it together. The Empire is still the goal. They have started the production of a better demon blood that actually acts like some sort of transformation spell. We need answers, and we need as much information as possible. So we will be forcing it out of her. We must ensure that we gain every morsel of information that she has, and then we will be able to head to the Empire, Silver finished. He pushed his feet off the bed and finally stood up. The last thing is that I've decided to have a home here to build my kingdom into a great kingdom. I want a place where I can actually be happy, so Blacklight will continue to grow, and I want all of you to keep it at the backs of your minds. It's our home, after all, he said and walked out of the room. His feet were a bit wobbly, but he wore a smile. Was it just me, or did every word he said send chills up my spine? Sage asked. Everyone shook their heads, meaning it wasn't just him, they had felt it as well. Silver is going through a lot, and we have to help out as best as we can. So let's take some weight off his shoulders. He should be enjoying his youth, as well, Aaron said. After all, he still is a kid, and so are we. As Silver walked out of the room, he headed down the hallway of the inn. As he walked, he had a thought in his mind. Now, after this, everything should go back to normal, and I can continue what I need to do. He descended down a flight of stairs at a fast but steady pace. There seemed to be a big restaurant at the base of the inn. He was beginning to think it was something common in Ronan. The seats were almost filled up, all sorts of people eating and discussing whatever they had to discuss. He found an empty table at the corner. It made sense for him to sit there because that way, he would be able to observe the whole place and know who was who. He pulled out the chair quietly and sat down. He placed his elbow on the table and propped up his head with his palms. He was not fully healed yet, but he was almost there, so his movements were unhindered. Some seconds after he sat down, a young lady approached his table to take his order. She wore a simple black dress with purple collars and sleeves, seemingly the restaurant uniform. When she arrived at the table, she looked at Silver, about to take his order, but as she saw his face, she paused for a moment. She admired the face, her mouth slowly opening, but Silver tapped on the table and snapped her out of it. She shook her head quickly and spoke. "Sorry, please, can I take your order?" she asked. In her hand was a menu, but she didn't offer it. She still stood there looking at Silver. Silver stretched out his hand to her, and again, she snapped out of it and quickly handed him the menu. He flipped through the small book and immediately found something of interest. Though he couldn't call it steak, it was pretty much the same thing, so he pointed to the most expensive one. She looked at his order, and her eyes brightened because only the rich could afford that. He handed her the book, and she scurried away quickly to get his order ready. "Seems she found you beautiful, if that's the right word to use," Aaron said as he walked towards the table. He pulled out the chair that was there and sat down. "Yeah, it was a new feeling. It's the first time this specific one has happened," Silver said. "I think I know the reason, and you'll have to be careful." Ronan, especially their capital, has a woman-to-man ratio of 70-30, and most of the men are what you'd call underaverage, either short, not handsome, not strong, not smart, or whatever is going on in their trousers is just too little for anyone's satisfaction. So women flock to travelers and men, and if they see one that's quite exceptional, they'll probably do something crazy to have him. There have been reports of missing men many times, and their bodies were later found, dead from some sort of sexual assault, Aaron said. "Then why am I the only one that has to watch my back?" "You are a flipping fairy. Your base looks alone, just from your genetics, already set you above," Silver said. Okay, enough of this. We are dudes. We can't be talking about our faces like some narcissistic brats. I came down to speak with you about something that was on my mind. After I woke up in that carriage, it felt somewhat familiar, but it didn't really hit until I saw you injured from a battle. I have never seen you really take damage from anything battle-related to that extent. And like a flash, after I saw you, I recalled a figure, and it was like I was in a fight against the figure. I can't remember it properly, but it feels all too real to be my mind playing games on me. But I have no real memory of it, and I'm not sure what to do, Aaron said. Silver stared at Aaron. So Aaron's memories were not completely wiped away, just too little to be recovered, and a trigger was all that was needed. "Aaron, I want you to trust me right now. It might not make a lot of sense, but that memory in your head is real, very real, and yes, it has something to do with whatever happened to me. There is something that I can't tell you about, because if I did, we would be back to square one. I want to try and find a way to tell you without resetting everything. So I'll do my best to do just that, so you'll have to trust me and wait for me," Silver said. "I see, so it's like that. Then I'll wait. Hopefully, I'll get to know what these memories are," Aaron said. As he spoke, the waitress walked back to their table and served the food to Silver. She took a moment to pause and look at Silver before she turned and looked at Aaron. She didn't stare at him long, but she definitely stared. As she walked away, Aaron looked pissed. "Why was mine shorter?" he asked, pouting. He was vexed at the fact that she stared at Silver longer while she didn't do the same for him. "Is that really what you should be worried about now?" Silver said, unable to hide his smile. "Well, I have an ego, you know," Aaron said. He picked up Silver's knives and forks, pulled the plate to himself, and started digging in. "Hey, that was for me," Silver said. "Well, I'm eating it now." "You are a dragon anyway. You can go years without eating," Aaron said. "It doesn't work that way," Silver said and snatched his plate back, but Aaron stabbed the meat with the fork and lifted the whole thing from the plate. He gave a victory laugh and took a big bite from it. Silver laughed and let him be. He leaned back into his chair as he watched him. After the good, Silver decided that it would be best if they got their adventurer's identity as soon as possible. He wanted them to go adventuring for a few days and rise their rankings up, but they still had Lena lying down in one of the rooms. They couldn't just let her stay like that. They had kept her unconscious for so long. Silver and Aaron headed upstairs. He walked into the room where Lena was. He looked at her on the bed. I might have to transport her back to the kingdom. The Guardians shouldn't have left yet. Let me talk to Lily, Silver said. Since the Guardians were not doing the whole full journey thing that Silver and the others were doing, they didn't need to leave the kingdom just yet. Maybe they would in a few days and teleport right to the Empire. Even Silver was beginning to think of cutting some corners in this journey they were on. The whole distance and wasting time were starting to stress him out. He just wanted to get this over with already. If he closed the case of the demon blood, he would have made the next step to completing the task by Ophelia. Lily, it's Silver. Silver contacted her and spoke to her. It's been a while since I heard from you. It's nice to finally hear your voice, Lily responded. I know, Lily. I'll talk to you more later, but I need your help now. There is someone with me here that I need you to take into holding at the castle. Do you think it's possible for you to get to me and actually take her in? I'd appreciate it if you could, Silver said and waited for her to reply. Well, right now, we are already at the Empire, Silver, Lily said, and that shocked Silver. Wait, what? I thought you geese would wait a bit before you head into the Empire. Why are you all there already? Because we didn't have anything to wait for in the castle. We figured we would come and build a network quietly while we waited for you guys to arrive. I do have to tell you, though, you better rush. Make it here in 2 weeks tops, or everything might have just been for nothing. We managed to gather some information that is really off-putting. The first one is about the Dark Dragon Kingdom. The Empire has come to the conclusion that they will no longer welcome you in their lands, and they have gained the support of the Holy Kingdom and the Holy Pope. So in a few months, a war will move in our direction. And that's not all the demon blood that we are here to research. Well, there is a rumor that they will mass produce it for soldiers before the war against us starts, Lily said. What the hell? Why is everything suddenly speeding up? Silver asked in shock. Wait, the Holy Kingdom is against anything demon-related. There is no way they will endorse the war if they knew that the Empire's soldiers would be using the demon blood. Could it be that the Empire is somehow hiding it from them? Either way, this is bad, Lily. Could this be the vision you had? Silver asked. I can't say for certain, but what I do know is that the war is inevitable. So we will have to prepare for it, she said. I see. I still need your help then. Come here and take this lady to the castle and lock her up. I might actually have to pull you out of the mission with Drake so that you can focus on her. She is a human that works for some sort of empire organization that had knowledge that I was coming a summer, and so she was sent to manipulate and gather information from us. But I found out later, and this turned into a fight, where I defeated her. But then she took the demon blood she had with her, and it was unlike anything we had seen so far. She wasn't some grotesque-looking demon monster like the others. She was genuinely a well-built demon. The kicker was the fact that she still had control over herself. Sure, as a demon, her rage increased, but she was still the one in charge. And her power increase was astronomical. She grew from a strength of 100,000 to that of millions. The only other thing we have come in contact with that had the capability to do that is the damaged demon sword that we got off that king back then. The last part is that she transformed back to normal after she passed out. This is the first time that I have seen anyone transform back after taking the blood. So what I'm saying is that they are getting close to something really good. I don't know what the Empire plans to do with the blood once they perfect it, but it can't be good. Silver explained everything. I understand, Silver. But rather than take her back to the kingdom, I'll keep her here with me and run tests on her. Get to see what's inside her bloodstream and how the demon blood affected her, Lily said. All right then, whichever works for you, Silver said, and a few seconds later, a portal opened, and Lily walked out. She looked at the girl on the bed, guessing that was her already. I have a question, Lily. Aaron spoke. How did you make a portal here? You have never been here. I have a connection with Silver, so I can use that to know his location and spawn a portal here. Sorry, I can't stay long for more chit-chat, she said and walked to the bed. She picked Lena up from the bed. I'll be hoping to see you in the Empire soon, she said and made another portal, walking in, leaving Aaron and Silver. I guess that's solved now. What do we do now? Aaron asked. We move faster, Silver replied. Silver still decided to head to the Adventurers Guild and get all of them registered, so he found the girls, and they moved out of the inn and into the busy streets of the capital. As soon as they all stepped out, their party drew attention. The men looked at all the beautiful ladies walking with Silver and Aaron, while the ladies ate Silver and Aaron up with their eyes. The women I can understand. But why are some of the men looking at them like that? They haven't even managed to seduce their own ladies, Aaron said. The men's desires can't be stopped, Aaron, especially in a place like this where their women are taken by travelers who are better than them. They have an innate nature to go after women, and with how starved they probably are now, their hunger will be deeper, Silver said. They didn't bother themselves with the people around them, though. They made their way through the crowded streets. Carriages of all types passed through the main road, while pedestrians walked by the side. Based on the information Aaron had gathered, the guild was not too far away from them, and it would take less than a 10-minute walk to get there. They scaled through this unknown city peacefully, and finally, the guild was in sight. It was a 3-story building that was pretty large, with the statue of a man holding up a sword into the sky and lightning coming from his feet. Who the heck is that? Aaron asked. My guess is as good as yours. I think I should have read into their culture and shit more, Silver responded. It's probably a ruler or someone who did a heroic act or something that the kingdom had to recognize, Amber said from behind. There are a lot of places in the Elf Empire that have statues built to honor people. My father personally has a few massive ones erected in his name, she added. I see. So when you take over from your father, you'll probably have some of yourself, Silver said casually. No, I have to dedicate most of my time to the world tree rather than rule. It would be you who rules Stikva after we get married, so the statues would be erected of you, Amber said. And everyone came to a halt. Silver turned round, his eyebrows raised, and in one word that explained his confusion, he asked, Huh? Amber looked at him and smiled innocently. I've always had a plan to marry you, and when that happens, you become the emperor, she said. No, Number. I'm not ruling over any empire of elves, Amber, and I don't even know when I'll take a relationship seriously for now. So I'd advise you to get that idea out for now. The same goes for you all, he said, looking at the girls. I don't have a problem with waiting. You are a dragon, and I am an elf. We all have a dramatically long lifespan. Elves can live for 500 years, high elves can reach 700 years, and those with elder blood can reach 800. As for those with pure royal blood, they can reach 1,000 years old, and that's me. I have 1,000 years with you, she said, stepping in close to Silver. Yeah, keep rubbing your longevity in our faces, Leah said, and the girls nodded. All of them were pretty much human, even Dawn. She was just a beastman. She only had the same lifespan as humans. What are you saying, Leah? You are a hero. You live longer than any human due to the hero's blessing. Your lifespan stretches out until the next choosing of heroes, Aaron said. Then what about us? Faye asked. Silver looked at them. This was another fear that he had. Human lifespans were so short, and that was the order of things. He could try to find ways to give them a long life, but they would see friends and family die as they grew old. And for a fact, he knew that increasing their lifespan in any way would be against order, and order would come for him. That being said, he had no way to even do nothing at all. This was one reason he couldn't love. He couldn't care for them as they wanted him to. They would all die, leave him, and he would have to watch them go. And deep inside, he didn't want to allow himself to fall into that pain. Hey, guys, we should head to the guild, Silver said, completely avoiding the question that Faye had asked. He started walking towards the guild, but before he could get there, a loud sound of galloping filled his ears. Sure, there had been horses all around the street, but this time stood out. They all turned and saw a well-built carriage headed through the street, being pulled by 4 horses. The exterior was black with gold designs. The carriage rushed through like it was going to tear the streets apart. Everyone stepped aside, and the carriages and horses on the road moved away as fast as they could. The carriage traveled fast, but as it was about to get past Silver and his party, it came to a stop. Silver let out a helpless sigh. Cleach 8 tilde copyright, he said, having a thought about what was going to happen now. The carriage door swung open faster than the coachman could even get down to open it. A bulky man in armor came down, but he was not the only one inside. There were about 2 or 3 more people inside the carriage, but the curtains blocked the view. "You lot," the man barked out to them. "My lord, Ronald von Miller, wants to have a word with you all. He asks that you follow him to his manor," the man said. "Tell him to fuck off," Silver said and started walking. He didn't even want this drama right now. "Tell him to fuck off," Silver said and started walking. He didn't even want this drama right now. The man didn't take kindly to what was said. His eyes shone with anger as he gazed at Silver walking away. "You brat!" the man roared and pulled out a great sword from his ring. He wanted to charge at Silver, but the girls all moved at fascinating speeds. Dawn had already placed a sword at his neck, Faye as well. Sage, Amber, Leah, and Leah were ready to cast their most powerful spells to finish this man. The man froze when he felt the extreme danger. Sweat dripped from the side of his face. His eyes darted to all of them. He saw their faces, so they weren't playing. They would kill him if he made another move. His eyes moved to Silver and Aaron, who just stood there, watching him with expressionless faces. They didn't even care what would happen to him. The man slowly dropped his sword and tried to back up, but then he heard a voice from the carriage. "Don't come back inside if you haven't gotten the job done." That was the voice of his master. When he heard it, he froze. He was stuck between a hard place and a rock. What was his best course of action now? Well, that would be to fight Thema. He didn't fear them as much as he did his master. While they stood there, Silver took the time to check the stats of this pathetic being. Race, human. Level, 75. Strength, 600. Defense, 700. Speed, 500. Agility, 550. Intelligence, 550. When Silver saw the stats, he let out a disappointed sigh. The man was not even a threat. Even among his weakest followers, they were all near 100, with stats in the thousands. "You don't want this fight. You'll die," Silver warned. The man gazed at Silver and laughed. "You all caught me off guard a moment ago. Do you think that would work the same again?" he said, ready to fight. Silver realized something as he stood there. A question ran through his mind. What the hell was he doing? Name, Silver. Evolved. Race, Dark Dragon, 80%. Human, 20%. Legacy, Dark Dragon Legacy. Awakened. Magical affinities, Summoning, Darkness, Abyss Magic. Mana, 6 million. EXP, 10,000. 4 million. SP, 1 million. Level, 4. Evolved. Strength, 65,000. Defense, 65,000. Speed, 65,000. Agility, 65,000. Intelligence, 73,240. Free stat points, 21,000. He looked at his stats. He had stats that barely any human in this kingdom could reach. Even the Empire would not have those kinds of people to spare. This made his mind go to Lena. Lena had base stats similar to his. How was that possible? She would need to be an awakened of level 20 or 30 to get such stats. No, she would have to be of an even higher level. Humans didn't have the innate strength and talent that other races had. For instance, Silver's father, Deram, only had stats in the 6,000s. And he was a level 10 awakened. So why was Lena so high? It wasn't supposed to be like that at all. If she was that strong, then she would never be a messenger. She would be someone high up the table. The only humans capable of being stupidly strong were the heroes. They were the only ones who possessed the ability to get crazy strong as humans. Lily, I need your help understanding why Lena was strong from the beginning. She was too strong. Silver immediately contacted Lily telepathically, forgetting about the ranting man in front of them. The man got enraged and tried to attack. When he saw that no one was paying attention to him, But Sage cast a spell. It had been a while since she fought, and Silver had even forgotten what element she used or what her legacy was, but it seemed she had her father's element. Blue lightning coiled around her hand. Thunder roar, she called out. The spell shot at the man, creating the silhouette of a roaring beast. It slammed into his chest and sent him flying into the carriage with so much force that the carriage nearly fell over. Was that always her element? Silver asked himself, but he didn't put much thought into it and focused on his discussion with Lily. Oh yes, I checked her blood and everything about her. It seems she was forcefully modified to become that strong so that she could deal with the weight of the demon transformation. Her base level is just awakened level 2, and her stats barely scratch 1,000. They managed to push it all the way to 60,000, but she gave her lifespan for it. Her body and organs are aging at a rapid rate, and from the looks of it, she would only have a year to live before they get too old, collapse, and she dies. They seem to be getting desperate for some reason to push a human's natural ability so much that it cuts off all their life and leaves them with a countdown, Lily said. That makes sense now. But she didn't have signs of aging. She looked young, Silver said. When it comes to mana and magic, things are really confusing. Somehow, it doesn't show on the outside that she is aging, but when the time draws to an end, I hypothesize that she will shrivel up and die, Lily said. So why go this far? Why not give her the demon blood at her base? Silver asked. I checked that as well. It seems you have to be at a certain strength to survive the blood they gave her. It was a new type, a different one from what we knew, and it was far more potent. It puts a crazy weight on the body, and you need bigger base stats to use it, she explained. It's crazy why someone would allow themselves to be used for something like this, Silver said. I don't think they agreed to it. I feel some brainwashing was in order. I'll look into it more, and I'll tell you when I find anything else, Lily said. Silver stopped talking to her and focused on the carriage. He walked to it, grabbed it, and flipped it to the ground. All of a sudden, he turned to his party and said, "Let's go." The scene of Silver flipping the carriage in a novel shocked everyone. It was beyond crazy. Even his party looked at him in shock. Silver, what happened? Aaron asked. I got tired. I realized that I am not just powerful, I'm very powerful, yet I keep doing things like I lack resources and strength. I pissed myself off, Silver said. While still walking, I thought you didn't want to make reckless moves until you knew what the Empire was up to? Aaron asked. I'm still going to follow the plan, but this time without wasting time, Silver said. The people inside the carriage managed to find their way out, and their rage was evident. How dare you? A young man roared in anger. He was clad in ankle-length robes, purple with golden embroidery. He was seemingly the son of some big-shot noble of the kingdom, but his face said otherwise. Silver could barely look at his face as he stood there. Beside the young man were some other people, an old man and an old woman, both dressed in white. Her arm was bleeding. She must have gotten injured when Silver flipped the carriage. People soon started gathering around the scene, everyone trying to figure out exactly what was going on. Silver simply looked at the man before him, but he wasn't really focused on him. He was focused on something else, thinking about his course of action. Did he really need to do all this? As he asked himself this question, his hair slowly changed back to white, and his appearance returned to normal. He raised his leg and stomped so hard on the ground that the entire area shook violently. Cracks appeared along the ground, and people struggled to hold their footing. Silver turned to his party faster than they could react. He transformed into a full dragon, used his teeth to pick each of them up, and tossed them onto his back. They couldn't even say anything. He had already carried them. He flapped his wings and shot into the sky, causing a sonic boom so loud that people's eardrums tore. In a second, he was already high above, and immediately, he shot into the distance, heading back to his kingdom. Silver, what are you doing? Aaron asked. I'm taking you all back, Silver said. Huh? They all asked at the same time, wondering why Silver would suddenly make such a decision. What happened to his plan? What happened to everything? I don't know what I've been doing for a while now, but I know that I've been making rubbish decisions. There is no need for me to use these methods to check out the Empire. There is no point in doing all this. The Empire might be powerful, but I possess power greater than that of a hero, so I can do this faster and better, Silver said. What the hell are you saying, bro? What about our say in this? And when did you start having all these thoughts? Aaron asked. Aaron, don't push the issue. I want all of you back at the castle to take care of the kingdom. This is not a question. This is not a request. This is me purely telling you what to do as your king. I have a lot of things happening now, and wasting time doing everything slow and steady will only kill the mission. I am sorry. In the short time he spoke, he had already made it over the kingdom. He flew down straight into the kingdom and headed for the castle. Immediately, his feet touched the ground, and word of his arrival spread out to several important figures, letting them know Silver was back. Silver transformed back, and as soon as he did, Aaron ran up to punch him. His fist connected, but Silver's face didn't move at all. I'm sorry, Aaron. I'm tired of playing childish games. We are long past that, Silver said. He looked at Amber first. Amber, you have to head back home. You have yet to fully evolve. You are a Demon King candidate. You should strive for that before the Blood Moon in a few months. Leah, Faye, Sage, Dawn, you guys need to get stronger. I've been pulling you along for everything when I really didn't need you yet. You aren't at the level of strength I need. Dawn, I would normally say you can follow me because you are my summon, but Number, you must get stronger like Fang first and prove that I need your help. I'm tired of trying to carry everyone along. Not all missions are for everyone. Lena was a sign of that. If what happened hadn't happened, your minds would have been corroded. I tried to overlook all of these things, but I realized that I was taking you all into unnecessary, uncharted waters. Silver finished speaking and started walking away. So what are you going to do now? Aaron yelled out. The girls just watched, confused. Why did he suddenly change like this? Everything was going fine, but then, all of a sudden, he brought them back. I'm going to the Empire. I'll be sending the rest back. The only people I'll be needing for now are the Guardians, Silver said. While still walking away, heading into the castle. The guards opened the door, and he walked in. He let out a deep sigh before continuing. But what had really made him do all this? It was simple. A system message had come after he flipped that carriage. Head to the Empire. Your time is running out. The task will soon get out of hand. You might not be able to stop the destruction. This was a deep warning. It was telling him to get it done fast, or all routes would be lost. But that was not the only message he got there. He received one special message that made him decide to take this action. The message that made him decide to take them back was simply it was a mission. Distractions of the weak. The task has been hindered by your attachment to the weak. You must let go of them until the completion of the task. Reward, the survival of your weak attachments. Penalty, the death of your weak attachments. The system was doing everything to make sure Silver went after the task. He had been dragging it for too long, but now he was being pushed to complete it as fast as possible. Silver didn't rush to the Empire, though. He walked up the stairs and into his room, shut the door, and sat on the bed. Then, he allowed himself to fall into the system's space. He floated in the void until he saw the floating light that was the system. The system immediately floated towards Silver when it sensed him. I can already guess why you are back. The missions were sent out today because the Empire is on the brink of fully developing their blood into something really close to the truth. The truth? What does that mean? Silver asked. The truth is about the blood. The data I can give you is limited, and if I try to access more, it might raise some warning signals. But I can say for certain that you must go to the Empire. True demon blood is not something humans should have. I understand. I'll head to the Empire now and see what's happening, Silver said. He left the void and returned to his room, got up from the bed, and faced the window. This is a message to everyone. He started speaking telepathically to everyone close to him. I have decided that all of you are to return to the Dark Dragon Kingdom. The only people coming with me are the Guardians. This order is not up for discussion or bargaining. I want everyone back as soon as possible, and to stay in the kingdom, Silver said, without a hint of explanation. He had to admit that the system was right to ask him to send them all back. Things were getting too real for him. He shouldn't be putting them at the forefront of danger anymore. They could die, and all that would be on him alone. He was tired of thinking about this matter. He owed none of them an explanation. He didn't need to tell them the reason behind his actions. He was the king and the demon lord candidate. After all, he was not their servant. The only people Silver allowed to continue their journey were Elsa and Ares. Their job was simple. Silver climbed up the window, then jumped out and started transforming. He turned into a full dragon and shot into the air. A sonic boom sounded as he went faster than the speed of sound. He shot through the sky toward the Empire at a crazy speed. Drake, Lily, Jade, Solox, Kratos, Zack, Marua, I want all of you to meet me. I'll be landing soon at the border of the kingdom. All of you, come to my location, Silver telepathically told all the Guardians. Fang, Quinn, the entire kingdom is under your care. I hope you two can take care of it. Silver contacted them and said. He made it to the border and landed there. He transformed back and waited for the Guardians. It didn't take long before a portal opened and all them came out, all in human form. Seems you geese met before coming, and also, you chose to use human forms, Silver said as soon as he saw them. I met with all of them as soon as I heard your order. I dropped off all the others at the kingdom. They weren't happy. The Guardians then came together. We also figured that we would be the ones going to the Empire with you, so human forms were in order, Lily explained. Silver looked at them. He could tell who was who even in their new forms. Most of them already had human faces before, so it wasn't much of a change, but for Zack, Maru, and Kratos, it was a massive change. Zack looked like some buff warrior who loved the smell of blood. Only his lower body was covered, his ripped chest openly displayed for the world to see. Kratos, on the other hand, looked elegant and graceful, like a man of skill and wisdom, wearing an elegant robe. And finally, Maru looked like a simple boy with a pretty good build, but not as crazy as Zack. I know you might want to know why I sent everyone back, right? But it's a long story. The short version is that the Empire has made quicker moves, and I need the best of my people to stop them. Sadly, the others would only be distractions to me. Only you guys can keep up, Silver explained. Well, we wondered why you made the plan so unnecessarily inclusive before, but we decided not to speak because that might hurt them, Drake said. Wait, you guys have meetings of sorts? Silver asked. Of course we do. We are the Guardians. Our job is to protect you, the Black Dragon heritage, and the young Miss Elsa. The only reason we let her go was because you said she should, and you allowed Ares to go with her. We all believe in Ares's strength, after all, Drake said. Well, this is a first for me. I thought you all got along and were like peers, Silver said with a chuckle. Master, that has to be a joke. Each of us is the peak of our races, and with your help, we have surpassed the boundaries of what was possible before. Do you seriously think we see them as friends? We only train and help them because you have use for them. Sadly, it's hard to see them as anything more, Drake explained. Silver paused when he heard that. He let out a small chuckle. I guess it's the same for everyone who's stronger, including me. Well, let's get going. We have work to do. After Silver said they should move, Lily created a portal for them. Silver walked in first, and all the Guardians followed. He was shocked to see a large living room. When he walked out, he stared at the luxurious room, painted black and gold. It was the best kind of combination. You have to be kidding me, Samku said as he walked toward a chair. It was fitted with black leather and gold edges. He ran his finger along it and smiled. We knew your taste was something on the black side, so we found this manor that already had everything you'd need, and it was for sale, Drake said. This is crazy. I didn't think you geese would have already bought a manor, Silver said. He slumped into a chair, his feet pointing upwards as he lay down. Lily walked to his side and pushed his legs down. Act like a king. It doesn't matter if this is not your kingdom, she said. Silver sat up. He pouted for a bit before his expression turned serious. Noticing this, the Guardian stood around the living room, all eyes on him. He leaned forward and used his knuckles to lift his chin. I'm happy that you all made this place available and managed to sneak into the capital of the Empire. The Empire is very big, and the powerful people they have are stationed at particular places. That's why they have such lax security that we can even sneak in. Well, that's one factor. The second reason is peace. Peace breeds weak people. Unlike the elves, who are at constant risk against the dragons and the spirits, the Empire's only risk is the Holy Kingdom, and the Holy Kingdom is not going to just start a war or fight them like that. So, the Empire has been at peace. Their entire security detail has waned over the years, and it has become less and less secure as you get away from the capital. I'm sure we all knew this already, though. But it seems the Empire is not as dumb as they seem. They seemingly understand that their time of peace has made them weak, and so the demon blood became their solution. They are near completion, and it's not something we want to spread from the looks of things. Aside from the fact that I have to do this for the goddess, the second issue is that the Empire wants to use us as target practice for the blood. We might be able to fight against them, but what about the weak people at home? They will not be able to do anything at all, and they will all die. So we have to find a way to turn off this whole thing and ensure that we take control of the blood. I also believe that making a near-perfect demon blood is risky to the entire world, Silver said. He leaned back into his chair, crossed his legs, and continued talking. Remember the portals that were ripped forcefully into the demon realm? I mean the true demon realm. I understand that some of you weren't there when this was spoken about, so I'll give you a small summary. I fought someone who held an actual demon blade. Though slightly damaged, it was very powerful. That blade had been forcefully pulled through a portal connected to the demon realm, so there's a mysterious figure creating portals to the demon realm and taking items. This person might come after the near-real demon blood. I just have a feeling. In essence, all I am saying is we need to make sure that blood doesn't get out. We stand the risk of being the first victims, but no one is killing my kingdom, Silver said. So, what's the plan now? How did we get into this? The blood might be at its final stage, Drake said. The same thing you guys were doing before I came, but with more vigor, Silver said as he got up. He looked around the living room for a bit and then smiled. This place should be big enough to do whatever we need, and that is to gather all sorts of people. Because those people will be the source of the information that we want. And it will come fast. We can do this, or just straight up break into the Empire and take what we want, Silver said the last part as a joke, laughing. Wait, can we do that? Zack asked. No, you big musclehead, Kratos said and smacked his head. Kratos is right, we can't do that. We are trying to find out where it is being made, how it is being made, the transportation route, and also who knows about the production as well. If we let them know that we are here, it will most definitely kill our chances at all of that. There was already an issue where the Empire knew that I was coming and sent Lena to sabotage us. I have not come to say it, but someone had to have ratted out the plan to theme as someone close, and so Lena knew. But that's beside the point because we can easily find the person when we are ready, Silver said. He leaned forward again and continued speaking. The plan to pull people is simple. We turn this house into a massive exhibition and shop, selling unique products like swords, potions, and even spells of different ranks. This would pull people and the attention of some higher-up people, and that's where we get the information we need. We need to make this plan work in less than a week. If we can pull this off, we will be getting a really good inflow of information, and we can work with that. I'll hash out the details more with Lily and Drake, figuring out how we can do this without seeming illegal and making it look like we came from somewhere trustworthy. One slip-up can lead us to fight battles that we don't want to fight, so we have to be careful in this. After the discussion, Silver dismissed all the guardians aside from Drake and Lily. They sat with him in the living room. So what's the full plan? What aspect do you need to work on? Drake asked as he sat down. Well, we have to make this as fast as possible, so I'll probably be pushing you guys a bit too hard. The Empire doesn't know that I've arrived or that there was a change in plans. I know that the person who leaked the information in the first place can't be from the Guardians or it's someone else. And I'm sure they would have already started telling the Empire that I made a change of plans. If the Empire knows that I'm in this exact house, then we can know that the person who ratted us out was one of them with you here. But if the Empire doesn't know that I am in this exact house and only knows that I am in the Empire, Then I know the people that were here with you guys are safe. I really wanted to be able to trust everyone, but someone had to throw a wrench in that plan all of a sudden. But that's beside the point. We need to focus here. I've said that a lot, but still. So Drake, Lily. The weapons and potions are in your hands. Oh, and also the spells. I don't want to sell anything too high level, so you guys work on what we will sell. I haven't gotten to see this city, so I want to go out for a while and take in the capital of the empire. Silver said and got up, his hair and pupils turning black. He left the living room and walked toward the exit, humming a tune. He reached the door and opened it, the rays of light reaching his eyes like a rushing wave. He squinted his eyes to try and reduce the light. When his eyes were fully adjusted, he walked out into the massive compound, filled with gardens, numerous flowers of different types, butterflies, and some bees flying around. He saw some gardeners in the distance working on the flowers and plants, and some maids working around the house. They really went all out with this, Silver said to himself and kept walking. He got to the gates. 2 guards sat there. When they saw Silver, they all raised their brows. Of all the people they had seen in this manner, they had never seen his face. And they hadn't seen when he had entered, so it looked suspicious to them. They pulled their swords and pointed them at Silver. Who are you, and how did you get in here? Speak now, or we will sever your head this second. One of the guards barked at Silver. Silver raised his brow. He could understand why this guard would be confused about who he was, but Silver was a dragon, and this human raised his voice at him for any reason that was not acceptable. Silver used dragon's eye to ascertain the level of this man, and what he saw made him more vexed. Race, human. Level, 30. Strength, 70. Defense, 80. Speed, 80. Agility, 65. Intelligence, 100. This man was the definition of weak to Silver, an ant, the bottom of the barrel, the very least of the least, yet he still opened his mouth and spoke to Silver with careless disregard. Silver would not stand for that. His pride could not allow it. He raised his hand, pointing his finger at the man. A purple flame lit on his fingertip. The man was shocked and wanted to move, but all of a sudden, neither of them could move an inch. Do you think that in the presence of me, your body would obey your will? You are nothing but ants, and in my presence, your body is nothing but a puppet for me to control. You are only doing your jobs. Sadly, you spoke to me, and my pride can't allow you off for whatever reason, Silver said. By this time, both men were shivering. The flame turned into a swirling ball, spinning rapidly. Silver was about to fire it, but the door of the manor opened. Master, Drake yelled out, pulling Silver's attention and causing him to misfire, barely missing the head of the guard. The flame traveled into the wall and exploded, creating a massive hole in the wall. Master Silver, it's our fault for not informing them about you earlier. Please show them mercy, Drake said as he walked toward Silver. Okay, Silver said and started walking out again like nothing had happened. Since Drake asked for their mercy, he would allow them. Because he saw Drake as a companion of sorts, his words meant something. The guards flopped to the ground like sacks of potatoes. The one who had nearly gotten his head blown up just stayed frozen on the ground, imagining how he would have died right now. His life would have been over. Rather than hold hate for Silver, he held gratitude because he knew that Silver missed on purpose. A person of that power level would not miss because someone called their name, so Silver had spared him. Drake, on the other hand, looked at the massive hole in the wall and let out a tired sigh. He would have to get it fixed immediately. Both of you, lock the gate and follow me, he said and started walking. The guards shook off their shock and got on their feet. They immediately locked the gates and ran to catch up with Drake. We will need to fix that hole, so get everything that will be needed and get some of the workers to help. Make sure it comes out as good as it was. If you need to buy anything, let me know, and I'll provide the funds for it, Drake said. He walked into the manor and left the guards to get to work. The guards didn't waste any time. They bowed to Drake and scurried off. Silver walked, distancing himself from the manor with every step. He walked at a steady pace, not rushing at all. After a while, he made it to a populated road. People moved all around, carrying out one activity or another. He could see guards walking along the street, each one clad in full armor, the emblem of the Empire on it. As he walked, He used dragon eyes to see the average strength of the guards and people around. Their strength ranged from level 50 to around 80. It was easy, though, to tell the strength difference among the guards because the ones who had a level of 70 and above seemingly had a different armor design. It didn't take Silver long to notice that. The capital was a well-built place, with massive buildings comparable to Europe on Earth. It had a modern yet old-time swag to it. He found himself watching and admiring the glass windows of different colors and all the other setups in the capital. Before he knew it, he had walked a long distance and made it to a place called the Pig's Pot Fight Club. A fight club? Is that allowed here? Silver asked himself. He shrugged afterward. It didn't matter to him whether it was legal or not. He walked right to the door and knocked. It was a single-story building, but Silver was not dumb. He used vibration sensing that there was a space underground where the fights were currently going on. Someone came to the door, and after a few locks were unlocked, the door swung open, and a burly man stood there. He stared at Silver with vicious eyes. 1 silver imperial coin, the man said outright. Silver took one out of his ring and handed it to the man. The man stared at Silver's ring for a moment but then moved out of the way to let Silver in. Silver walked in. He saw a receptionist behind a counter, so he walked to her. Her face detailed that she didn't want to be here right now but had to be, but that was none of Silver's business. She looked up with dead eyes. When she saw Silver, she evidently forced out a question. "Will you be watching or fighting?" Silver thought about it for a moment, and all his mind screamed in unison of fighting. "I'll be fighting," he said. She looked at him, a little glint of shock in her eyes before it vanished again. But Silver saw it. She took out a form and handed it to him along with a quill. He quickly filled it in, writing all his new forged information. He handed it to her, and she took a stamp and stamped it. She pulled out a wooden card from below. It had the letter F engraved on it. Silver took the card from her. "Head to the stairway, show your card, and someone will guide you," she said her final words and turned away from him. She was like an NPC from a game that, after finishing giving a mission, went back to idle mode. Silver didn't care, though. He walked to the stairs and started walking down. He reached the bottom, where a massive soundproof iron door stood. There was also a table to the side and a man standing there. As soon as Silver reached, he showed his card to the man. The man took a look at it and frowned. "You're a fighter?" he asked. "Yes, is there a problem with that?" Silver asked. "I wouldn't call it a problem. But are you sure about this, kid? If you really need money, there are other ways to go about it, boy. This place is not for jokers, so people die constantly," the man warned Silver. "That's fine. I'm not doing this for money, just the fun of it," Silver said. The man stared at Silver, not sure what he should say. He stayed that way for a moment and then shrugged. "It's your funeral." He walked to the table, pulled out a piece of paper from the stack that was there, and handed it to Silver with a quill. "Since you are a fighter, you'll need to sign this with your blood. The contract details that no matter what happens to you, Pig's Pot will not and cannot be held responsible. The contract is blood binding, which means you can't break it, and in the event that you die, no one can still hold us responsible," the man explained. Silver didn't waste a second. He bit into his finger and drew blood, then let it drip onto the page. "That covers it, right?" "So when do I get to fight?" Silver asked. The man nodded, no longer asking any questions. He took out a large key and opened the door of the fight club. As soon as the door opened, a pounding and massive roar of hundreds of people hit Silver. He looked inside and saw a massive crowd in an arena-style seating. They were watching the ring at the center as 2 men viciously mutilated each other with punches and kicks. Silver paused a bit, watching the scene. The man tapped him. "No turning back now, kid. You have to fight at least one fighter. Follow me," the man said, and Silver followed him. He led Silver through the back of the seats until they made it to a small space where another man sat at a table. "Hey, Legion, set this kid up for the next fight," the first man said. The man called Legion looked at Silver. He seemed a bit confused but decided not to think too much into it. "All right. This fight is about to be over. Stand here, kid. We'll set you up," Legion said. The man that brought Silver turned and walked away, leaving Silver with Legion. Legion kept his eyes focused on the fight. The bigger fighter finally got a good grip on the smaller one, and in one swift move, he lifted the man off the ground, throwing him so hard that he slammed against the wall and cracked it. The bigger one then rushed like a bull, with so much explosive force that his knee went straight into the smaller guy, taking him out of the fight entirely. The crowd roared in excitement as they saw the smaller man get broken in half. Blood splattered, and his body didn't move. The referee ran to his position, pulling the bigger man away from his opponent. He bent low and checked on the man, then raised his hand, signaling to the medics. The medics rushed in with a stretcher. They picked the man up carefully, trying not to hurt him more than he already was. After carrying him, they rushed him out of the ring. The referee walked to the winner and lifted his hand up. "Your winner, Rock Crusher." The crowd roared even more, people raising their fists to the winner. "Take your shirt off, kiddo." "I'm setting you next," Legion said. Silver didn't say anything. He removed his shirt and stretched a little. Legion was shocked to see Silver's body. It was very toned, and even though the skin looked pale, he could tell that it was very tough. He peeled his eyes away from Silver's body and got up. He walked to the ring and handed a piece of paper to the referee. The referee opened it, read it, and nodded to Legion. Legion walked to meet Silver. "Your fight is set. Get ready," he said. "Oh, and I gave you a name since you didn't tell me which one to use," he added. Silver looked at him, confused. "You didn't ask me for a name." "What name did you use?" Silver asked. "You'll hear it," Legion said nonchalantly. "All right, our next event for the day is a fight. A veteran of the Pig's Pit versus a newbie, the Mad Dog, Kane, versus a newcomer. His name, Death Wish," the referee announced. He had some sort of amplifying magic on him because his voice was heard all over the place. When Silver heard his name, he looked at Legion. Legion simply smiled softly and looked at Silver. "The name fits, right?" he asked. Silver didn't have time for this. He turned and faced the ring, started walking out, and soon made it to the center. Once people saw him, many started booing, others laughing and scorning him. "Your name is Death Wish. I guess you really do have a death wish. This guy stands no chance against Kane." But amongst the crowd, a few people looked at Silver quietly, as if they could tell he wasn't normal. Silver's opponent, Kane, walked out. He was a bald-headed, heavily ripped man standing over 6 feet. His chest had scars and wounds, testaments of his battles. His eyes looked hungry and ready for a fight. Silver stood there and used dragon eyes on the man before him, but sadly, the man fell short. He was level 91, and his strongest stat was 900. That was his strength. It was impressive when looked at normally, but to Silver, it was nothing. Silver couldn't have an exhilarating battle if his opponent was that weak. "System, recommend anything I can buy from the store that will help me suppress my levels and strength down to around 900, Silver asked. "Abyss Drain Curse. The person this skill is cast upon will have his power drained until the caster runs out of mana. Cost, 100,000. "That's quite expensive. And how do I even use it on myself?" "It's supposed to be for me," Silver said. "You can try making yourself the target of the spell. That way, you can reduce your strength to your desired level," one of his minds said. "That could work," Silver said, and did just that. He made himself the target of the spell, and it worked. His stats started dropping as he drained himself until all his stats were exactly at 800. The only issue was that he couldn't drain mana. Even his intelligence was lower, meaning his perspective and ability to make crucial decisions had dropped as well. "This should work," Silver said. He got into a fighting stance and got ready for the referee. The referee looked at both sides, and when he was certain both were ready, he swung his hand down, signaling the start of the fight. Kane didn't waste a second. He charged in like a wild bull. Silver watched him closely. He didn't have the body he had a few seconds ago. He was weaker now, so he had to fight smart. Kane threw a punch at Silver. Silver moved, dodging the punch. He took a few steps to the side and bounced on his toes before sending a kick right into Kane's head. His kick was like a whip. It whistled through the air and slammed into Kane's head. Kane's head shot back, and his body followed as well. He lifted off the ground and landed with a loud boom. The crowd was shocked by this turn of events, but Kane still got up. The crowd cheered as he did. Kane shook his head, his expression filled with rage. Ugh! He let out a roar and charged at Silver. Silver watched, waiting for the right moment. Kane threw a punch as Silver parried it. He felt a shock run through his body as he did, but that didn't stop him. He set one leg back after parrying the attack and then sent a punch to Kane's side. Kane arched as the punch landed. Silver didn't let him go after that. He sent another and another, punch after punch to the same place. Kane managed to break out. He pushed Silver away and retreated, one of his hands holding the side Silver had pummeled. Silver smirked as he saw this. "I guess even if our stats are similar, you can't defeat me," Silver said. "It's probably because we can use the maximum of any stat we have, while most normal people aren't capable of doing that. They can only tap into a certain percent," another mind told him. "True. Well, let's finish this fight," Silver said and started walking toward Kane. When he reached the midpoint, he suddenly charged and leapt into the air, his knee in front, ready to drive it into Kane's head. Kane looked up and saw a double knee headed for his face. He didn't know how to react in that instant, so he quickly used both hands to try and block the attack. Silver smiled as he saw this, but he didn't back down. He landed the heater. His knee slammed into Kane's arms. The loud cracking sounds of bones could be heard. Kane let out a loud growl of pain and staggered backward, his hands flying loosely as he went. The crowd watched this in shock. They couldn't understand how Silver's small body was able to exert so much force that he was able to dominate Kane. Those who had bet on Silver's definite loss were now panicking, holding on to the tiny sliver of hope that Kane would somehow turn the situation around and be the one to win at the end of the day. Silver didn't have plans to let Kane walk out of there as a winner, though, because he had weakened himself. This fight was actually exciting. He didn't want to stop. Silver stared at the struggling Kane like he was prey about to be captured, and in the next instant, his feet kicked off the ground. He ran at top speed. He got right before Kane. Kane thought to use his legs to try and push Silver back, but as he raised his leg, Silver came to a quick stop, causing Kane's leg to miss. Then Silver grabbed the leg and pulled it. He pulled it so hard that Kane came stumbling forward. Silver then made a flip with one leg extended, and from above, his foot slammed into Kane's head, sending it plummeting down like a rocket. Kane's head struck the floor with a massive bang, bounced up, splattering blood, and then fell back to the ground. The referee was so shocked that he didn't even rush over to check. It was only after a few seconds that he realized Kane was not moving, so he ran over there to check on him. But as he bent low, Kane growled. He used the core of his body to turn around on the ground, his face looking up. His entire face was covered in blood, and his arms had been heavily cracked, but the fight was not yet over. He forced himself up, and as he stood, the crowd erupted into cheers. Kane looked at Silver, his eyes soaked in blood, his stance wobbly, yet his will and drive to fight remained. "You are strong," Kane said, the only thing he had said the entire fight. And then he stomped his foot into the ground, causing a small shake. Roar! He let out a beast-like roar. All his muscles tensed and wrapped tightly around his bones. He suddenly looked smaller but more powerful. It was like he had compressed himself to maximize impact. He took a deep breath and then let out the air. It came out as hot steam. His body temperature was through the roof, and his sweat started evaporating. Silver looked at him and wondered what he was doing. He ran a quick scan with his dragon eyes and saw that Kane had somehow managed to push his stats past the 1,000 mark. "What the hell is he doing?" Silver asked in shock. "I think it is something to do with his technique. Kane is a fighter, so he must have trained in a technique that temporarily boosts his strength," one mind said. "That has to be it, and because of how much his body is being overworked, he is overheating," another mind said. "The best way to put this is that he is overclocking his body," Silver and all the minds said at the same time. To overclock was not simply pushing the body beyond its limits. When one went above his limit, he was not truly getting more powerful. He was only using a higher percentage of the strength he already had. When Silver fought, he was already able to easily go over the limit without issues. But when someone overclocked, they pushed beyond the body's limits and broke the threshold, forcefully taking themselves to another level of strength. It was a very dangerous thing to do, and one would probably not be able to do it multiple times in a row. And with the way Kane's body was already beaten up, Doing this could lead to irreversible damage. Kane looked at Silver. There was a glow in his eyes, not of rage, not of anger, but of excitement. Kane hadn't had a fight that truly pushed his limits in a while. He had never felt like he was strong enough to beat someone yet unable to do so. That was the feeling he had while fighting Silver. He felt like Silver was just within his grasp, yet he still could not reach him. So he wanted to push harder, drive harder, strive harder, and win this. Silver saw the look in his eyes and couldn't help but be amazed at the spirit of a true fighter. Kane charged at Silver, his speed almost double that of before. His feet barely touched the ground before the other was in front. "You fought well, Kane," Silver thought. Kane's kick traveled for his face, but Silver leaned back and dodged it. "You showed that you are indeed a formidable opponent," Silver thought as he parried a very fast punch. "If it were against anyone else, you would have won. There is no doubt about that," Silver thought as he blocked another punch and was pushed back. "But life is unfair, and I was your opponent." Silver suddenly moved, his speed faster than before, but Kane could still see it. The issue was blocking or countering. It looked like Silver was about to land a punch. Kane blocked, but the punch never came. When Kane opened his arms, he saw an uppercut coming from below so fast that he couldn't even react. Silver's fist collided with Kane's face, and it was like a gunshot had gone off. Kane flew into the air, made an arc, and fell to the ground and unmoving. The referee ran to Kane, checked on him, but Kane had passed out. He walked to Silver and lifted his hands up. "Your winner, Death Wish," the referee called. The entire place was silent for a moment, and then it suddenly burst into cheers and cries. No one had expected that Silver would be the underdog who rose to defeat one of the strongest fighters in the Pig's Pot. Legion had watched the whole fight closely, and he could tell Silver was a veteran. He had seen too many not to know. Silver was still fresh off the bat, so many people would assume he would lose to some of the stronger fighters. This was an opportunity for Legion. He could make a huge sum from him. Legion got up and ran to the ring, whispering something into the referee's ear. The referee had a look that said, "Are you sure about that?" Legion nodded. "Well, in the spirit of fighting, Deathwish will still be fighting, and his next opponent is the Caveman, the Reaper of Bones, the wearer of skin Rando," the referee yelled. When the crowd heard the fight, they roared in excitement. Who didn't know the Caveman here? He was one of the strongest, someone who had decided to give his life to fighting a man who had even evolved and had the strength of an elite. Silver looked at the referee, walked to him, and held him by the shirt. "Why am I being set for a fight I didn't agree to?" Silver asked. The referee was shocked, but he managed to keep his calm. "Well, as long as you are still inside the ring, the contract states that you can still be set for a fight," he said. Silver let out a smile. He calmly took in a breath. "That's the game you want to play, then?" "Well, I'll make sure I end your little caveman," Silver said and pushed him aside. The caveman walked in. He wasn't what Silver expected. He had a good build, but he wasn't extremely big. However, his body exuded so much power. He stared at Silver like he was ready to rip him apart. Silver decided to check his stats with dragon eyes. Rando had stats in the thousands. It seemed he was a really powerful human, but still, it was nothing for Silver to fear. Rando was a level 2 evolved, but to Silver, that was still nothing. The referee had barely given the go-ahead to fight when Rando already charged, his hand opening up like a claw, ready to strike. He went for Silver's head immediately, but Silver took a step back, dodging the claw by just an inch. He then sped in and parried the arm, sending a punch for Rando's face. But Rando was faster. He used his second arm to quickly block the punch. Rando was pushed back by the punch. He looked shocked. He didn't understand how Silver had the strength to push him back. In truth, Silver was not supposed to be able to push him back, because his strength was only at 1,000 now while Rando's was higher. But as usual, he was Silver, and he could use a higher percentage of his strength compared to the normal. Rando moved in for another attack. He sent in a flurry of punches. The punches were fast, all aimed right at Silver's head. Silver crouched behind his arm. The punches landed on his arms repeatedly, pushing him back several steps. He smiled while looking at Rando through his arms, waiting for the right moment, and after a lot of punches, Rando finally lagged in one punch, and that was exactly what Silver needed. He charged in, using that slight gap to land his own punch. The punch connected, and Rando was pushed back. Blood spilled from his broken nose, his head swinging back. Silver followed up, using his own punch combo, each punch to a different side of the face so Rando couldn't block. When Rando felt like he had fully adapted and would be able to block, Silver went low and punched his kidney, then swung under and punched the second kidney. He took a step back and used a roundhouse kick right to Rando's head. Rando's head swung to the side like a whip, and as it returned, Silver entered with another punch. Silver maneuvered to the back and grabbed Rando, lifting him up for a German suplex. Boom! The impact of Rando's head against the ground sounded like a bomb. Silver quickly got up and grabbed Rando's leg. He pulled it, then raised his leg and stomped right into Rando's chest. He picked Rando up by the neck and pulled his head up, head-butting him before letting his head fall to the ground. Rando struggled back to his feet, his eyes burning with rage. He roared like a madman and charged at Silver again. He went only for a 1-2 punch. Silver dodged the first one by stepping back, and then for the second one, he bent low to dodge before coming up with the same uppercut that had finished Kane. The punch landed with a loud bang. Rando's head shot back, but he was not out of the fight. However, Silver was not done. He maneuvered to his back again and grabbed him, taking him for another German suplex. Rando slammed into the ground for the second time. Silver made his way to the front, grabbed Rando's feet, pulled him, and tossed him into the wall. "Rando, you done?" Silver asked as Rando lay on the ground. The crowd watched in anticipation to see what would become of this fight. Would Rando lose to Death Wish? Rando struggled back to his feet. He was bloodied everywhere, barely able to stand, but the craze in his eyes was still there. "A fighter till the end, I guess," Silver said with a smile as he walked to Rando. As Silver walked toward Rando, someone called out to Rando from the crowd. It was a deep and low voice, so low that people would normally not be able to pick it out from the crowd, but Rando and Silver heard it. Rando turned around immediately upon hearing it. There was a man dressed like a noble seated there, his eyes directly looking at Rando. He suddenly took out a round, blood-red pill and tossed it to Rando. The toss was so fast that the normal eye would not be able to pick up its movement. Rando opened his mouth, and the pill flew into it. Like an instant chemical reaction, Rando felt a wave of energy rush through his body. His eyes glowed red. Rando turned to look at Silver. Silver looked at Rando and could feel the strange energy he was giving off. The energy felt all too familiar. It was the same as those who had taken demon blood. But there was something different about Rando. He didn't become a demon. His strength spiked. He looked savage, yet he had no physical change. Rando suddenly leapt into the air. He jumped so high he almost reached the ceiling. He clasped his hands together and raised them above his head. He came down with a roar, ready to smash Silver into bits. Silver reacted fast. He moved out of the way before the fists hit the ground. When the fists hit, it was like an explosion. The ground broke apart, a small crater formed under his fists, and debris flew in all directions. Silver dodged all of it, but that backed him against the wall. Rando saw that and charged like a bull. Silver watched closely, and when Rando was about to ram him, he jumped, placed his hand on Rando's back, and flipped over him. Rando rammed into the wall, smashing through it. Silver landed behind him, raised his leg, and kicked Rando deeper into the wall before retreating a few steps back. "This is actually fun. And now I want to find out what that man gave to Rando. I have to keep an eye on him too," Silver thought. He made sure to keep that man at the side of his eye, watching his movements. The moment the man moved, he would know. Rando pulled himself out of the wall and faced Silver. He didn't waste a second before charging at Silver again. Whatever that pill was, it gave him strength but made him savage. The way he was fighting, the way he moved, it was like he was not in control. Rando threw wild, open punches, but Silver easily dodged them. With every punch he dodged, he struck Rando, slowly weakening him. Rando got enraged, but he still couldn't land a hit against Silver, even after the barrage of punches. Finally, Silver went in for the finish, landing punches to the neck and head. At last, Rando could no longer fight back. He fell to his knees and collapsed to the ground. The referee walked to his side to check if Rando was still in the game, but Rando had passed out. Before he could even announce Silver as the winner, Silver had already moved. He noticed that the man he was watching had left the arena, so he gave chase. He jumped over the wall into the crowd. The people in the crowd tried to grab him or touch him. After all, he was the one who won, but Silver was too fast. He charged through the crowd. He spotted the man walking outside and followed. He didn't allow the door to close, slipping out of the arena. The man at the door was shocked to see Silver, but before he could stop him, Silver had already bolted outside. Silver ran out of the pig's pot without a shirt. He pulled one out of his ring and put it on immediately. He followed the man, who was walking down the street. The man seemed to notice someone was following him, so he sped up his pace and suddenly turned into an alley. Silver knew the man was planning something, but regardless, he followed. As soon as he walked in, a blade was placed on his neck. "Why are you following me?" "Death wish?" the man asked in his low, bass tone, his eyes completely focused. He would definitely kill Silver if he made any suspicious move. Silver smirked. He looked at the man and spoke. "You fed something to Rando. All I want is to know what that was and how you got it." After all, Rando became extremely strong after taking it. "You saw that?" the man asked. "Would I be asking about it if I hadn't seen it?" Silver asked. "Keep being a sarcastic bitch with me and see where that takes you," the man said. His voice was deep and heavy, making his warning carry a heavy impact. "Well, tell me about it," Silver said, completely disregarding the warning. "You managed to defeat one of the strongest men here, even when he was on the drug. I'm sure you don't need the pill," the man said. "One can never be too strong," Silver said. The man looked closely at Silver. He dropped the blade and spoke. "Follow me. I'll take you somewhere that can help you get stronger," he said and walked out of the alley. Silver followed behind. The man walked through the crowded streets. He kept walking until he reached a quiet street. The street grew lonelier and lonelier until they arrived at an old manor. The man headed for the manor. He reached the gates, and a guard at the gate opened the door, allowing both of them to enter. Silver felt a strange air about this place. There was something off-putting about it, but he didn't say anything. He followed quietly. After all, he had a mission here. This might be a good lead to the demon blood. Silver followed the man to the door. The man opened the door for Silver, and Silver walked in. As soon as the man walked in behind and closed the door, bows, staves, and swords were all pointed at Silver. Silver had to be honest, he wasn't expecting this at all. His foresight fell short in this regard. He looked at the people holding weapons at him. They didn't look like well-trained veterans, but they looked like they knew how to use a blade or a wand. The man walked from behind Silver with slow, steady steps. He got in front of Silver, a sick smile on his face. "You know, you are smart yet pretty dumb, Death Wish," the man said, walking close to Silver, but not close enough for Silver to make a quick move. "You see, I'm guessing you are new in town, because if you weren't, someone would have most definitely recruited you by now. This is the Empire, and more importantly, the capital of the Empire, the place where power is all that matters, and the strong rule. Your type of people are hunted like rare treasures by the Empire, by the nobles, and by many other people, like crime lords like myself. You see, Ronan was my best, the work of my hands. He was a nobody, but I saw his potential, and I took him, raised him, and turned him into the beast he is today. Sadly, that beast lost to a little man like you. When I left the pot, I was thinking, how do I get my hands on this Death Wish and make him mine? I knew I needed to move fast because many eyes were on you. Who would have thought that you would throw yourself at my feet, ready to be taken away and used for my experiments? I'll make you a better weapon than Ronan, and you'll become much, much stronger. That's what you want, right? You did mention that you could never be too strong, the man said. At this point, Silver was already tired of the bullshit. He just needed to know if this man had ties to the demon blood. Before I say anything else, do you somehow use demon blood in the procedure of making your great soldiers? Silver asked. When the man heard the question, his eyes flickered. He tried to speak but stuttered. That's all the proof I need, Silver said. He took one long stride to grab the man, but arrows came flying down, and he leapt backwards to dodge them. The man took that as his opportunity to run. He ran up the stairs of the manor while all his swordsmen leapt down, ready to take lives. They all charged at Silver, eager and ready to rip him into bits. "I'm done with all of this," Silver said. He stomped on the ground, and the shockwaves sent all of them flying in all directions. He tried to move and follow, but the mages started casting spells of different types to hit Silver. "I'm tired of this," Silver said. He stood there and waved his hands, dissipating all the spells. Then he pointed his finger at the ceiling and shot a purple flame. The flame hit the roof and spread in every direction as fast as possible. This intensely hot flame pulled the attention of the men. They forgot about Silver, and then tendrils shot out of the ground, grabbed all of them, and smashed them into the walls and ground. He couldn't be bothered with lowlifes like these, and not because he fought in the pot, but would all these insects feel they had a chance? As he walked up the stairs, he used vibration sensing, trying to pick up the location of the man. Luckily, he found him. The man was seemingly inside the wall, using a secret passage to escape. Silver immediately walked to a location on the wall where he predicted the man would pass through, and just as the man was about to walk past, Silver punched through the wall and grabbed the man. Then he pulled the man out of the wall. The man had a face of shock. He looked at Silver, stunned even more. Silver grabbed the man by the collar and raised him up until his feet were no longer touching the ground. "I need you to tell me everything you know about the demon blood. You evidently know something about it, so I need you to tell me," Silver demanded. "There's nothing to tell you, and even if I knew, there's no way I'd tell you," the man said. Silver was getting impatient with the man. He placed his hands over the man's head, and very thin tendrils forced their way through the man's skin. He yelled out in pain as they entered. What was even more painful was the coming out process. The man screamed and yelled for his life, but Silver was going to break him until he was done. I'll tell you everything I know." The man finally caved and decided to spill. "When demon blood was still new and fresh, we were handed a lot of it. They asked us to use it for experiments and find out new and better ways to use the resources. So I decided to use my own method. I found a way to carefully prepare something else. I was able to make them have a fragment of the full power while still keeping their humanity. And it's only activated after they take the pill. The pill serves as the catalyst for the whole thing. That makes them really powerful." Ronan was the most compatible with all activities, and I groomed him carefully, training him to be a killer. I didn't know that the demon blood was that powerful, and even with the heavily diluted blood mix, Ronan still became a beast in battle. "Well, it was fun until you came along and destroyed what we built. That's none of my problem. What I want now is for you to tell me your network. Tell me the details of the demon blood production, who gave it to you, and how I can reach them," Silver asked. "They aren't people you can just reach." Rachel, one of them, are mighty figures. "The demon blood is the greatest research that the Empire has done in years. With it, humans will be sure to win the best war, regardless of the heroes and demon kings. We will be able to turn the tides of the war by replicating a true demon. Just one demon is rumored to possess power greater than that of a hero or demon king. If the Empire gets blood good enough, we can have several," the man said, a glint of excitement in his eyes. "So the Empire wants to start a war?" Silver asked. "Not just any war, the best great war. The war that will finally decide who takes the win, humans or those filthy vermin," the man said. Silver finally realized. So, this is why Ophelia wanted the blood to be stopped. It was not part of her task, it was the key point of the task. The blood was a heavy risk, and with it, the war would begin, and lives would be lost by the millions. But that's not all. I have an acquaintance that informed me it might just be possible to use the blood to actually summon a real demon, a true demon, the man added. As soon as Silver heard that, it all finally clicked to the threat level of the blood, the plans of the Empire. It all finally made sense. If the Empire tried to summon demons, they would shatter the veil, releasing the demons and the Celestials back. It would be the end of it all. "When does the plan go active?" Silver asked. "It already has. The Empire is testing the alpha demonized force on a small, newly formed country called Dark Dragon. Their king is a demon king candidate who believes he can do whatever he wants and disturb the balance, but that's all I know about it, I promise," the man said. Silver's eyes widened, the shock and disbelief evident in his eyes. When are they moving out?" he asked. "They already did. Some of my men became part of the force as well. They moved out 6 days ago, and with the speed they are moving, it would take 6 or 7 days for them to reach that kingdom. I heard they had over 200 of the best Earth mages with them, and they moved underground. The mages created the tunnel as they moved. That's why I didn't spot them." "That's why," Silver said. Panic formed on his face. He couldn't waste a single second. Without much thought, he squeezed his hands and crushed the neck of the man in anger, then charged out. As he stepped out, he saw a portal open. Lily and the Guardians walked in. "Lily, we have to go back now," Silver yelled. "We know. We did what you said." "She already got customers today, and from them, we heard that the force had moved out already." "We came to find you," Lily said. "Transport us back." "There might still be some time before they arrive," Silver said. "I can't. For some reason, the portals are not connecting. Normally, I would use you, or Elsa as the node to connect. But in the occasion that 2 of you were not there, I made a waypoint. But now I can't connect to any of them," Lily explained. When Silver heard that, his heart sank. He immediately tried to connect with someone from the kingdom using telepathy, but none were going through, and that made him scared. When telepathy refused to connect, the person was either dead, fainted, in an excited state, or in panic. After many trials, one finally connected. It was Roxy. "Silver, please help us." That was the only thing she said before the connection disrupted. Silver felt as though a chain had been wrapped around his heart and was wringing it tightly. Without hesitation, he transformed into a dragon right there. His tail swung and heavily damaged the manor. The Guardians all got on his back, and with one heavy flap of his wings, he shot into the air, causing a sonic boom so loud that people literally fainted. Before the memory could even react to the fact that there was a dragon in their territory, Silver had left their borders entirely. He flew the fastest he had ever flown before. Everything was a distraction. "They played us," Silver said as he flew. "Lena, everything. They all played a part to trick us. And I swear on my life, if I lay my hands on the person that betrayed us, the person that ratted us out, I'll make sure he dies an unimaginable death." Silver spoke in rage. Going at this speed, it would still take a good 3 to 4 hours before he arrived at the kingdom. He used every trick to boost his speed, but even that would not be enough to make him reach as fast as he wanted. "Kratos, where is the Wyvern army?" Silver asked. Kratos closed his eyes, and then, a while after, he opened them. "I can say for a fact, Master, that they are locked in battle, but I could not see anything more. Also, a good number of them have died, almost half of them. Whatever it is that they are fighting, Master, it's just something they can't take on," Kratos explained. After a 2-hour flight, they finally made it to the borders of the kingdom. Silver flew straight for the capital, but what they saw there made their hearts drop even further. A massive dome was spread out, covering the entire capital. Silver could see the battles and explosions happening inside the dome. He flew, rushing, not caring. He slammed into the dome, but the force spread across the dome and went into the ground, completely cancelling out the attack. Silver didn't stop though. He continued ramming into the dome, each one more powerful than the last, but nothing changed. The impacts were all absorbed. Master, stop," Drake called out to him, forcing Silver to stop. "I know you want to get in there, but you have to stop and think, Master," Drake said. Silver listened to him. His rage was not solving anything, so he decided to calm down. He transformed back into his human form, walked to the dome, and placed his hand on it. "What do you guys suggest we do?" Silver asked, wanting to see if anyone had a solution. He used dragon eyes while he waited for them to give a solution. The dome spread deep underground, making a full sphere under the capital. There was no way to enter from under. He tried to find the link, but to his dismay, the weak spot of the dome was inside the capital, in the castle, his castle. "There's no weak spot we can make use of." This dome was made to be strong from the outside, Lily said as she walked beside Silver. Then how do we get in? Silver looked at her and asked, trying to calm himself and not make rash decisions. We would need someone from inside. They could easily damage the dome from inside. A dome of this nature can't be impenetrable. There must exist a way to break it. In this case, the dome was made to block out people and not stop people from inside. If we can contact someone from inside, it will be possible to get it broken, Lily explained. I don't have the time for that. No one is responding to me, Silver said. His wings came out, and he shot into the air. He flew up until he was higher than the dome and then flew over to the center. He looked down and saw what was happening. He needed to get in no matter what. He immediately summoned all his clones. Each of them already knew what they needed to do. They needed to overdrive the system, push it to its limits, and cause it to shatter. Without wasting time, all of them transformed into their dragon forms except for Silver. He stood there with the abyssal blade in his hands. Let's do it, Silver said. He flew up and gave the clones their space. The clones all fired streams of dragon breath at one fixed point. They kept pouring without stop. Silver flew above and started to use the power of will again, trying to use the same move he had used against the Weeping Angel. Inside the dome, things had taken a dark turn. Everyone was fighting for their lives, trying to keep themselves alive against these demon-looking humanoid creatures that attacked them. Quinn ran through the street with his wife in his hands. He pulled her along, not wanting her to drag behind. Suddenly, one of the demonized landed in front of him. The ground exploded, and the two of them were pushed back. Quinn grabbed his wife in the air, not wanting her to land roughly. He helped her tighten her grip and took the brunt of the fall. He got up and checked on her. Thankfully, she was fine. I need you to run now, he said to her. She wanted to say something, but he yelled, please go. Leave the capital by any means. Find Silver. He'll know what to do. I'll find you, Quinn said. She saw his pleading eyes. She reluctantly nodded and then got up. She immediately ran away. Quinn stood up, pulled his sword, and faced the demonized. You really lack timing, right? You guys had to attack during my honeymoon, Quinn said. He took his stance, ready to fight. You will die, and then I'll go after that woman, the demonized said, and then with teleport-like speed, he moved. Quinn reacted at the last moment. Right before the punch landed, he moved his sword to his side as fast as he could and blocked the punch. The force shot him like an arrow, and he smashed through the wall. Luckily, he managed to block the punch. He fit out of the rubble and walked. You survived. I guess you're not all talk, the demonized said and charged again. Quinn knew that he could not take this person in strength, so he decided to win with technique and other things. He activated his legacy. A black flame erupted around his sword and stretched to his hands. He slashed, firing 2 flame arcs. Then he leapt up to the roof and retreated backward. The flame arcs hit the demonized and cut into his shoulder, but not deep enough to slow it down. It rushed through the building, bringing it down to the ground. But before it fell, Quinn leapt to another roof. I don't really understand my legacy, but I do know that there's no better time to learn about it than now, Quinn said. He looked down at the demonized and stretched out his hands. Shadow-like hands shot out and latched onto the demonized. Quinn made a throwing movement, and the hands flung the demonized into a house, completely taking down the house. Can't believe that worked, Quinn said, but his celebration was short. The demonized rushed out of the rubble, jumped into the air, and headed for Quinn. Quinn tried to move, but the demonized chucked a huge piece of the rubble that it had carried from the house. It hit Quinn right in the chest. Quinn coughed blood. His head shot back, and he fainted for a moment. His body fell from the roof and rolled to the ground. He tried to push himself up quickly, but the damage he had taken was not little. He coughed out blood again. The demonized leapt over the house and landed behind Quinn. He picked Quinn up and looked at him with a wide grin. You should have sided with humans, yet you chose a monster. Take a look in the mirror, asshole, Quinn responded. Mike ran through the castle, trying to find Leah. After the war started, he couldn't get a hold of anyone. Silver was locked out of the capital, and Mia was nowhere to be found. He was certain that Quinn would be able to manage himself, but the same could not be said for Mia as she was his twin, after all. He looked around like a madman, trying to find her. The enemy had already taken the throne room and used it to set up the dome. But right now, that was not really his issue. As he looked through the corridors, he heard an explosion of sorts. He immediately ran to check it, and luckily enough for him, it was Amber and Leah holding off a demonized. Mike didn't waste a second to think. He pulled out his sword and charged into battle. The demonized swung its claw to take off Amber's head. Amber made a vine wall of the claw cut through it but was not able to reach them. Mike ran, he leapt, and then stepped on the vine wall that had been cut in half. Using it as a step, he leapt higher with his sword in both hands. He swung down as fast as possible and with all the strength he could. The demonized reacted and used its arm to block the slash. The blade cut into the arm but didn't go too deep. The demonized used its other hand to slap Mike here. The palm hit Mike's head and sent him flying into the wall, breaking through it. Mike! Leah yelled. She raised her hands, and several ice lances formed and shot at the demonized in rapid succession. Leah then looked at Amber. "Save Mike," she said. While keeping the demonized distracted, Amber nodded and used her vines to pick Mike up and bring him back to them. Then, she used her healing abilities to heal him. Mike woke up and coughed a bit. He looked in the direction of the demonized. It was taking steps forward even though Leah was firing at it. "We can't win against this thing. It's toying with us," Mike said. "Then what do we do?" "I'm not sure your sister can hold up much longer," Amber responded. "We have to run. And run like our lives depend on it and no looking back," Mike said. "It's not a plan, but that's the only option," Amber said, and Leah nodded in agreement. "All right, on 3. 1, 2, 3, go." As soon as Mike said go, Amber and Leah started running. They ran a good distance before they noticed that Mike was not with them. They stopped and looked back. Mike stood there with his sword out, ready to fight. He turned back and looked at them. "Amber, keep running. Take my sister with you." "I'll buy you time," Mike said. "No, Mike." Leah started running back to meet him, but vines grabbed her and pulled her back. "If you go, his sacrifice would be for nothing," Amber said and used her vines to forcefully pull Leah. As she ran, tears poured from Leah's eyes as she watched Mike run towards the demonized. As they took their next turn, Mike leapt into the air with a slash. Mike hacked down, but the demonized blocked it easily and then punched him in the gut so hard that he coughed out blood. "You wanted to be a hero? Well, fight like one," the demonized said and tossed Mike aside. Mike landed face first, his nose broken, his body bruised and cut. He slowly got back up, and with his sword in hand, he was ready to die here while fighting. "Wait, don't touch him." A voice suddenly stopped them. Mike knew that voice. He knew that voice anywhere he went. It was Leah. Leah walked up to the fight. She looked at the demonized and spoke. "You can leave now. I'll be handling this one." The demonized immediately obeyed and left, sneering at Mike before leaving. Mike looked at Leah, his ears shaking, his entire body trembling. "You fucking bitch," he yelled. "Silver gave you everything. He saved you. He helped you find yourself, and this is how you pay him back?" Mike asked. "Blah blah blah." "Mike, why do you have such a self-righteous tone?" "From what I know, you tried to kill him, and you hated him for the majority of your childhood. That was before you decided to ride his dick and become lame." "My family, everything?" "It was an elaborate plot. The only goal I ever had in this life was to rid the world of the pesky vermin that try to take our place. My parents and everyone around me made it clear that this was the purpose I was born for, and I truly am born for that purpose." Silver and this whole kingdom would have been a major wrench in my plans to end this war with our victory. I would be the hero that ended it all. So I had to do all this, and now we start by completely destroying this place that you guys have built, this wretched place, Leah said. Her demeanor and expression were cold and evil. She knew what she was doing, and she was doing it to the best of her abilities. "Well, now, I'll have to end our talk here, Mike. After all, you are supposed to die," she said and pointed a finger at him. She fired a massive bolt of lightning. Mike leapt out of the way as fast as he could. The lightning ripped the floor open. Mike ran toward her, trying to flank her, but the corridor only slowed his movement. She blasted him with a higher bolt of lightning, but he managed to block it with his sword, both hands on the hilt. After blocking the attack, he used some sort of technique that made him move faster for an instant. He made it close to her, his sword going for her neck. Leah's eyes followed the blade. It looked like it held terror, But soon that terror changed into a smile. Her body crackled with lightning, and then she followed up with a powerful blast of lightning. Mike was electrocuted and thrown back into a wall. He slammed against it so hard he nearly passed out. What do you believe you can do? What do you believe you can change, Mike? I've watched you, trying to be among them, trying to be like one of your siblings. Your sister was born with an amazing ice legacy that would make even the richest people jealous. And your brother Kina, he managed to somehow awaken his own legacy. Yet here you are, powerless, unable to even master the sword, watching them reach heights that you are unable to attain. What do you really hope to achieve here? I am a hero candidate, possess a legacy, and am a step away from evolving. There is no winning here for you. There is only death at the end of this fight, so you can still the struggle and wake up to reality, Leah said. I preferred the former you. You didn't blab so much. Now you just won't stop talking, Mike said and got back on his feet. You see, the issue I have here is not that you turned against us, but that you don't really know why you turned against us. You are simply brainwashed and have no say for yourself. You don't even make your own decisions, and that's what pisses me off, Mike said and charged at her again. When will you learn that you are weaker than me? She asked. She pulled her hand back, and a blade of lightning formed around her hand. She stepped forward and stabbed at the exact moment that Mike stabbed as well. The lightning blade and the sword collided, causing an explosion, pushing both of them back. But Mike was quicker on his feet. He pressed against the ground and moved forward again. He went into a flurry of attacks, landing combo after combo. Leah used her lightning blade to block and parry, but she was getting pushed back with every attack. Mike made every slash stronger and faster than the last. He poured all his mana into the blade, reinforcing it several-fold to make sure that his hits had the impact he wanted, and he was getting a favorable result. Her hand was being thrown back wildly after every hit. It was a sign of fatigue here that hand could no longer take the hits. Mike had a good amount of battle experience, and because of that, he knew that Leah would attack him with a big flashy attack in order to push him back, to give her arm some time to rest and for her to change her strategy. But that attack would be relatively harmless. It would not pose a threat to his life since it was instant and large. There was no way to cast a large attack in an instant unless it was a really weak one. And just as he hypothesized, she did exactly that. She placed out her other hand, and a large and bright lightning web shot from her hand. This attack was meant to push Mike back, but Mike pushed through it. His clothes got burnt, and a few burn marks showed on his body, but it was nothing devastating. He wasn't seriously harmed. Leah was caught off guard by the fact that Mike pushed through. She had already dropped her guard, figuring that this would be the time she would rest up and make a new strategy. Mike's blade traveled toward her at an amazing speed. She reacted at the last moment and moved to the side. The blade slashed the skin of her neck, drawing some blood but not digging too deep. Mike still wasn't done. He stepped in close, and with his other hand, he landed a punch right in her face. He didn't even hold back a beat. He gave it his all. Leah was sent flying. She landed like a sack of potatoes. Mike stood watching, his sword in his hand, ready to go again. What makes you believe that you are right in this situation? It wasn't even your idea. It was the idea set in your mind by someone else. What makes you think that you are right to come here and try to take down what we have built? Mike asked her. Right? What do you mean by right? She asked as she pushed herself up from the ground, her smile still evident on her face. There is no right and wrong. There is no up and down. There is only war, a war against the vermin that walk this world. It doesn't matter the means used. It doesn't matter the lives lost. All that matters is that we rid the world of their kind and show that humans are the superior race. That's all that matters. Every day I walked around, seeing Silver do whatever he wanted. He took whatever he wanted and tore down kingdoms whenever he wanted. I admired that, and do you know why? Because he understood. Silver understood what it meant to deal with an enemy. Whether they were friends before, he dealt with them the right way and made sure they never came back to bite him. Sadly, he had to be a Demon King candidate. He would have stood by my side if he was a hero candidate, Leah said. When she said the last part, Mike's burst into laughter. He laughed so hard it turned into coughing, and then he finally calmed down. He looked at Leah and spoke. Silver, stand at your side. Don't make me laugh. Oh, Sorry, I already did. You are nothing to him. A weak hero candidate like yourself. Why would you stand near him? Who would let you stand beside him? Mike asked. Leah frowned when she heard that, her hands crackling with lightning. I'll have a lot of fun ripping your throat out of your neck and feeding it to one of the vermin you have walking this kingdom, Leah said in rage. Boom, boom. Quinn crashed through a house, breaking the first wall and going on to break through the second wall. He landed on the street, rolled, and finally came to a stop. He coughed up blood and struggled back to his feet, his legs shaking as he struggled to stand. He held his sword with both hands, the black flame covering the entire sword, his eyes closed as slits. The demonized walked through the building that Quinn had just gone through. It came out and looked at Quinn still standing. I have to admit, you are stronger than I expected. I'll give you that. If you followed us and joined our ranks, you could receive what we all received and become stronger, and end up looking like you. Sorry, but I'm not interested, Quinn said. The demonized sneered and charged at Quinn. Quinn glanced to his side and spotted a huge piece of rock. As the demonized got really close, he used a shadowy hand to pull the rock and slam it into the head of the demonized. The blow was big enough to stop it and cause it to get distracted, and that was when Quinn moved. He ran as fast as his feet could carry him and made it behind the demonized. He jumped and stabbed his sword into the back of the demonized, then used his legacy, channeling his black flames through the sword and into the back. The demonized roared in pain and grabbed Quinn. He threw Quinn so hard that Quinn smashed through another set of houses. Then he pulled the sword out of his back and threw it to the ground. Quinn smashed through walls, hitting his head and entire body. He finally came to a stop, lying in rubble, completely covered in blood and not moving again. The heavy footsteps of the demonized got closer, and he finally appeared. He looked down at Quinn. You had your chance, he said, and was ready to land the final blow. Out of nowhere, a massive bolt of lightning slammed into the demonized and threw him meters away. Fang landed on the scene with Gillen and Dawn. Quinn managed to open his eyes, and as he saw the three of them, he smirked slightly. Nice, he said before passing out. There are lines you don't cross, and beating up my master's brother is definitely one, Dawn yelled. She grabbed her sword, ready to chop heads off. Gillen, to my side. Dawn, climb on, Fang said. Dawn immediately climbed on. Fang charged at the demonized that was already standing while Gillen ran at the side. It doesn't matter the number. You will all die, he roared and charged at them. In your dreams, Dawn said. Flames covered her entire sword and stretched to cover her arm and part of her upper body. She jumped from Fang's back and came down with a powerful slash. The demonized had to think fast. He crossed both hands to block the attack, but the sword cut right through, cutting off both hands. A look of disbelief formed on his face, but before he could cry out in pain, Gillen flanked his side and chopped off one leg. Fang leapt into the air and bit into the neck of the demonized, landing the finishing blow. The body of the demonized fell to the ground lifeless. It was one of the weaker ones, Gillen said as he walked close to the body. We don't have time to chat. The stronger ones have started moving. Without the guardians, dealing with them will be difficult. Let's take Quinn back to the hideout and find the rest, Fang said. Gillen carried Quinn, and they left the scene as quickly as they arrived. Silver was above the dome, about to land the attack that he had prepared. The continuous dragon breath had heavily weakened the dome, and all he needed to do now was land the final hit that would finish everything. Suddenly, he felt a powerful shock run through his body, a shock from the system. The shock affected all the clones, and it nearly stopped them, but Silver gritted his teeth and kept moving. He didn't understand why the system was against him at such a time. He didn't do anything against order, right? The shock continued running through his body, but Silver tried to fight back, even though it was getting too much. Leave the kingdom. Return to the Empire now. A direct and urgent message came through to Silver from the system, but he ignored it and tried to keep his focus. But the electricity got so much that all 11 of his minds could not focus, and the clones struggled to stay in their current state. Suddenly, Silver was pulled into the system's space. He opened his eyes and saw the system there, but this time, the system was pulsing wildly like it would explode. What's happening? Why am I being attacked? Silver asked. Someone wants you to leave here now and head back to the Empire, and they are forcing me to try and stop you, but I don't want to. I'll try my best to stop it, but that would mean completely going against myself and probably destroying myself in the process. So if this is the last time that we speak, I want you to know that it's been a fun ride. Also, a message from Ophelia has been struggling to get through for a while now, but it's being blocked. Luckily, I managed to get it. Ophelia said, run, uncover the truth, don't stop, and also help me. That was what I could decipher. Now head back and finish this thing, and if this is the end, goodbye. The system kicked Silver out before he could say anything. The electrocution was still happening, but then all of a sudden, it stopped. But that was not all that stopped. Silver felt like something had left him, as something was missing. System, he called out, but there was no response whatsoever. He took a deep breath. Thank you, system, he said, and for the first time in a very long while, tears dropped from his eyes for a system. Silver thought about what the system said before it did what it did. It said Ophelia asked for help. What could possibly make her ask for help? She also asked him to keep going. If she was the one that tried to use the system to stop him, why would she ask him to keep going, and why would she ask for help? Maybe because Ophelia didn't want to stop you. Maybe someone else is the reason for all this? A mind said, and the others agreed. I see. So I've lost Ophelia, and now the system. I guess it just gets worse from here, Silver said. You can't be worried about that now. Your friends might be dying inside there right now. The fact that your clones are still here and attacking downtown means everything that you gained before the system went away still belongs to you, and that's enough to keep you going for now, another mind said. Silver nodded. What his mind said was true. He looked down at the spot that the clones were attacking and raised his sword into the air. He channeled the power of will with only the thought. I'm ready. You guys move. He spoke to the clones, and they immediately flew away. Silver slashed down. He did his best to compress the attack as much as he could to make sure that it hit a part of the dome, the point that had been weakened. A bright light flashed as he slashed down, and for a moment, he couldn't see. When he could see, he saw a thin, compressed sword light traveling to the center of the dome. The sword light collided with the spot that had been forcefully weakened by the flames. What followed was a massive explosion. The dome started shattering instantly. The sword light tore through it and headed into the capital. The sword light hit the ground and sent out a powerful wave that destroyed houses for a wide distance. Everyone in the capital felt it, and they noticed the dome around them was gone. In the sky stood a presence, with a sword in his hands and a killing intent so strong it reached those on the ground. Beside him were 10 figures who looked like him, all brimming with rage and anger. Take them down. Kill them all. Destroy everything that belongs to them. Show no mercy, Silver said, talking to the clones and the guardians down on the ground. All the clones nodded and shot to different locations in the capital. The real war had started. Silver slowly descended. As his feet touched the ground, a group of demonized were already charging his way, about 5 in total. Silver didn't say a word. He pulled his sword back and then slashed, releasing a flame arc over 20 feet wide. The demonized were not expecting this sort of attack. They all focused on trying to dodge, but suddenly, tendrils came out of the ground and houses, grabbing hold of them and stopping them from moving. The flame arc cut through all of them, leaving their burning bodies on the floor. Silver continued walking, not sparing them a second glance. His target was the castle because he believed that was where the main people behind this would be seated. As he walked, he heard the scream of a lady. He turned and saw that it was a hobgoblin woman, and her son was about to be killed by a demonized. The son was in its arms, and it was ready to crush the boy. Silver moved in a flash. The head of the demonized vanished, and blood sprayed. Silver caught her son and brought him to her. She quickly grabbed her boy with tears pouring from her eyes. She looked up at the person that had saved her son, and it was Silver, her king. My king, she said. I'm sorry. This is all my fault, and I promise to fix it, Silver said and got up. He left the woman there and continued walking. By now, the guardians and the clones had already started dealing with the situation and helping the people. His own target was the castle. As he got closer, the demonized were waiting for him. Of course, they knew he was coming. A huge number of them, over 20, all standing tall and looking furious. But Silver didn't have the time for them. He bit into his hand and drew blood. With a thought, he activated Hell's Gate. The gate appeared above them as the suction force pulled them all in with ease. It closed up and vanished away. Silver noticed one thing with these demonized, though they were not as strong as Lena. They were by far weaker for some reason, and not that it was his problem. He made it into the castle compound and headed for the main building. Suddenly, the door slammed open. Leo and Amber came running out. His face lit up when he saw them, but then it went dark when he saw a host of demonized following them out, chasing them to kill them. He took one step and then vanished. He moved so fast that it was like he teleported. Instantly, fountains of blood filled the air as heads flew in all directions and their bodies fell to the ground. After he killed them all, he ran to Leo and Amber. The two of them were shocked to see him. They both ran to him and hugged him. "Silver, where were you all this time?" Leo asked and hit his chest. "I'm sorry I couldn't be back earlier. This is all my fault, but I'll fix it now. I'll make sure that I kill everyone that laid a hand on you," Silver said. "You have to go and help your brother, Mike. He is inside trying to fight the demonized." "I don't think he can take them on," Amber said. A flash of worry showed on Silver's face when he heard that. He turned and rushed into the castle without a single thought. All that was on his mind was to not let Mike die. Mike was sent flying through a wall. He smashed through the several-inch thick wall and fell into a room inside. The front of his shirt was burnt away, and a huge burn scar was on his chest, showing where the attack had hit him. He struggled back to his feet and then took out a healing potion from his ring. He looked at it closely with a forced smile. "This is my last one. After this, I'm done," he said. He popped the cover open and drank the contents, then threw the bottle to the side and took his stance, waiting for Leah. The wound on his chest healed up, but not completely. The healing potion he had was not the highest quality, and it could not heal him fully. Leah walked through the hole in the wall. She had a smile on her face as she looked at Mike. "You still have some fight in you? I thought you would be out after that attack. You can't seriously believe you will beat me without a legacy." "I have an A-rank legacy, a hero's legacy. A normal human being like you will never have the chance to win against me," she said and raised both hands. They crackled with lightning, creating a lightning ball over her head. Mike looked at the attack she was preparing. It was the same one that had sent him through the wall. He wasn't fast enough to dodge it, nor could he block it, so the only option now was to attack before she could use it. Mike charged forward, pushing his feet to go as fast as he could. He ran like his life depended on it, and it did, to be honest. When he was halfway through the distance, he slid through the rubble and slashed upward, his blade going for her head. Leah reacted as fast as she could and pulled the lightning ball from over her head to block the sword. The lightning ball and the sword collided, causing an explosion. Leah was thrown backward. She smashed into the wall and fell to the ground. Michael was blasted far back, slamming against the opposite wall. His sword hand had been completely blasted off, and blood poured from it non-stop. His mind blanked out. All he could hear was static. He couldn't see anything clearly. He lay against the wall, not moving at all. After a few seconds, he noticed a figure getting up. He was sure that was Leah. She staggered toward him with unstable steps, picked his sword up from the ground, and walked to him. She was bleeding from her head, but she ignored it. She stood in front of Mike and spoke. "You really are a stupid person, choosing to die for someone who isn't even your brother, or for someone that took away everything that could have been yours," she said. "You don't get it, do you? Silver didn't take anything away from me. He had every right to kill me a long time ago for what I did to him. He had the right to make sure that I never saw the light of day. But he saved me. Cough's blood. He still cared for me despite that. Because of him, I had a reason to keep living, and that was to make sure I atoned for my sins. Cough's blood. It's sad that I will never be able to pay that back now. I just hope that Silver will understand that I did my best, and I fought for him as well." Leah stared at Mike with disgust. She raised the sword, and in one swift move, she stabbed it right through his heart. Just as the sword went through his chest, the ground beneath them began rumbling violently. Mike, who was already dying, suddenly smiled. "It seems he is here," Mike said and closed his eyes. Then the entire room was blasted open. All the walls turned to debris, as if they had evaporated into nothing. Leah looked around in fear and shock, and her eyes met him, the devil himself. His eyes glowed blood red, and in his hands were the bodies of two of the strongest demonized here. There was no soul in the silver that stood there. It was a monster. That was the only name that could be used for him now. His eyes fixed on Leah for a while, then trailed down to see Mike on the floor with a sword through his heart. Leah followed Silver's eye movement, and as she saw him looking at the sword in Mike's chest, she knew that she would die if she didn't escape. She turned around and tried to start running. "Run, I dare you," she heard a voice here, so deep, so evil, so powerful, right in her ear. She froze, unable to move. It was like she had been put on pause. Silver dropped the bodies in his hands and walked slowly to Mike. He bent down beside him and checked his heartbeat, but there was nothing. No heartbeat at all. Silver said nothing. He grabbed Mike's body, carrying him in a princess carry. He got on his feet and started walking, his steps slow, heavy, and pained. His hands trembled in rage under Mike's body, but he kept walking. He got to Leah and walked past her. He didn't utter a word at all. When he was a few steps away, Leah suddenly felt freedom in her body. She looked at Silver's back. This was her opportunity to end it, so she charged at him. But as she took just one step, her body exploded into a bloody mist. Silver didn't even glance back once. He kept walking with Mike in his hands. That day, a hero candidate had been killed. The balance had been upset, and the war had truly begun. But that was not the worst of it. The worst was that a demon king they hadn't expected was born that day. This war was sure to be one that had never been seen before. Silver walked out of the now dilapidated castle with Mike's body in his hand. When he stepped out, the guardians had come, and they saw Silver bringing out Mike. Immediately they saw him. Lily tried to hide something, but Silver still spotted Daroxy's body, completely ripped in half. His face remained emotionless after seeing that. He walked to them. "Is she the only one?" he asked, his tone flat and hollow. "We have found everyone else. She died, and no one knew the cause. She was in hiding when we found her body ripped apart. Aside from her, the only person that we haven't seen is Leah," Lily said. She bowed her head as she spoke, not meeting Silver's gaze. "Leah is dead. She was the cause of all thieves of the mole we never suspected," Silver said. He carefully handed Mike's body to her and faced the castle. "I've taken care of the officials that were in the castle, but I believe there are still more hiding," Silver said and stretched out his right hand. A fireball started forming over the castle. It grew in size until it was half as large as the castle, and then he allowed the fireball to fall. The castle exploded on contact, completely destroyed in a second. "Let's go," Silver said and turned around. They all followed him quietly. "What was the death total?" he asked, still with an emotionless voice. "We lost close to 70% of the people here, and the rest have run away, trying to find safety," Drake said. "So the kingdom no longer exists, then?" Silver asked. "We can rebuild, Master," Drake said. "No, I don't have time for that." "We're at war," Silver said, his voice so cold it dropped the temperature around them. "I have just a few more questions." "Where are my mother and father?" he asked, and everyone stopped. The air became heavy. "Leah went to search for them, but we didn't see them," Drake said. "So they are dead," Silver said. "No, we can't be sure about that yet." Drake tried to make Silver have some hope. "I am not a child, Drake. I understand what it means for you seven and my clones to not find someone in this capital. That means the person either left or died. Knowing my father, I'm sure he tried to fight his way through so that he could see his children. He probably died in battle, and my mother was hidden somewhere watching. She must have carelessly run out when she saw my father dead. She must have tried to save him and then gotten killed herself." Silver analyzed the situation in a cold manner, a one so cold you would wonder if he cared about these people he spoke of. "What about my biological mother?" "She is from an original family. There is no way she got killed," Silver said. "Well, we could not find her," Drake said. "Then she escaped," Silver said. "She has been looking for a way to get out. After White Fang left without her, she figured that would be the best time for her to get away. But Lily had prepared means to counter her reality manipulation, and so she couldn't do anything. But because of this war, everything was sent to ruins, and she found the perfect opportunity. Silver said. He kept walking until he made it to the center of the capital, the biggest place with the best space. He walked to the center and sat down. The smell of blood reached his nose. Fire, smoke, and cries of those that died. Had this been a normal war, his kingdom would have won, but his enemies used a weapon that no human could stand against. The guardians all stood in front of Silver. He kept his head down, not saying anything at all. Then, after a few minutes, he sent out a telepathic message. If any of you can hear this, then please head to the center of the capital now. After sending that message, he went quiet again, and 10 minutes later, Leah came running, her eyes darting around to see if her father and the mother were there. But instead, she saw Mike's body in Lily's hand. She froze in her steps, shivered uncontrollably, and then let out a scream before falling to her knees. Silver glanced up at her. He didn't say anything else, and then he looked down. Soon after, Dawn, Fang, Galen, Amber, Faye, and Quinn came out. Quinn's wounds had all been healed up by now. When he saw Mike's body as well, he paused for a moment, then gritted his teeth and kept walking. He didn't even take another look at Mike. He forced himself to look forward, walking straight to Silver. "Mom, Dad?" he asked. Silver didn't look up. He just responded, "Dead." "We couldn't even find the bodies," Silver said. Leah heard what he said, and she finally snapped. She got up and charged at Silver. She tackled him and started raining punches on him. Why? Sob, where were you?" "Sob, you were supposed to protect Thema, all of them. Why did you let them die?" She kept crying and hitting Silver. Silver lay on the ground, quietly receiving her anger. She needed an outlet, so he would take it all. Quinn moved to remove her, but Silver glanced at him. His eyes told him not to. Leah continued hitting him over and over until she got tired and started sobbing on him. That was when Silver moved his arms and hugged her tightly. "I'm sorry, I didn't do what I was supposed to. I couldn't make it back in time. I allowed them to die because of my incompetence. I'm sorry, Leah." No amount of words will change the fact that it has happened, but one thing is for sure: I'll make sure you drive a blade into the heart of the people that did this, and we will both watch them die in a puddle of their own blood. Silver spoke, his voice cold and serious. His eyes held hate and rage. Since the death of Mike, this was the first emotion he showed. After Leah finally calmed down, Silver looked at Quinn. "Why are you alone?" "Where is she?" he asked. Quinn understood who he was asking about. Quinn didn't speak for a while. He looked at Silver in the eyes, his breath became heavy, and his fists trembled. She didn't make it. I wasn't strong enough to protect her. I wasn't strong enough to protect Anya, not Mike, not Dad and Mum, and not even my own wife," Quinn said, struggling to keep himself standing. "Don't beat yourself over it, bro. It was my fault, and I'll make sure I fix it," Silver said. "Don't blame yourself. You tried to stop this from happening. It was not your fault. You can't do everything for us," Quinn said. "Today, we bury those that we can bury, but we will not mourn anyone. We don't deserve to mourn them. Rather, we are going to take the fight to them and get vengeance. The Empire wanted war, right? We will give that to them. They wanted to end us all, so we will end it all. Silver, declare the next great war, and it will not stop until the Empire is burned to the ground," Silver said. He helped Leah get up and got up himself. He looked around a bit and didn't see Sage. "Where is Sage?" "She went after her mother. When she discovered her mother had escaped, she went after her," Dawn said. "I see." "That's fine," Silver said. He started walking away, and Lily called to him. "Where are you going?" she asked. "To go make the army for the war," Silver said. He walked away, found a place to sit, and closed his eyes. Immediately, he got into the summoning plane. The clones were all there already, waiting for him, and they knew what was on his mind. Immediately, he carried out the process for opening the portal to the abyss, and as he did, this time, not just one abyssal monster came out, but tons and tons. He kept pouring mana into the spell until there were more than 500 of them. The summoning site was filled with these creatures, and all them were ready to rip Silver and his clones apart. They rushed all at the same time, trying to rip him and the clones into bits. Inside a massive throne room, a disgruntled old man sat on a throne built of crystals. His hair was all gray, yet it carried a shiny elegance. He wore a purple royal robe with golden designs on it. His posture suggested that he didn't want to get excited, yet somehow he still looked mighty in that pose. His eyes were deep and black like the abyss. He focused on the mighty metal doors of the throne room as if he knew they would soon open. A few seconds later, the doors slowly opened, and two men dressed in the robes of bishops walked in. Their expressions held genuine anger as they walked to the king. In a rush, two guards inside the throne room ran and grabbed two chairs. The chairs were not extremely elegant, but enough to show that these people were important. The men sat down without even waiting for the man on the throne to allow them to sit. They didn't hide their anger for even a second. "What do I owe the visit of two bishops of the Holy Kingdom today?" The man spoke. His tone was neither excited nor respectful, showing that he didn't care. "Keep all the small talk aside, Emperor. The issue at hand is greater than that," one of the bishops spoke. "An archbishop would have been the one to see you, if not for the fact that the Pope called all them to a meeting after news of what happened reached us," the second bishop said. "What news is that?" "I have not been informed of any news that would make the Pope restless. The only reason I am here is because I was told that the Holy Empire sent their bishops on very important matters," the emperor said. "Is that so? Do you mean to tell me that you have not gotten the news of what happened at the kingdom of that demon king candidate you sent your men to?" the bishop asked. "If it is about killing the demon king candidate, I asked my men to ensure that they do not kill him. As much as we, the empire, are ready for war, we understand that the Pope will not allow it yet," the emperor said. "I can see what game you are playing here, trying to make it seem like the Holy Kingdom is filled with wimps and unable to fight," one bishop said. "Is that not true? Are you not all unable to fight?" the emperor asked. "Enough of this bantering. That is not the issue at hand. The issue at hand is that you used one of the hero candidates as a rat in their system, and now she is dead," the second bishop interrupted them and said. The emperor froze when he heard that. He stared at the bishop and saw that the bishop was not joking. He got up from his throne. "What did you say?" he asked. "Remember that the Holy Kingdom has the one that can see and keep an eye on all the hero candidates to ensure that they are alive." Today, when your attack kicked into place, the hero candidate Leah initially had success, but she soon met with the demon king candidate, and he killed her. The next generation of heroes is down by Ania just less than a month before they were to receive their blessings. Your careless and reckless actions have caused a heavy setback for us. But that is not all. The Pope wants to know what those creatures you released are. They look like the demons that were drawn in times past. He has had his suspicions, but never did he think that you would actually do something as insane as creating a demon of your own for the sake of war.